Was that an item or two?
There does appear to be a bit of a delay going to YouTube, so we are just waiting for that to clear up. Just 1 second and I will, Mayor Savage, we are live now. You can start the meeting on your call.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, colleagues and staff and people watching this morning. It is August the 17th and it is voting day in Nova Scotia. So if you haven't cast your vote, and if you could possibly tear yourself away from regional council, I encourage everybody to get out and vote. I'm sure that all councillors have already voted. Welcome, August 17th. Want to acknowledge that we're coming to you and having this meeting on Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people, and the Peace and Friendship Treaty signed between the Mi'kmaq and the Crown continue to inform us and guide us. All right, let's go through and make sure that we have the people that we need to have a good, fun day. And so that invariably begins with Councillor Daigle Gammon in District 1.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, fellow councillors, staff, and anybody who's joining us. And my good thoughts and prayers for everybody on election day today. I hope it goes as you all wish.
I don't think it's going to go as we all wish, but
I know.
Let's hope it goes well for the province of Nova Scotia, whoever wins. Councillor Hinsby.
Good morning, all. And first of all, I want to take an opportunity to say thank you for the many fire departments that responded last night, late yesterday afternoon. We had a huge structure fire in West Porters Lake. A barn caught on fire from a side-by-side vehicle that overheated. 6 horses were saved, but the barn was lost, and there was also fire caught into a bit of the forest there. And thank goodness for this quick response by fire departments and natural resources with the helicopter. We averted another wildfire situation, but it was pretty tense there for a few hours last night. I just want to say thank you for all those who had put out the blaze. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hinsby, I know you were there helping out. Thank you as well. Councillor Kent, how are you today?
I'm well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I am here and ready for some good work. I just want to also acknowledge the candidates who have worked tirelessly over the last campaign and the provincial election. Councillor Hinsby and I know what that slog is like, and it's courageous and admirable that people step up to this platform to consider this type of work. It's not for everyone, and ultimately the election will decide who we get to work with. And that's what I'm encouraging, that all candidates and all winners this evening make a commitment to their constituents that they will work tirelessly and collaboratively with the other levels of government, including us here at HRM. It's an important piece. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that time.
Make reference to Mr. Seaside. Mr. Seaside.
Yeah, I will be at council, and I think what Councillor Hinsby is referencing is a big and sad loss that we've had here regarding Wayne Harrett. His health battle took him, and I will be asking for a moment of silence, but I'd like to speak more to that when we start the council meeting. Thank you.
Right on, thank you. And it was nice to join you yesterday for lunch at Boondocks with the first hockey player signed by the new Seattle Kraken, Luke Henman, from out your way, Eastern Passage, Cow Bay. A great young fella, great family.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and I'm hoping that we will all here in HRM and the province cheer him on enthusiastically and show our support for him. We are a lot to be proud of here in our area, but it's particularly nice when you have a local boy that we can, as Trish would know, and many others. So thanks for that.
Mr. Mayor, did Councillor Kent pick up the tab at lunch?
That's a secret.
Okay.
I did, actually. I'm not going to make it a secret.
Councillor Purdy, there's no hockey players that I know of from Cole Harbour, but good morning to you.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you this morning. It's been a while. Feels like it's been forever. And just want to announce, Trish from District 4 here. We're going to be hosting another community cleanup this Saturday at 10 o'clock in Cherrybrook this time. We're trying to do different parts of our district each month. So I just want to thank our awesome, wonderful volunteers who will be joining us on Saturday. So looking forward to today.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, how are things in Dartmouth today?
Bright and sunny, Mr. Mayor. I'm ready to go.
Awesome. Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Happy voting day. You know, Mr. Mayor, like you, one of my favorite things I get to do when being a councillor or being elected official is attend new citizens ceremonies. And one of the things I ask every new citizen, what are you looking forward to? And 90% say vote. So today is a big day. There's a lot of new Canadians voting for the very first time in Nova Scotia. So I bid them good luck and good luck to all the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say 90% of them look forward to a new pump track in Shuby Park.
Those that live in District 6, it's 99%.
Yeah. Councillor Mason, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and like many of my colleagues, it's a real personal commitment to run for office. So I just want to salute everyone who has put their name forward, regardless of the outcome, and regardless of the party. And I'd also like to encourage everyone who has not yet voted. Advance voting has been very high. It's hard to focus on an election in the summer, and we may be, it was pointed out to me, if you live in a town or in a municipality with an incorporated village, this is your third vote in less than a year, and the federal one will be your fourth vote in less than a year. So people might be a little feeling like they're a little over it, but please get out and vote today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, good morning.
Hello, Mayor, colleagues. Beautiful day in District 8. Again, happy E-Day to everybody. And I hope that if you haven't voted already, that you get out to vote and support the candidate of choice. And at least just make sure you get out there and put that ballot in the box. It's very important. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Cleary, good day.
There you go. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Gotcha, yeah.
All right. Had some technical difficulties. Just joined. I heard my name or district, so I'm assuming we're saying hi. Hi, everyone. I'm sure everyone's already said vote. It's democracy. Do your bit. Let's have a great meeting.
All right. Indeed. Councillor Morris, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues, and happy election day. I'm thinking about not just the candidates who have courageously decided to run, but also the incredible number of volunteers and people working on this election. I'm sure it runs into the high hundreds and maybe even the thousands. It's an amazing collective effort, and I hope it will make our province an even better place to live tomorrow. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Councillor Cuddle, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and fellow colleagues and everyone out there watching. Yeah, happy election day, and look forward to a good meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, I think, is not with us this morning. Councillor Lovelace, there's no place you'd rather be, I know, than here.
Queensland Beach is calling me, but I'm down at City Hall representing District 13. Happy to be here, and congrats to all the candidates and the teams. Looking forward to seeing what the government looks like tomorrow morning. Congratulations to everyone. It was a wonderful campaign, and yeah, I'm excited to be here, guys. Let's get going.
Right. Councillor Paul Russell.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone from Lower Sackville, District 15. As everybody has mentioned, happy election day. The end of one election, the beginning of another. But there are lots of other things going on in the communities as well. We had a chili dinner hosted by the Folds House a little while ago. We've got weekend concerts every Saturday and Sunday evening at Acadia Park out here in Sackville. So everybody's welcome to come out into Sackville and enjoy some of those, and hope to see you here sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You've got a special glow about you since the last meeting, which I assumed was being married, but it might have been the chili. I'm not sure.
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. But
Indeed.
thank you very much.
Councillor Did I miss Councillor Blackburn? I think I missed Councillor Blackburn.
You did, and Seamus is not impressed about it either.
Uh-oh.
No, just good morning here from beautiful Beaverbank. Just want to send a shout out to the African Nova Scotian Women's Association for an incredible Emancipation Parade, the first ever held on the weekend, and it was spectacular to see everybody come out and enjoy the music and the celebration. So congratulations, and thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of it.
Thank you, and thank you for being at that, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Good morning, Mayor and colleagues from sunny and less humid Bedford. And thank you, Seamus, for waking my two dogs. They were sound asleep at my feet here, and now we've got them going. And you know, Mayor, I'm just thinking, and I know this is probably something that crosses your mind often too. Here we are, we're talking about how we're going to the polls today for a provincial election. We've got a federal election coming up. And we're going to talk today about where we allow development and where we allow chickens, etc. And then you turn on the TV and you see what's going on in Afghanistan. People trying to get out, people falling from planes in desperation. My heavens, we're lucky to live where we live, and I hope that we all appreciate that as a nation. And I'm sure we don't always, as we squabble about things. But when I turn on the TV and I see what's going on in Afghanistan, I think how lucky we are to live in Halifax and Nova Scotia in Canada. So very best wishes to all that are here today and to those with our brothers and sisters in Afghanistan.
Indeed, well said. Thank you. So again, a number of people mentioned the election. Best wishes to everybody. There's nothing quite like running. I've talked to a number of candidates who are in it for the first time. Right now, it's challenging, right? It's frustrating. You learn a lot, but there's nothing like it. So I've been on the ballot 8 times. Councillor Hensby, I bet you're the leader on this council. How many times has your name been on the ballot?
I believe 15.
15. Holy cow. Probably another 15 to go. All right, folks. Congratulations to everybody who's doing that important part of democracy today. I'm going to look for somebody to approve the minutes of our last committee of the whole from July 20th.
So move, Councillor Russell.
Moved by Councillor Russell, seconded by Councillor
Kent.
Kent. Thank you, Councillor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those minutes are approved. The order of business for this meeting, the committee of the whole, is in front of you, I am certain. Does somebody want to move the approval of that order of business?
Moved, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Mason, seconded by
I can second Daigle Gavin.
Councillor Daigle Gammon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those who simply can't live with it, that is approved. I'm going to call for declarations of conflict of interest. If you live in the municipality, you're probably in a conflict of interest, but depends on your definition. I see none. So, folks, we are here this morning, and of course, I want to let people know that regional council will follow. Whatever happens, we have a presentation from Halifax Water at 1 o'clock. Mr. Clerk, correct? That time is set. Ian?
Correct. That Halifax Water presentation is confirmed for 1 p.m. today.
Okay. So we are here to look at the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw, which we know as Center Plan Package B, sub-report. We're going to have a presentation, and then Councillor Mason is going to put the motion on the floor. But I do want to welcome staff. We've all seen staff at various committees of council. I saw Ben Sivak in front of us earlier. I think Ben is the one who's going to take us away, but a lot of people have been working on that. Today we have Kasia Tota, Ben Sivak, Bear Gluchik, and Kelly Dente. And Ben, you're going to take us away, sir. You're looking spry and smart this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, thank you for the kind words. With that, I'm going to start sharing my screen, and I have a short presentation that hopefully will help facilitate starting the discussions on this important topic. And here we go. Now, just before I get started, I just want to acknowledge, I guess, kind of the extensive amount of teamwork to get into a project like this. I'll hold off on more of the thanks and acknowledgements for when we get to a public hearing. But first, just to thank all the committees guiding direction, the various stakeholders in the public that have guided input throughout the process, and of course, the extensive staff team that have worked on this over the last number of months and years. So with the presentation today, I'm going to provide only a quick overview of the central planning process and the content in package A and package B. This kind of recognize that I think all councillors now have seen the staff presentation over the last number of months. Some of the councillors multiple times. So I will recap some of that content, but we'll try to go over it fairly quickly. Same goes for touching on the explanations for the repeal and amendments to existing planning documents, and also the governance changes that are needed to support the plan. I'll spend most of the presentation, or detailed part of the presentation, is focused on the committee and community council recommendations. So the new information that's contained in the supplementary committee of the whole report, as well as the changes identified and recommended by staff, including proposed changes to better facilitate the transition for site plan approval applications. And lastly, conclude with a recap of the review and adoption process and the proposed recommendations. So first of all, just to put the central plan process in context, just want to highlight that it's, although the central plan is a large and comprehensive project, it's a part of a larger umbrella program known as the Secondary Plan and Bylaw Simplification Program. I think as councillors are aware, for various historical reasons, we have an generally outdated and overly complex planning framework at the secondary plan level. So the detailed zoning and the regulations, where in some areas an R1 zone means something different than just in the neighborhood, a neighborhood maybe across the road or right next door. So this program is aiming to review those, consolidate them into more of a simplified framework, ultimately to implement the good direction in the regional plan and the priorities plans, and respond to current planning challenges. And the central plan is important. It was the first phase of this program, with the next priorities being the suburban and rural plans. The central plan process itself really dates back over a decade. I think the groundwork really started in the atrium design project, but the central plan, as we know it, really came together starting in 2015 with a series of background studies and community engagement, where we did a lot of the broad-based visioning that encouraged to guide the plan today. This culminated in guiding council direction in a document known as the Purple Document, which set out the framework for creating the detailed plans. And from there, the planning process was split into two phases, partly because it was such a large project and to really focus the discussions and decision making. Package A, which was approved in 2019, was focused on high growth areas and continues and is guiding the development in those areas today. And package B is focused on all the other remaining areas of the regional center, and resulting in one comprehensive plan. So just to be clear, it's incorporating package A into a larger framework and covering all the pieces that weren't covered in package A. In terms of the engagement process, I think the central plan, like many other municipal projects, are really projects around the world, were very much interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to complete some in-person engagement just prior to the start of the pandemic, but had to pivot to more of a virtual setting and using different tools under the guidance of the Community Design Advisory Committee. But with that work, I think in extended time frame, I think we were able to capture some really good feedback from stakeholders and the public. And this is all captured in What We Heard report that was published earlier this year in February 2020. Includes a package B engagement process, outlines of participation and feedback and key consultation activities, summarizes the key themes and feedback, and includes all the detailed survey summaries, and also the focus consultations on the St. Patrick Alexandria site. Now, as I mentioned, package A builds on the package B builds on package A. So I'll just briefly touch on what was already in place in package A and some of the key changes proposed to the package B process. So, first of all, most importantly, through package A, established the core concepts of it, or the really key guiding directions that guided the overall framework for the center plan. This includes complete communities, so making sure people are able to access a variety of services and open spaces and jobs, ideally within walking distance where people live. A focus on human scale design, placing pedestrians first, particularly when it comes to transportation, and also strategic growth. As I mentioned, Package A focused on the high growth areas, and this include downtown Dartmouth and the centers, with the areas that allow for the tallest buildings and the most intense mix of land uses. Corridors, which are applied to transit corridors and generally support more of a mid-rise and mixed-use built form. Higher order residential areas, which is more of a residential focus and also more of a mid-rise built form. And also future growth nodes, which are areas targeted for neighborhood scale master planning to guide things like the development of roads and parks and the overall distribution of density. The Package A document also established a number of policy areas. Urban design is a key focus of the center plan framework, where a lot of attention is paid to how a building looks like on the outside, with generally more flexibility with how the buildings are used in the interior. A lot of policy support for the preservation of culture and heritage in the regional center, identifying a number of proposed heritage conservation districts where further planning work is planned. Extensive support for housing options and more housing availability in the regional center, including allocating the majority of bonus zoning funds to affordable housing initiatives. Support for economic development, including the streamlined development process, and as I mentioned earlier, identifying key areas for strategic growth. Focus on coordinating mobility with land use, so coordinating where we put density with where we invest in transit. Support for the environmental directions, changing the regional plan with more detailed policies specific to the regional center, so things like landscaping on flat roofs and allowing for solar panels to extend beyond height limits, and also implementation policies to support the effective implementation of the plan. So Package A is generally rolled into the Package B framework, but I have a number of key updates that are proposed. I think the most significant one would be the streamlining of the use of the site plan approval tool, to use that tool more strategically for more of the exceptions or the variations instead of developments that are over a certain size. Also, a number of changes to built form and building design requirements based on the experience of administering the plan over the past year and a half, and the good constructive feedback we received from designers and developers and the public as well. A number of additional Package A zone lands. I think a new future growth node would be the most significant one, the Southdale future growth node. The proposed Roby Street Transportation Reserve to support the bus rapid transit network. Some adjustments to front and flanking setbacks. A site-specific development agreement policy proposed for the St. Patrick Alexandra site based on council direction and further community feedback on about the development of the site. And also updates to the implementation policies, primarily clarifying when rezoning proposals could be considered and the criteria for considering them. Now we'll move on to what was the new information contained in Package B. And for councillors that have seen a version of this presentation multiple times, this will be the area I think will be probably most condensed from previous presentations. So, a big topic that, although it was a topic of conversation in Package A, Package B establishes designations and zones to plan for various parks and open spaces through the Parks and Community Facility designation. And it's applied to parks and open spaces and also to public schools and community facilities that are in more of an open space type setting. And overall, it's intended to protect and support a connected public park and open space network. And it establishes two zones, a PCF, a park and community facility zone, that's applied to the majority of parks, and also a regional park zone that is consistent with the parks identified in the regional plan. The downtown designation is also part of Package E. It was applied to downtown Dartmouth through the Package A process and is proposed to be applied to downtown Halifax. And it's of course intended to support the development in the core where the largest scale and most intense uses are encouraged. I will note that a portion of the downtown Halifax plan will remain in place for the Heritage Conservation Districts, the Barrington Street and the Old South Southers Heritage Conservation Districts. And that's because of the complexities with repealing that plan or concerning the heritage conservation bylaw. It's a different process needed for that. And the intent is to roll the entire framework into center plan framework to the ongoing downtown Halifax Heritage Conservation District Plan in about 18 months' time. Established residential designation is arguably the most important part of the Package Bay framework, or the area the topic that generated the most feedback and interest. It covers the predominant low-rise residential areas, which are about a third of the regional center. And overall, it's intended to retain scale of existing low-density residential neighborhoods, while also providing opportunities for more housing options through secondary suites and backyard suites and other infill opportunities. The designation establishes 4 zones: the 3 established residential zones, ER1, ER2, and ER3, that increase in density, and also a cluster housing zone, which allows for the grouping of dwellings on a single lot. The institutional employment designation is also quite important to the regional center. It's the area that it contains many of our major institutions, like the hospitals and universities and colleges. The designation is applied to large and small scale, as well as small scale institutions like community centers and libraries. And it's intended to support the use and expansion of many of these institutions located in the regional center. In short, we're glad to have these major institutions in the regional center, and we want them to stay and expand. The designation establishes a few different zones. Institutional zone that's applied to smaller scale institutions, 2 university and college zones, one at more of an urban type campus, and one for more of an open space type campus setting, and also zones specific for the hospitals and Department of National Defense, although recognizing that the federal government and provincial government don't typically apply for permits from the municipality. The industrial employment designation, also an important part of the regional center, and it's applied to the existing industrial and mixed industrial and commercial areas of the regional center. And it's intended, of course, to support industrial and limited commercial opportunities, and also preserve areas for harbor-related industrial along the harbor. It establishes 3 different zones: a light industrial zone applied to Woodside Industrial Park, a light industrial and commercial zone applied to areas like Kemp Road and Windmill Road that support a mix of commercial and industrial areas, and also harbor-related industrial areas applied to lands like Irving shipyards along the harbor. The last designation I'll touch on is the water asset designation, which is applied to the pre-Confederation water lots located on the northwest arm, Lake Bannock, and a portion of Lake Mi'kmaq. And it's intended to protect the unique character and environment of these areas. With this designation and the zone that established the water access zone, it recognizes that while it's up to the provincial and federal governments to make decisions about whether water lots can be infilled, after land's infilled, the zoning does apply, and the water asset designations attempts to discourage the infilling by limiting the use of that land after it is infilled to primarily park and water access uses. As I mentioned earlier, that the central plan project is part of the broader plan and bylaw simplification program. So part of the process of adopting a new plan also means amending and repealing some of our older plans. So as part of the adoption process, the motions that the council will be considering is also the repeal of the regional center plan and land use bylaw for package A, package A being an intern step in the center plan project, the repeal of the plan and bylaw for downtown Dartmouth, as well as the Halifax Peninsula land use bylaw, and also amendments to the Halifax secondary plan, Dartmouth secondary plan and land use bylaw, and the downtown Halifax secondary plan and land use bylaw. So downtown Halifax plan will still continue to remain in place just for those heritage conservation districts, as mentioned earlier. There's also a number of directions, proposed motions related to government. And this is primarily to update the geographies and the roles of committees based on the direction received by council on package A. So this includes the continuation of the community council roles, with the regional center community council continuing to cover appeals to site plan approval applications and more region-wide policies and bylaw changes, with the Harbor East Marine Drive and Halifax West community councils focused on site-specific, providing advice on decisions about site-specific applications. There are also updates to the Design Advisory Committee to reflect the package B geography and the proposed change use of the site plan approval tool. the continuation of the design review committee for a remaining portion of downtown Halifax plan, and also some minor updates to the bonus zoning public benefits administrative order, primarily to provide more flexibility for how money in lieu funds can be spent going forward. Okay, that covers the recap, I guess, of the information that's been presented to various committees up to date. What I'm going to touch on now is the recommendations and the response, staff response from the various committee and community council recommendations, and then next the items identified by staff. So, first of all, I just want to thank all the committees who took the time to read documents and provide thoughtful discussions and recommendations on the planning documents. It really shows how the committees and especially the councillors whose districts in the regional center really know their areas and provided some good recommendations. So nearly all the recommendations that are outlined in attachment A of the staff report are supported by staff in some form and result in the revisions to the plan and land use bylaw as recommended by staff. Some key items include a number of site-specific changes to zoning, height, and density, revisions to the Young Avenue special area and sub area to allow for fewer but slightly larger buildings that resemble that are consistent with the large homes in the area. Some minor changes to landmark building regulations, a second cluster housing zone specific to mobile home park use, so to split out that specific use into 2 different zones. Additional flexibility for the internal conversion of existing homes in the ER3 zone to encourage their preservation of these large existing homes. New policies to guide the consideration of future plan updates concerning the heritage development agreements within downtown Halifax, renewable energy, and also affordable housing, pending some further tools enabled under the Halifax Charter that we hope to receive in the near to medium term. And also direction to expedite the Southdale Future Growth Node Master Neighborhood Planning Project work. Regarding the items identified by staff, I want to take a bit of time to touch on the transition of site plan approval of applications. I think as outlined in previous staff reports and presentation, we learned fairly late in our review process that the site plan approval applications can't be transitions like we had initially intended to do, like a development agreements like as a right development, construction permits actually need to be in hand in order to be grandfathered under the old plan. So this can create some challenges for projects that are in the early stages but have not quite reached that point in their application process. So we looked at the challenges in more detail since the publication of the last draft, and generally have focused on 2 different approaches for downtown Halifax planning area and also for the package areas, because the legislative or the planning context is different for these 2 different areas. So first, focusing on downtown Halifax plan area, I want to first highlight that package B framework is generally consistent with the existing downtown Halifax regulations. So all the requirements relating to building heights and the built form are generally carried forward under package B. I will note there are a few items that are proposed to be changed that could impact building designs. And this includes updates to the bonus zoning categories and framework. So downtown Halifax had more options and different values, and we're proposing to move it towards the package A, the framework established through package A. They're removing the ability to request variations to the side lot line requirements for the mid-rise portion of buildings. That is a common variation that was requested in the past. And also the proposal to increase front and flank setback from 0 to 1 meter. So looking at these items and the projects that are in progress that haven't quite made it to the construction permit stage, staff are supporting a number of changes to facilitate transition. In this case, because the downtown Halifax plan is going to remain in place for the heritage conservation districts, a viable approach in this case is to remove 5 identified project sites that are identified in the staff report package from the package B documents to continue to enable those sites to be governed under the existing Halifax plan. So it's essentially putting holes into the package B framework and keeping it under the downtown Halifax plan. This will provide about another 18 months or so of time for these projects to get construction permits under their previous framework until the entire downtown Halifax plan is rolled into the center plan framework through the Downtown Halifax Heritage Conservation Project work, which is currently underway. Staff also recommend maintaining the existing 0-meter flanket setback requirement for all of downtown Halifax, given that that requirement has been in place for many years, and that changing that changing at this point would have only have minimal benefits at this point. We also looked at the package areas from a site plan approval transition areas. And again, to highlight, like downtown Halifax, the package B framework is generally consistent, or in many cases more flexible than the package A framework, particularly for things like sloping conditions and other the detailed design requirements based on our experience administering and also the feedback I received to date. However, I will acknowledge that there are several proposed changes that are more stringent that could impact building designs that are already in progress under package A requirements. So unlike downtown Halifax, package A documents are intended to be repealed in their entirety. And also there are other benefits to the package B updates. So in this case, staff don't recommend the same approach for downtown Halifax, and instead propose a number of changes to the package B regulations to address those concerns about the items that are proposed to be more stringent. These include allowing underground parking within the front and flanking setback of the downtown Dartmouth and downtown Halifax zones only, while keeping that requirement in place for other zones. Revising the building separation requirements from 6 to 4 meters, consistent with the package A requirements, given that the 4 meters separation between buildings on the same lot it continues to provide that site porosity. Reducing the loading space size, height, and other requirements through package B. These are outlined in more detail, and we took a harder look at these and are able to make adjustments while still supporting the curbside management objectives to ensure that the space for loading vehicles and delivery of vehicles without compromising the bike lanes and pedestrians on the street. And lastly, also a site-specific exemption for the former St. Patrick's High School site to continue to enable two proposed tall mid-rise buildings to be approximately 30 meters in height, or about 1 additional stories, which would have been allowed under package A under the unintentional wording of some definitions about related to the building height and building dimensions. For all other items, staff don't recommend the revisions because the items that are proposed to be made more stringent are intended to address regulatory gaps and also improve package A regulations. So items like the Robie Street Transportation Reserve are intentionally more stringent, or for clarifying how much balconies can encroach in the setback and separation distances. Staff don't recommend changes because those are intended to address an unintentional gap in the package A requirements. Other key updates recommended by staff. We had, during the committee review process, we've also had a chance to work more closely with the documents and identify a number of minor updates to improve the documents. In addition to omissions and errors and just clarifications, some of these key items include revisions to the non-conforming use development agreement policy to allow the same use on different locations. We're needed to support the municipal acquisition of land for public purposes, so for road widening purposes or other purposes. Removal of side setbacks for the HR zones abutting the downtown Dartmouth, the downtown Halifax, the Sens, and the core zones, given that these zones don't require a side setback towards those zones, and it would support more of a continuous street wall in those locations. Revisions to the thresholds for locating waste management areas inside of buildings from 11 meters to 2,000 square meters, given that height alone isn't a good measure of when waste management areas are needed inside a building. A minor decrease in the minimum lot area for end units of townhouse units, given taking a closer look at the average lot depth in the regional center. Increase flexibility for existing accessory structures that don't meet flanket setback requirements to convert to backyards and secondary suites. So a little bit more flexibility to enable some of those existing structures to convert should landowners be interested in that. Also including projection sign requirements as part of the site plan approval variation provisions for institutional and parking community facilities uses. So things like a theater or could potentially have more of a different projection sign if needed for that particular use to the site plan variation tool. A few more items I'll note is allowing accessory parking lots in the University College 1 zone to be located near the street line. This is the University College zone that's more of an open space type campus setting and recognizes that parking sometimes does need to be located against the street line in those locations. Allowing ground signs in the Halifax waterfront special area. Updates to map 23 and schedule 6, the Robey Street Transportation Reserve, with more detailed mapping information now that we have some more detailed direction from council. Site-specific zoning changes to reduce nonconformity with proposed regulations. A number of minor updates to the zoning to have the existing uses more reflective of proposed zoning. And last item I'll mention is adjustments to the maximum height permitted on those properties that were recently registered as heritage properties, consistent with the MPS policies that intentionally kind of lowered the permitted heights on those properties to encourage the use of the development agreement tool for more larger scale redevelopment proposals. And I'll just note that all the proposed updates recommended by staff are outlined in quite a bit of detail in attachment B. Okay, now I'll quickly touch on the review process before concluding with a recap of the recommendations. As councillors are I'm sure aware, we've been going through the various committee and received the recommendations for all the review committees, including the Heritage Advisory Committee, Community Designer Committee, 3 community councils, the Community Planning Economic Development Standing Committee, and also the Design Review Committee. And as what we're the meeting today is combines all these recommendations together, circulated through this agenda, as well as the staff responses to the motions. Through this process, I guess the intent is that council considers all our recommendations and provides clear direction for staff for if and how to amend the proposed planning documents before returning to regional council for first reading and ultimately a public hearing. And at this stage in the process, we're targeting a public hearing in October, depending with a specific date, depending on council's schedule and the extent of the changes requested by council through this process. So as outlined in the staff report, there are 5 recommendations for consideration by 5 proposed components of the motion for consideration by council today. The first one concerns providing directions to if and how to amend the planning documents. As outlined in attachment A, so the staff responses to the committee and community council recommendations, and also attachment B, the changes to the draft plan and land use bylaw. The next 3 motions provide direction to amend to begin the work to amend the administrative orders concerning the governance of the plan. This includes providing direction to begin the work on amending the administrative order for community council administrative order to clarify the roles given the changing geography, and also for the design advisory committee, also concerning the changing geography and the different use of the site plan, proposed different use of site plan approval tool. The third item concerning governance also is to update the administrative order concerning the bonus zoning and also the grants for affordable housing administrative order to provide a more flexibility for how the money in lieu funds can be spent. And the last component of the motion is to seek council is to recommend that council provide direction to start preparing the initiation report to enable the master neighborhood planning for the Southdale future growth node, so that work could formally get underway in earnest as soon as the package B framework is in place. This includes combining the process with the development agreement process, so that the planning timeframe can be expedited, given their promising discussions with the province and landowners concerning support for affordable housing developments on that site. And with that, I very much thank Mayor and Council for your time today, and myself and other key members of the planning and development are certainly available here to answer any questions you may have. So thank you again for your time, and with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and pass it back to Mr. Mayor.
Ben, thank you very much. Thank you to all the staff. This has been a long process that's taken a lot of different twists and turns, and a lot of consultation and a lot of hard work on behalf of staff. And so to everybody involved in that, thank you very much. All right, let's talk, folks. So Councillor Mason, clear your throat, get a glass of water, and why don't you read this sucker out for us?
I forgot when I said I'd like to move it that it's page long. So
Can't
You're
hear you,
muted, sir.
Ray.
You're muted, sounding good, but muted.
let's try that. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. I forgot when I agreed to read this that it was huge. So here we go. I move that the community committee of the whole recommend that regional council one direct the chief administrative officer to amend the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy plan, the regional center land use bylaw LUB, and amendments to existing planning documents as set out in the staff report dated May 7th, 2021 by implementing the changes recommended by staff in attachment A of the staff report dated July 28th, 2021, staff responses to community and committee council committee and community council recommendations, and B, attachment B of the staff report dated July 28th, 2021, changes to the draft plan and LUB identified and recommended by staff and returned to regional council with the revised plan and LUB for first reading and schedule a public hearing. 2, direct the chief administrative officer to A, draft amendments to the administrative order 48, the community council administrative order, to I, grant the regional center community council the powers to hear site plan and variance appeals and amend the regional center land use bylaw within the regional center plan boundary, except for Lakeshore Park Terrace and Wallace Heights, which fall outside the center plan area as defined by the HRM charter. And 2, that these areas of the regional center community council be excluded from the jurisdictions of Halifax and West Community Council and Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council with respect to these powers. And B, return to council for consideration of these amendments for provincial approval of the regional center plan, secondary municipal planning strategy, and land use bylaw. 3, direct the chief administrative officer to A, draft amendments to administrative order 2019-011 Gov, the Design Advisory Committee Administrative Order, to update the applicable area and reference the land use bylaw concerning the types of site plan approval applications reviewed by the committee. And B, return to council for consideration of these amendments after provincial approval of the regional center, secondary municipal planning strategy, and land use bylaw. 4, direct the chief administrative officer to A, draft amendments to administrative order 2020-007 ADM, the incentive or bonus zoning public benefit administrative order, and administrative order 2020-008 ADM, grants for affordable housing administrative order, to update the permitted use of money in lieu funds as outlined in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 28, 2021, and B, return to council for consideration of these amendments upon provincial approval of the regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw. And finally, 5, direct the chief administrative officer to A, prepare a report to initiate a process to amend the regional center secondary planning strategy, develop site-specific comprehensive development district policies and an associated development agreement to enable a neighborhood scale affordable housing development on the Southdale Future Growth Node site, and B, return to council for consideration of initiation report after notice is published in a newspaper, informing the public that the municipal planning strategy and its implementation land use bylaw are in effect. I so move.
Second.
I heard Councillor Lindell Smith second that. First of all, Councillor Mason, you have 8 seconds left. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me start by saying simply, I support this. This has been a lot of work going on for a long time. And while I admit a feeling of sinking horror when I saw that it was coming in the middle of August and that I would have to read all that on some of the nicest days we've had this summer, I'm glad it came, and I'm glad it's here for us finally. Now, before I was even elected in 2012, I wrote a blog that talked about how we needed to complete the center plan. We needed to be more aggressive about where we allowed development. We needed to understand what we're really trying to protect. One of the things that I said at that time was that, it's not, people think that plans hold back development and are holding the city back, but people also think that development is killing what Halifax makes Halifax special. I think we've proven with Package A and with the downtown plan that neither of those things is the case. Our job is to say, this is where we want development, and this is where we want less intensive development, and we can do both. We can have more heritage conservation districts, and we can protect established residential, and we can also provide intensity both in low to medium rise forms and in high rise forms, and that we can make it work for the municipality and for the residents who live here. And I'm really excited about the stuff that we've seen coming forward since Package A was adopted and immediately before Package A was adopted. I like the Heritage Conservation District plans. One of my concerns is we still don't have enough resources to be able to get them done quickly enough. We need to go from 5-6 years to get an HCD done to 18 months to 2 years, 2.5 years, more along the lines of, I'm going to say it, Toronto. I think that we need to, I'm very excited about the established residential rules as they've been modified. And I think that they provide a good balance. As council knows, we allow backyard suites everywhere. We don't have any true R1 anymore, and I don't think we should. I supported that, but we've allowed for more intensity on corridors and in certain key areas, even inside of that established residential, that will be in keeping. That's townhouses and allowing 4-unit multis, but they still look like houses. It's never going to be perfect. That's the final thing I want to say to my council colleagues, because we are rezoning, and this is not unprecedented, but pretty rare that in a city you rezone 31, 33 square kilometers at once. And it's the reason I'm confident putting it forward when I know that it's not perfect is it's never perfect anywhere ever. And that's why we have council, so that we have constant ongoing reviews. And there's always that appeal. If something doesn't make sense, people would be able to come to us and ask for changes to make it make sense. So my questions for staff at this point are, one, we continue to get emails, concerns about the lack of variances and flexibility in the built form. And I'd like staff to talk a little bit about how, that specifically, how are we going to communicate to people that the size of the lot, I guess there's no nice way to put it, is that the FAR isn't a commitment, it's an upper bound, and that the design requirements are as or more important than the FAR, the floor area ratio, and the total volume. The second thing I'd like staff to outline a bit is we had some significant concern about the change in the design review committee. Could you talk about what the difference in the design advisory committee and the design review committee, especially for the new councillors who weren't here when Package A was adopted, but also the design review committee, is how its role is changing. Give us a little bit more detail on that, if it's changing, because I think there's some confusion about that in the community. And then the final thing, and I just got to get to it on my screen, forgive me, Mr. Mayor, I'm sure I'm out of time, is the letter we received about some minor changes from ZAP July 28th. The landscape buffer requirements, the side yard setbacks needing to include the areas that would now have downtown Halifax, the old downtown Halifax plan, and removing the roof edge setback requirement from stairwells and elevator shafts. Someone or staff could comment on those. I believe another councillor may move those. So I'd like to get the jump on that discussion. But yes, great work by staff, great work by the community. Very happy to see the excellent support and collaboration in this long process. Glad we're at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who wants that? Ben, are you going to take that, or?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll jump in and answer these questions, and of course, some other colleagues on the meeting could jump in afterwards and clarify or add to my comments. First, to answer Councillor Mason's questions, I'll kind of going back in order as taking notes. Regarding flexibility, I think in asking the questions, you kind of pointed out the intent. And overall, I think through compared to Package A, Package B, staff believe is more flexible. I think a lot of the great feedback we received over the past year and a half of administering the plan, both from a staff perspective and also from designers and developers, and the public is kind of recognizing where there's lots of good content in Package A, but in some cases it was a little bit too prescriptive, or didn't accommodate different situations like different sloping sites, or didn't apply enough flexibility to the business. So we are able to increase that flexibility, allow some more clarification, and reserved kind of that more enhanced flexibility for the site plan approval tool or the heritage development agreement for those cases that really warrant kind of a unique look. So I don't know if particular landowners will ever be 100% satisfied with what they can do with their property, but to your point, things like floor area ratios and maximum heights are maximums. They're not intended to be a promise that it can be achievable on every single site, or necessarily it's intended to kind of set out those broad parameters. And in some cases, developers or landowners just need to work with neighboring landowners if they want to achieve a particular vision. So I guess the short answer is we think there's enough flexibility there, and as you mentioned, we want to get into a regular plan maintenance and review, so that as we learn over through implementation or in the years ahead, that we can still make adjustments going forward. Regarding the role of the design review committee or the design advisory committee, so I'll clarify what how those use of those committees are proposed to change. You outlined it in your question. But the design review committee it focuses just on downtown Halifax, and they're really unique in that they're a decision-making body. And so their role going forward is proposed to be limited to the Heritage Conservation District part of the downtown plan for about another year and a half or so until those heritage conservations are folded into the plan. So the intent is for that design review committee to eventually be repealed in the longer term. The Design Advisory Committee will remain in place, and currently it gives advice to the development officer concerning all site plan approval applications. And going forward, the committee will have a similar role, only instead of all site plan approval applications, it will be focused on those on just the variations. So requests are looking to vary something in the land use bylaw, and that's consistent with the proposed more strategic use of the site plan approval tool. The rationale outlined for that is that to involve that committee in a lengthier process, when there's truly something to there's more something to comment on. I think the observation over the last number of months of implementation is that using the site plan approval tool for regulations that are very prescriptive, that are very black and white, either you meet the glazing requirements or you don't. To involve that process in the committee doesn't necessarily add that much value, and in fact can be frustrating to committee members and to applicants. So we think there is a role for that committee, but more for those exceptions when a developer is looking to do something different and their regulations aren't written so black and white, they're more performance based. So that's the intent there, and it's kind of we'll have to monitor that and see how effective that is and how many applications that committee receives. That's as proposed. That's the intent there. The last item you raised was the question information that's submitted by ZAP, and some of it overlaps with other letters you received. I think in a lot of the items we are proposed to adjust in the staff identified updates. So things like the side yard setbacks between HR zones and other package A zones is proposed to be made consistent, so that the HR zones have to require a side yard where those zones do not. Another proposed changes to loading space requirements, I think, is also supported by staff, although we do think we still need a height requirement for loading space, because we do worry about I guess not having any requirement, because it could be open to loopholes or disingenuous approaches to try to meet that requirement. The one item I will note that we hadn't considered in that much detail, the roof edge setback requirements for stairways and elevator enclosures. To be honest, it just wasn't something we received much feedback on through earlier phases of the package B process. There's a variation requirement there now, so it's not as though it can't be accommodated. There is a process for that. And in fact, if they wanted to hide it in a clock tower or a bell tower or some of the architectural features that don't have that setback requirement, it would be possible to do. But having said it, if council wanted staff to take a harder look at that, we'd be open to doing that.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, Councillor Mason. Okay, I have Councillor Austin, Mancini, Kent, Cuddle, Smith, and then second. So we'll go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and big thank you to staff for their Herculean effort at this over the last number of years. I mean, the center plan's been something that we've been talking about 5, 6 years on now, and so it's really awesome to be at this point finally, where we're tying the last piece potentially onto it, the package B. And I think when it just paused to think where we were with package A a while back, there was some debate whether or not we should split this up and deal with it separately, or whether it should be all just one. And I think we were wise to split up package A, especially with the way events ended up playing out with COVID and everything, because we've had the benefit now of having that plan in place for a year or more now. And that's given us the chance, as well as part of package B, to make some corrections and some changes, because Councillor Mason's right. No plan is ever perfect, and certainly one as big in scale as this. I mean, you're going to find things where it's like, oh, we didn't quite think that through, or oops, we didn't quite get that right. And so then this, through package B, gives us a great opportunity to amend some things. And I think the report covers that well with the series of amendments. So I'm very satisfied with the work that's been done, and wholeheartedly, we need to move this along. We need to finish this, because then we need to get to the suburbs to start the next center plan. So, that's where we need to go next. I do have some concerns about this. My main one that I do have a motion I'd like to make on it, Mr. Mayor, an amendment to the main motion regarding design review, because I think this is an area I have some concerns about it. In the old, in package A, basically everything would go through a design review process, because everything was by site plan approval. We found on committee at the Regional Center Community Council, there were some problems with that, besides adding time and effort. It ended up creating false expectations out in the community in terms of what the potential impact would be of a resident appeal. Because we've seen a number of appeals at the Regional Center Community Council, but none of them really on the merit of the actual project. Almost all the appeals that have come through our Regional Center Community Council have been folks that trying to fight the underlying plan, which the time to amend the plan is when it's adopted. It's not to fight it on a site by site basis. And I can understand why people are still in that mindset, because that's how we've done development for the last 30 years. But so I get the urge to get away from site plan approval, so that we can stop having appeals about the corner of a building being 4 inches taller, one of them that we had, than would otherwise be allowed on the plan, which really there was no value in that, I think, for anybody. To get away from that, we're proposing to go away from site plan approval, but when you throw out site plan approval, design review goes with it. And so, I am concerned that we are about to enter a place where a building will be looked at by a development officer and then a developer, and there'll really be no opportunity for outside scrutiny whatsoever. So what I would like to ask is, if I may, I'd like to move that we direct staff to provide council with options for incorporating design review via a committee for as of right projects in the center plan. The design review should occur early in the process, potentially at the pre-application stage, and be open to the public. I so move.
All right, second for that?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. Okay, so that's a motion that's on the floor, an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kent. I know I've spoken already at length. What is this, the Mason move, where you end your 5 minutes by throwing a motion on the floor? I will be very brief, because I think I've already outlined it. I don't think design review has worked terribly well in the downtown Halifax experience, having the design review committee being the decider. Where I would like to see us get to is a point where design review is considered as part of the pre-application process, where a project isn't fully baked. Because I think we were asking too much of design review in our small town. We are a small community, and having professionals judging each other and being the deciders of projects at the very end of a process where that decision is potentially many, many months or even a year or more worth of delay and many thousands of dollars. I don't think it's worked all that well. I think the way we get the best bang for our efforts on design review is to have it early in the process when things aren't fully baked, where professionals are providing, their expert opinion and advice, but it's ultimately the development officer that's making the decision. And I think that's where we could get the best effort out of this. So that's what I would like some options for staff to bring back on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. That is now in the chat. On the amendment, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Councillor Austin's amendment, I'm reading it here and listening to him speak to it. Is there, I guess, in directing staff to come back, incorporating this, I would imagine, I guess it's a more technical question for maybe Ben Sivak. When this comes back, like we saw with the other proposed amendments from, say, committees and community councils, there was sort of a table and there was an indication of whether staff supported or not supported. There was a rationale and a recommendation on how to go forward with it. So is that what will come back to us? Because here's some of the concerns I have is I don't want to see, one of the things that site plan approval was supposed to do is streamline the process. But what we actually saw was, in many cases, it lengthened it. And in some cases, because of appeals that were actually not related to the site plan approval criteria, it really delayed a number of, and very small projects. Like one was a 3 or 4 story, little micro multi-unit on Bears Road. And, the folks who were coming to the hearing were saying, we don't want the building. It wasn't about the articulation. It wasn't about the materials. It wasn't about the things that were in the site plan. It was about whether or not they want this. So I get Councillor Austin's push for kind of professionals to review, but our staff are professionals. The folks that the developers hire are professionals. They're doing all this work. So I'm not sure what the extra value added is of adding this back in to the effort to try and streamline that process even further. Would there be consideration of different sizes of buildings? So, if you're a small or mid-rise building, why would we do this? If, at what point, what threshold do you cross? Say, now you're big enough that we want a group of experts to have a look at this before it gets approved, or at least to give advice to our development staff on how to do that. So I guess to Mr. Sivak, would this come back in the same sort of format we see the supplementary report today? Staff will look at this, crunch it, come back with a recommendation, either support or not support, or here's how you would do it if you wanted to go ahead with this?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Clear, for question. Through Mr. Mayor, back to you and councillors. Yes, I think you're understanding the process correctly. So, depending on how specific council motions are today, the first reading report will include supplementary information, including the staff responses to all the different motions and recommendations today. So, clarifying that yes, a property zoning was maybe changed based on council direction, or in this case, the proposed motion is quite clear in looking for options, and I consider it information and advice. So it provides staff some flexibility to look at the various options and provide some advice to council. I will just speaking to it, just quickly note that there are some constraints under the Halifax Charter. So, and we'll look at, is there opportunities to revise bylaw requirements and maybe recommend those, but it also might be more of an administrative process. Pre-applications, for example, aren't something we have in our land use bylaw. It's just something we do because it's good process and there's a lot of interest for that. So there might be things we can do outside of the plan and bylaw framework, just from a more administration portion. That's something we'll take a harder look at and come back with more information and advice should this motion be carried forward by regional council.
Okay, well, based on that, I can see where Councillor Austin's coming from, and I can think of in my own mind a few examples where it might be beneficial, but I can also think of a number of examples, probably more, where it wouldn't add value. So I will support the motion so that staff have a chance to look at this and come back with something in that sense. So thank you, Councillor Austin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, we have Trish's transcription. I'm not sure if that's exactly the motion. If Sam has it, he might want to drop it in there so we have the exact wording. But I agree with Councillor Cleary. We discussed this at committee and at community council. The idea of having, every single development is going to be going through, almost every single thing that would result in a building permit that was any kind of complexity would be a as of right level 1, level 2, or level 3 site plan approval. And so the idea of making a committee review, if I'm reading this right, and perhaps Sam could clarify, a 3-story building that currently now under our current planning regime would just be in an R3 zone or a C2 zone or whatever, and would be allowed by right without any review. I'm not sure that that's something I would support. And even as far as the large towers go, with such extensive design rules, something like North Point, or the new one being built on Robie Street with the Ultramar, used to be, as a 14, 15-story building with a podium and a single tower. I'm not sure we need a lot of review around that. Where I do think we need review, but we haven't figured out a way to do it yet, and where we could have a review, it wasn't a deal breaker for me, is a super large site like St. Pat's, if it wasn't already under such constraints in the center plan, even as it is multi-acre sites where you're saying, no, the public isn't going to have any input. The other one that came to light, much to our surprise, was the Wise Road one with behind the hotel, where the 30-story towers are proposed. I'm sure we all would like to have some input into that one. So I feel like there's two totally different things happening here. So some clarity about what we're really talking about. I agree, some of these larger projects, even under site plan approval, should have more public input and review, but I'm not sure that I want to do that for everything. So I'm eager to hear from the councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Russell, on the amendment.
Thank you. I didn't think I was next. So at this point, the amendment as it's worded, I don't know that I can support it. I do like the idea of reviewing things for the super large projects, but there is nothing in here that specifies that. So it says to me that every as of right project, houses, sheds, everything is going to have to pass this bar of being reviewed by a committee. So at this point, unless I hear something else, I am not going to be able to support the amendment as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see anybody else wanting to weigh in. I'll go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. The motion is intentionally not specific about, large projects or every project, because this is the challenging place we sometimes find ourselves in on council, where it's like, I'm not entirely happy with what's in front of me, but I'm not entirely certain exactly what we should do as an alternative. That's why I put this motion forward, so that staff can come back and say, to Councillor Russell's point, well, no, doing as of right process for every shed throughout Peninsula Halifax and downtown Dartmouth doesn't make any sense. No, doing design review for a single home on an ER1 lot, that probably doesn't have any value. Even to Councillor Cleary's point, well, for an infill on a relatively small building on a commercial street, a small lot, maybe there's not value in that. Where there does start to be value to me is the larger the project gets, the more complex. And I mean, our bylaw is prescriptive, but there are still, various approaches that designers can take to get to a satisfactory project. And so I think having some more professional input that's from outside the bubble of just our planning department and the developer would be worthwhile at times. Is it going to be something that's worthwhile in every project? No. And so that's why I think it's important to have staff go back, take another look at this. If what comes back is, we really don't want to go there, well, then we can just stick with what we have. But I think we should at least take one more crack at this. I'm not sure if people saw it or not, but we did get a letter from the design review committee chair and from the vice chair making this exact point that we're we're potentially ditching basically all outside input into projects. And I remain concerned about that. And Councillor Mason picked the other far extreme, which is, the 330-story towers on a lot, just having really no outside input whatsoever. So I'm keen to see what options there might exist on this. And then if we don't like them, we can say no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other discussion, the amendment, Ian has put the amendment in as well. Ready for the question on the amendment?
Question.
And I think we're voting by machine in the committee of the whole now, Ian, right?
Yeah, we will do the vote call for a committee of the whole. Beginning with District 11, Councillor Tuttle.
I'm in favor of this.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against the motion.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes, for now.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Austin. I put you down for a second go around. We will go to Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I too would like to acknowledge the staff's efforts on center plan. I think Councillor Austin mentioned 5-6 years. When I was first elected, I think it was one of my very first public meetings I went to was center plan, and I had no idea what the heck that meant. And so amazing work. Thank you for the professionalism, staff. Fantastic. I do have one concern in the Dartmouth North area that what we're discussing here today may constrain a potential affordable housing project. And so I'd like to put the motion on the floor. On this motion, I worked with staff to come up with this motion, and then I'll speak to the actual area itself, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Consider amending the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to amend zoning on 12, 14, 18A, and 18B Jackson Road, Dartmouth, from R2 to HR1 with a maximum height of 11 meters. So moved.
A second.
Second by Councillor Kent. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, affordable housing is not a term that we've been shy in hearing about. So, I was contacted by an architect recently on behalf of their client, and they're looking to build a true affordable housing. Now, when I say affordable housing, I'm not talking about $1,200 a month of affordable housing, real affordable housing that's needed, particularly in the Dartmouth North area. And I just want, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just read a brief, a couple of sentences from the letter I received from the architect. And again, we're referring to Jackson Road. The existing lot is subdivided into 18A and 18B, each with a single family dwelling side-by-side residential building, while the proposed center plan bylaw will allow a maximum of 3 units per property designated as ER2. Our client would like to achieve a maximum of 6 units per property to allow for smaller, affordable dwelling units. Additionally, the maximum lot coverage allowable for this property in the center plan is 35%, which would likely need to be increased to accommodate this to at least 50% lot coverage. While maintaining a maximum height of 35, the property will also allow for adequate parking while meeting all minimum setbacks as stated in the new proposed center plan bylaw. I've also included in here, after speaking to staff, a couple other parcels of land, 14 and 12 Jackson Road. They're existing multi-unit buildings. I think even 12 may be bordered up. So there's potential for more affordable housing. So I've asked staff if they could take a look at this again. And if agreed upon by staff and my colleagues here at council to move ahead, we can have these affordable units put in place very quickly. So thank you. I hope my colleagues agree with this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Smith on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for bringing it forward. So just to help me out a little bit, because you know the area better than any of us. So the motion, the original one had 18 A and B, but you've changed it to include 12 and 14. So are 12, 14, 18, and A and B all one property owner, or are they all different? Are they different?
I can quickly answer that, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're different. They're two separate property owners,
Okay.
but my understanding the intent is to do the same with those other properties.
Okay, so thank you. That prompts my next question. So thanks for indulging. So related to that, and I'm wondering if staff can help a little bit. And again, maybe this is the information that will come back, because I have two questions. Is does this come back like the other one that we have today on a table? And if so, the questions that I would have is, because the lot looks so small, then being designated HR 1, could what they're trying to achieve for up to 6 units be achieved in ER3? Because now we're changing it today for ER3s to have up to 6 unit internal conversion. So that could happen there. The only thing, and the only reason I'm saying that, because I do fear when I hear affordable housing from developers, because we can't regulate that. And I have a few developers who've asked me to make changes related to affordable housing, and you know, I'm looking at it in the planning context, because we can't say affordable housing and guarantee that they're going to do that. So my question for staff is when this comes back, could they do ER3 with internal conversion that will, because it allows up to six units now, and if not, then you know, I'll support, hoping that they will create the affordable housing that they mentioned.
All right, who can answer that from staff? Ben, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you back to Councillor Smith and councillors. Yeah, first, just the comment, you're correct to point out that we can't require, we don't have the tools available to require and enforce on-site affordable housing development. But I think as the outline in this case, for these motions and others, what will happen at the next supplementary report at first reading, the staff come back with the table and with a review and recommendations for each item. So those items that the staff support will be incorporated right into the draft plan for council's consideration at first reading. And of course, council has the opportunity to make further changes or send staff back to do more work at that time. And we would look at these in terms of this motion. We would certainly look at the proposed zoning, whether or not there's alternative zoning that would achieve the same outcome, and whether or not the proposed zoning would actually support what the landowners are requesting, or if there's another way to do that. So I think that answers your questions, but please let me know if there's anything else I can clarify.
No, that's it. In that information that you come back will probably answer what I was looking for. So that's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. I'll support Councillor Mancini's requested amendment here. So looking at the area, literally across the street is corridor, a couple of properties over is corridor, directly behind them is HR. So it's the area is mixed. And I think, whether it's affordable housing guaranteed or whether it's affordable housing because the property owners want to go that route. And this is one of the issues I have that I'm going to speak to later with regard to Councillor Mason put forward a motion at one of our community councils. I think it was Regional Center. It might be Halifax and West, looking for a policy change, which staff support, to allow for a development agreement for affordable housing. But of course, as has already been mentioned several times, we don't currently have the regulatory enforcement power to mandate it. Although I do have some questions for staff regarding that, because I think with the development agreement, because you can withhold an occupancy permit if all the aspects of the DA aren't fulfilled. So I'm not sure what the legal reason is, but I'm not going to get into that now. I'll get into that later. But just from a purely planning point of view, without affordable housing, there's already argument that this area could be HR because it's already surrounded by corridor and HR. And so it's not one of these really odd things where the whole thing is ER1 and all of a sudden you're popping in an HR. From a planning point of view, one could argue this regardless of the affordable housing. So anyway, I will support this and hope that the property owners do with the affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's nobody else to speak on this, we will vote on the amendment of Mancini as seconded by, I think, Councillor Kent. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhouse.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Cuttle.
In 11, in favor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancini. Thank you, Council. The next speaker on the main motion, I believe, is Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to acknowledge the reality of those of us who were later joining council at this stage of, I want to acknowledge the heavy lifting that really has been done by the previous council and the councilors who have been engaged right from the beginning. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of great work, in my opinion. I think that we are making great progress in our developing and our land use and such. I very much look forward to this process extending into the suburban and rural areas. It's daunting, but it's vitally important. You know, District 3 has some longstanding planning and development strategies that are outdated and need review. And I think that this is a good example of the kind of things that can come out of that kind of engagement and thoughtful consideration. I do have one area that I'd like a little more information from staff on, and it's related to the motion that is number 2, A and B, and it's around the powers of the Regional Center Community Council and the exclusion of other jurisdictions. So I struggle when we see things like that, because we are all elected to this council for our input into not only our districts, but into the greater HRM. So I would like staff to help me just get a little history on where this is, what's in place now, what this can do, and what is the rationale behind that. When councillors who are elected, duly elected by constituents that believe in them to be their voice, anytime you see exclusion from big considerations, it's concerning to me. And we have been asked, and you do this by virtue of accepting and our oath that we take to be considerate of all areas within HRM. Consistently, we are asked to offer grace periods for consideration of our central area of the higher density areas, which is the area that is capturing the center plan. And we as councillors on the outlying areas do that. But when we see, again, when we see exclusions for for our voice at the table. And I think, you know, I think we have a strong council now. We have a strong and progressive council that is absolutely respectful of the energy and the knowledge that the councillors in those areas bring to the table. I think that that's evident in what we do, but we as councillors on the outside of the center plan are asking for the same consideration as far as your insight and support, and or maybe your concerns that are being raised when we bring something forward, and what we will bring in the future, things that are considered at community councils that are then positioned later at regional council. So it would help me make a decision of whether or not, number one, I can support that motion, and whether or not I want to pull that out and have that separately debated and considered on its own. So thank you and I look forward to hearing from you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kent, and through Mr. Mayor, back to you and Council. So I think I can clarify. So first of all, I just want to point out that the adoption of this plan or amendments to the plans will always need to go through regional council, as set up in the HRM charter. So changes in any major policy changes going forward those decisions can only be made at regional council as the adoption of the plan is. So that's just to clarify that remains a constant. And I think the language of that motion, I think the word exclusion that you picked up on is really just trying to make sure that there's no overlap between multiple community council committees, to make sure that they're focused on their roles and not the same role. So to clarify, through package A, council decided to create the regional center community council and to differentiate that role between the two existing community councils. So the intent is to carry that forward with the regional center community council playing the administrative role, decision-making role related to appeals to the site plan approval variations in this case that may still happen in times ahead, including variance appeals, as well as more planning area-wide amendments to the land use bylaw. So maybe a change in a definition or a regulation that affects every lot, maybe in the regional center. That would still be considered by regional center community council. At the same time, the Harbor East community councils and Halifax West community councils would still be the decision-making bodies for site-specific development agreements or rezoning proposals. So if a development agreement is only located in Dartmouth, then that community council would play that role making decisions, because they are they represent that local community. So that was the way the kind of division of roles was split up. The decision was made in package A to create the new community council and divide up those roles based on kind of more of the regional center wide decisions or kind of site specific decisions. And again, the broad policy decisions are always reserved for regional council that are required to make those decisions as set in the regional charter. So hopefully that clarifies the intent of that motion. Just to begin that work, to prepare the amendments to the minutes order. And I will note that the regional council would have a chance to look at those specific wording of those changes to administrative order when we come back after package B is formally in place.
Mr. Mayor, do I have any further for follow-up, or should I come back?
31 seconds.
Yeah, thanks. So just so I'm understanding, and the public can understand this as well, that really this is a ratification of a current practice and process that we currently have, that it's captured within Plan B, but we're already doing it in Plan A, correct?
Correct. It's just updating it to package B geographies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, thank you, staff, for all your hard work. But I also want to just note the public as well, all the people that over the years have put a great effort into providing feedback, attending meetings, filling out surveys that have actually got us to this point with the center plan. It has been a great effort, and it's good to be at this point. I had a couple of follow-up questions too. One was about the water access designation. I think it's important and interesting that that got pulled out in the presentation today, as it is a bit of a hot topic at the moment, particularly in the Northwest Arm with pre-Confederation water lots. And I'm just wondering if staff could speak to that just a little more about what is going to be in the center plan. Is this a change from any kind of current bylaws we have around infill of the Confederation, pre-Confederation water lots? And is there something more we can do with those at this point of the center plan? In particular, I've realized that places like Chester limit infill to a foot above high water, above the high water mark. They limit the width of wharves. They've been able to kind of control the infill of lots with some different mechanisms. And is there an opportunity now, right here, to perhaps incorporate some of those controls for our own pre-Confederation water lots, so that we can have kind of start to address the issues that we're seeing on the arm. My other question was about the reduction in loading zones. Can you just explain that a little more? I do have concern about loading zones, and as we start to see more commercial on the ground floor of buildings along corridors and in growth centers, there's potentially an increased demand for loading zones. So when I hear the reducing of loading zones, if you could just explain that a little bit more and what the potential impact is on that. And also just want to note about Ben and say thank you for your the description and way for the question around the floor area ratio, and that doesn't mean that every development gets to get all of their FAR. I think the main point there for me was that we're not taking away development rights, and that's through Center Plan A and B. The majority of properties, I think all of them, I don't know if there's an example where there has been a reduction in development rights through the new center plans. But that, to the point around developers perhaps being concerned that they're not able to achieve the entire FAR. I agree that that was never the goal. It was around the design, and that development rights have overall been increased. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, a number of questions there.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you back to Councillor Cuddle and Council. First, I'll comment on the water access designation and zone. So first, I'll kind of clarify what's changed, and I guess speak to your comments about Chester as well. So first of all, I guess I'd highlight that the approach to the water access zone and the controls in place are carrying forward some existing controls that are on the Northwest Arm that were adopted I think a little over a decade ago. So it applies to both sides of the Northwest Arm, and this is carrying forward those controls for the center plan area, and also applying it to areas that didn't have those controls in place along Lake Banook and Lake Macmacawell. So it's expansion beyond the Northwest Arm to those lakes as well that do have pre-Confederation water lots. And one of the key updates for that is to actually survey the existing shoreline. So instead of having it be open to interpretation as of where the shoreline is, because of course it changes due to erosion or sedimentation or just changing water levels, is that through the package B, those shorelines have been surveyed. So we're very clear about what we mean by the existing shoreline and where the zone stops and where it ends. So that's one improvement. And otherwise, the controls that were put in place a decade ago for the Northwest Arm are generally carried forward into the Package B framework, with some special exceptions and nuances for things like boat clubs and things and other items that were, a little bit more flexibility for development on the shoreline is needed to support those types of uses. And I think regarding the comparisons to Chester's, I think I saw some questions through emails or the other week. I can't say we've taken, we've really looked at exactly how Chester approaches compared to ours, and whether or not it would make sense in the HAM framework, and suggest that if council wanted us to take a harder look at that before you get first reading to these documents, that's something we could do over the next number of weeks, and come back for some more information and advice. Although I'm not sure what more we can do or should do for the areas, because it is already fairly prescriptive for the water access zone. Second questions you raised is about the loading zone requirements. So I should clarify that this isn't, when I spoke to it, it's in the context of the transition between package A and package B. So the proposed approach is continuing to maintain and still strengthen the loading requirements, because like you, staff have concerns about the increased demands for curbside management space, for bike lanes, for pedestrians, and of course, when a loading truck or vehicle is parked there, that can cause problems. So the intent is that for larger scale developments, that you still need to plan for a space to park loading trucks on the property or in an underground parking area. The proposed changes that are outlined in the staff report are about being a little bit more thoughtful about what those requirements are, especially for small scale developments. So I think it's more of a tailoring. I describe it so to match package A in terms of the threshold, in terms of the number of units. So triggering at 40 units and plus instead of 30 units or more. And also we did some more research on typical vehicle loading sizes, so things like U-Haul vehicles, and we're able to better match the loading space sizes with the typical vehicle sizes, again, especially for loading vehicles, as well as a bit more flexibility for the location of loading spaces on the surface. So overall, package B is still imposing a strengthening or an increase in loading space requirements, or a little bit more detailed requirements compared to package A. But within that are proposing a little bit more flexibility to address some of the concerns, especially for buildings that are already partway through design processes and may be struggling to fit an underground space for a taller vehicle in place. So hopefully that clarifies the proposed changes for loading space vehicles. Lastly, just quickly comment on the development rights. I think you're correct to point out that generally, I think the development options and right have been generally increased across the regional center to provide more housing options in infill development. A few exceptions that come to mind are proposed heritage conservation districts, where they're intentionally being, the zone is intentionally being downzoned temporarily to enable that, to give some time for those heritage conservation district plans to be developed, and then potentially allow for more development options. I'm trying to think of other areas, potentially the water access zones along the lakes that weren't identified in those areas before, and probably maybe a few other site-specific areas as well. But I think you're correct to point out that generally is an overall increase in options and opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Just get my notes here. And Ben and team, I say to this every time I meet with them, I feel like they're an extended arm of my family. The amount of times I spend in meetings, virtual, on the phone with them. So I appreciate all the work that's happened from previous to now. I have a few comments and questions. So I'm going to do my clarifications and then come back later with two amendments that I have, possibly three, depending on one of the answers I get. The one that I wanted to raise, and this came out of Halifax West, was the review of the areas around Charles, Buddy Day, in Harris Street. So there was some first there were some changes done in that area, because that area is a very mixed area with public housing, residential, a little bit of institutional kind of tucked away, plus some undeveloped land. So staff did a review because I asked, and the feedback that was provided was great. I do have one question related to a specific area on Creighton Street. So Ben, this is the properties that would be changed from ER2, and it was 2395 to 2417 Creighton Street. It's number 50 on the supplementary report. there's two areas that are currently public housing. One is proposed to change to HR, and the other across the street is not proposed to be changed. So I have two questions. One is, if we're going to change it to HR, we would have to change the properties across the street to HR as well, because they are owned by the province, and are the same form. So that's the one. If we're going to change that, we need to change the one across the street so it's consistent. The other one question I have, though, is because we are allowing internal conversions for ER3 up to 6, if we were to not apply HR and apply ER3, does that make those buildings now conforming? Because they'd be non-conforming if they were under ER3 previously, but if we change them to ER3 now, would they be conforming, since we're going to allow up to 6 units? And this might be one you might need to provide feedback, because this is very specific, but that's just one of the changes that were brought forward, and want to make sure it was highlighted.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, and through Mr. Mayor, back to you. And I'll provide some quick comments, but if Kasia Toda is on and is able to turn on her camera and comment, I think she might be able to provide more details than I can on the specifics of this one. But I guess if in the last part of your question, I'll quickly comment on is yes, the answer would be potentially if council supports ER3 allowing 6 units by internal conversion, that could provide more flexibility for some of these sites. And I think in general, the proposal to apply HR1 to some of these public housing is recognizing that while they may look like a townhouse form, they're actually a multi-unit building. And subdividing up probably wouldn't be feasible. So I think that's why you'll see the proposal to go to HR1 on this sites and some other sites. And I see Cash has turned on video on, so I think she might have more specifics to provide on this particular area.
Kasia?
Yes, hello, Councillor. Can you, through the mayor to you. So the 2395 Creighton Street, if I got the address right, I think was previously proposed to be HR1, and we are proposing ER2, mostly because of it is have similar ownership but different build form than the kind of townhouse form, but many different units on the same lot. So did I get the right address?
No, it's 2414.
Okay.
That row of townhouses just a little bit up the street there.
Oh yes, 2414 to 2450. So
yes,
that's actually proposed to be HR1 as well.
Right.
Under Creighton Street.
Yes,
in the staff report. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sorry. So the question was with those, because we're changing other housing to HR1, which I think, as Ben mentioned, is makes sense. So my only question is if we're going to change it to HR1, which is fine because then it will align with across the street. But because these are townhouse form, if we were to keep them to ER3, would they be conforming now?
Right. Yeah. They would be, but I think because there is probably almost like 15, 20 units on the same lot. The issue is they are located on the same lot. They look like they're townhouses, but under regulations, a townhouse unit would need to be subdivided. So it may be very challenging to add a unit because they're already quite a bit over the maximum, even with 6 units.
Right.
In each of those blocks of townhouse units, and maybe 6, but I think there is close to maybe 18 or so on the same lot. So the subdivision may actually make it very challenging, and they may be able to repair and rebuild, but adding an extra unit would not be possible because they're already over the 6 units. They look like townhouses, but they actually are multi-unit dwellings because they're on the same lot.
Good. I probably have no more time left, Mr. Mayor. Correct.
No, you're at 6 minutes, Council. I'll have to get you to come back.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have tons of questions and an amendment. So I'll just see if I can get some quick comments on some of these. So with the supplementary report number 6, and this was for Councillor Mason's motion on affordable housing development agreements, having a streamlined process for DAs and going through that. It specifically says in the wording and in the response back that we need a charter amendment to enforce it. With the development agreement, having gone through this process myself and having been on council for five years watching development agreements go through, what exactly is stopping us from entering into a development agreement with a property owner that says, I want to do affordable housing? Would we not be able to include in the development agreement as a condition, either a signed or executed agreement with, say, Housing Nova Scotia, CMHC, some other agency that does enforce, administer, finance affordable housing? And if in that development agreement, the property owner decides not to go ahead with that, well, that doesn't fulfill the conditions of the development agreement, and we wouldn't give an occupancy permit, would we? So what I'm wondering is, from number 6 in the supplementary report, can we not just make that a condition of the development agreement and start doing that process now? Do we actually have to wait for a charter amendment? Because we can just withhold the occupancy permit if the development agreement has not been completed. And I see both Ben and our lawyer, Mr. Trey, has popped.
Who wants that? John?
I can take that, Mayor, if you like. So the term development agreement is a little misleading in the sense that it's not a contract through you, Mayor, to the councillor per se. And what can be included in a development agreement is actually set out in the charter. And it would not include affordable housing. It's essentially the underlying premise is that what you can include in a development agreement is matters that that a land use bylaw may contain. So unless we have the power to include affordable housing in a land use bylaw, we can't necessarily include those in a development agreement. And to include something in the development agreement that we're not entitled to would make it unenforceable. So that's the
It's the fact that the province has said this is the list of stuff you can put in a development agreement, and that is not one of those things.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a little misleading. It's not open to negotiation per se.
So building on that, with number 7 in the supplementary report, so a policy looking at we'll call it green energy or renewable energy that we can include. We require the province to make a change in the building code in order to enforce that. So is that the same sort of condition where, again, because we don't have the province giving us an enforcement mechanism, we can't put that in as a density bonus? So is there a list of things that we can have as a density bonus that the province allows us, or can we create that our own list? I mean, we have public art, we have affordable housing, we have cultural space. So is renewable energy just not one of those things, and that therefore requires the province to change the building code in order for us to have that?
Thank you, Councillor Clear, and through the Mayor, back to you. I think I can clarify this one. In this case, the staff advice in this one is a little different. I think if there was a will by council, if council wanted to, you can have some sort of renewable energy bonus zoning category. I think, with the understanding that you might want to look at removing one of the other categories. In this case, the advice about needing that tool to be able to enforce net zero standards is in staff's view that promoting renewable energy doesn't have very much value if we first can't make sure the buildings themselves are net zero. That's the primary goal of Halifax, is make sure that the energy efficiency component is there, and that to include bonus zoning tool, which maybe isn't the best tool for this in the first place, but to include that for renewable energy without that ability under the building code would have limited value. So our recommendation is to first make sure that we can cover the net zero component before we look at other benefits to the bonus zoning tool.
Okay, so that one's legally we can do it. You're just not recommending it. But from my perspective, if I look at a property owner and they want to build a building and they want to include net zero, renewable energies, do those sorts of things, that's also a benefit to them. So I would think that they would actually want to do those things. So it is one of those things where, I'll certainly be supporting that going forward and going in, whether, we wait for the province to change the building code or not. Because I think it's important that it's a mutually beneficial, helps us achieve our Halifax goals of community emissions being reduced, and helps the building owner, because I assume if the building is more energy efficient, it reduces their operating costs, and that's good for them. It's good for us. It's good for the environment. Do I have any time left, Mr. Mayor?
You're just at 5 minutes. If you have a quick point that you want to make, I'll allow it.
I was going to actually propose an amendment.
Okay, I'm going to have to come back to you then, Councillor, because we have other people who are amendments as well. I'll come back to you. I'll put you on the list for a second time. So what are we at? 11:56. So I don't see anybody who hasn't spoken who wants to for the first time. I have Councillors Mason, Austin, Smith, Cleary, and Cuddle who want to come back. I'll go to Councillor Mason before we take our break. Councillor Mason.
Sorry, some technical difficulties at this end. I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Mason is good. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have another amendment to make. I'd like to move that we direct staff to consider potentially relaxing the shadow provisions in the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw related to Green Road Park and Mount Herman Cemetery in Dartmouth.
Second by Mancini.
Seconded by Mancini. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini. So this is coming about from a request of the owners of the Dartmouth Shopping Center that are looking at their options for redevelopment on their site. And behind them is Green Road Park and Mount Herman Cemetery, which are currently part of the center plan's provisions around shadowing, which greatly limits their potential redevelopment of portions of their property. I mean, the thinking here is I'd like staff to just take a look at that to see if it makes sense. Over on the Halifax side, cemeteries like Camp Hill don't have the same sort of shadow provisions. It is literally only Mount Herman that does. Green Road Park, we might want to consider keeping the shadow lines around that section, which probably wouldn't help the developer at all. But it's basically, it's a place that I think we just need to take another look at, and I'd be quite happy with staff's recommendation either way, whether it's a nope, it's important that we keep these, or no, we can relax these. So I'd just like staff to come back with some advice on this prior to us scheduling the public hearing. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody. Maybe I'll just ask you a quick question, Councillor Austin, if I could. The shadowing is mainly on the cemetery. It doesn't affect developments, existing housing on things like Demetrius Lane or anything like that?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, no. So the shadow provisions in the center plan are related specifically to a number of designated public open spaces. So, I mean, they're almost all parks. Your places like the Dartmouth Common, Graham's Grove, these sorts of park spaces. This one is included, but we haven't included any other cemeteries out there. So it's worth taking a look at. In terms of shadowing on places like Demetrius Lane, that's part of a bigger land use piece, which is tied to, well, do we want larger buildings on Wise Road?
Thank you. Okay, the noon gun is just gone. Ready for the question on that amendment?
Question.
Councillor Austin, if I could please confirm, is the intent to have this report, this come back as a staff report?
Yes, I'd like them to come back with as part of, prior to first reading, so then we can decide, yeah, let's delete that shadow let's delete the Mount Herman Green Road from the section of the plan, the schedule that sets up the shadow requirements, or let's modify the boundary. So I'd be looking for staff's advice on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good for the question, Ian.
Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
17, Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4,
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
And 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes. Thank you, Councillor Austin. I see you're coming back for a third go. I will go to Councillor Smith. That'll be our last intervention before we take a lunch break. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just do a quick one. This is, sorry if I put it in the chat, an amendment. So this one here, I'll read it into the record that the Committee of Whole directs the Chief Administrative Officer to amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to amend zoning on 3224 Kemp Road, Halifax, PID 408-08156 from future growth node to commercial light industrial CLI. That's a move.
All right. Second,
Second.
Councillor Blackburn, Councillor Smith.
So this one is from one of our dealerships, local dealership companies. They did not know, and this is actually a package A change. So they did not know that their current property was zoned for future growth nodes, and they plan on the future of moving one of their dealerships that are on the peninsula to Kent Road and to hopefully develop their peninsula dealership to residential to offer units in an area that should have residential use. So the concern is with the future growth road node, they wouldn't be able to move their current dealership to a site that they own under future growth node. So they just want to remove that use because they don't plan on doing residential. They want to do residential where it should be, and they want to be able to move their dealership to an area that has dealerships around it. So the ask is to remove them from future growth node and to allow them to move their current use to the site. And I've talked to staff about this, and they have no issues at all, and can answer any questions folks need clarification.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? Okay, ready for the question?
Question?
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor?
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4,
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard. 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion passes. I realize we may be close to the end on this, but I don't know that we are, and I don't want to inhibit anybody from speaking if they wish to. So I'm going to suggest that we continue this after lunch. And we do have Halifax Water at 1 o'clock. I'm wondering, so Ian, we would have to adjourn here and come back to council, or would we just continue this till we're finished? We gave Halifax Water some certainty around the time, right?
We did provide them a 1 o'clock timeline for their presentation today.
Yeah, okay. So we adjourn here, we come back into regional council, we hear from Halifax Water, and then potentially we could come back and finish this up before doing the entire Halifax Regional Council agenda, right?
Yes, that is accurate. We can make sure that works on our end as well.
Okay. I want to make sure people have a chance to get outside and stretch their legs. So we will adjourn here and we will come back at 1 o'clock with Halifax Water. We'll just do the beginning of council to make that official. And once we've had that presentation, we will finish committee of the whole and then go back into regional council. Is that confusing enough for people? I'm trying to make this complicated. All right, that's what we will do, colleagues. Take some time and get out, enjoy Parsboro for a few minutes, and we'll, or Halifax or Dartmouth, Eastern Passage, Sackville, wherever you may be, and Fall River. We will see you at 1 o'clock on the dot. Thank you. Ian, we're going to come back to this meeting, correct?
Return to this exact same meeting link. We'll be all right here.
Thank you.
Very much.
Good afternoon. It is now almost 1 o'clock. We'll be returning your microphones and cameras to you, and then the meeting can start at the call of the mayor.
Just to let councilors know before we go back into session, I'm going to call the meeting to order. We're going to do everything down to item number 6, and then we'll have Halifax Water, and then we'll go back to committee of the whole.
Mr. Mayor, just a reminder of my introductory remarks for Wayne Harrod.
Yeah, I just texted you about that, Becky.
Okay, sorry.
That's fine.
Thanks.
Mayor Savage, we do have quorum and we do have our presenter for 1 o'clock, and we are live to YouTube. The meeting can begin on your call.
Okay, why don't we proceed?
You're good to start.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, we are going to commence with regional council agenda, but just for a short while, we told Halifax Water that we would give them a 1 o'clock time, and so they are ready to go. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm very quickly going to just run through the list. We did this morning, but I'll just make sure we still have cameras and mics that are working, so very quickly. And after I go through the list, I'll go back to Councillor Kent. So Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, here and ready to go.
Awesome. Councillor Hensby.
President accounted for.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. District 3 is represented.
Councillor Purdy.
Thanks, District 4, ready to go.
Councillor Austin.
I'm here and ready, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mancini.
All set to go, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mason.
Well, hang it in there, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Here and ready.
Councillor Cleary.
Second greetings from Halifax West Armdale, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Good afternoon, here and ready to go.
Beautiful. Councillor Cuttle.
Hello, representing District 11.
I think we have Councillor Stoddard. How are you? Hope you're feeling a bit better.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and those watching from home. I'm here and ready to go from District 12. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace from Queensland Beach.
Good afternoon. District 13 is ready to rock and roll.
Councillor Blackburn.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody from District 14.
Good, you got on. Councillor Russell.
Present and accounted for.
And Deputy Mayor.
Still here.
Awesome. I'm going to ask Councillor Kent if she would take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's with a heavy heart that I start this meeting with a recognition of an icon in the community passing late last week. Wayne Harrod, and for those of you who aren't aware, Wayne Harrod is best known as the founding father of Seaside FM. Certainly Wayne will be missed in our community and for the tremendous contribution that he's made in the area, not only for outstanding radio programming, but such an enthusiastic approach to in the way of getting our message out to the public. Wayne always took that seriously, encouraging involvement in their programming and supporting the agents who on his team who were keeping Seaside FM alive. I met Wayne first when I was elected to council in 2004. At that time, he was an important member of Caldwell Road Elementary School team, and he was able to give the families and the students of that school his gift of kindness and certainly his skill set. Soon after that, though, Wayne reached out to me and wanted to talk to me about a small radio program that he developed in his mobile home here in a land lease community in the Eastern Passage area. It started there, but wow, what a force. And he he started to talk about a vision of something bigger and at a bigger level, and never looked back, really. He was attracted partners, supporters, they got the licensing and a new location where it is now, funding and programming ideas. They were all at the table, and no one could really resist Wayne's charm, his passion, and that vision that he always stayed with, which was, giving people a look to the past of music and the history of communities, sharing it. And he went from being in his mobile home to really across the country in many respects, that the station has grown. But I have so many memories of conversations with Wayne and working with him, but suffice it to say that he contributed to all of our lives in immeasurable ways. I certainly will miss him, as will many others. But we can't stop thinking about and celebrating and honoring his life with continuing his vision at the station. That was really, really important piece of his life. So I encourage people to continue to support Seaside FM in his honor, to bring the news, the music, education to our communities. And I want to just publicly thank Wayne for the opportunity that I had to be his friend and colleague in the community, and really an inspiration to many of us. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I would ask that you ask for council to share in a moment of silence in memory of Wayne Harrott.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's do that. Let's take a moment. Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. I know a lot of the faces I see here knew Wayne very well. Councillor Hensby, I know most of us have been on his show. Anyway, the one thing I'll remember about him the most, perhaps, was how he brought young journalists and broadcasters and PR students into Seaside. There was always one or two or three there with him, and I know some of them, and I know how much he meant to them. So thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Councillor Kent. Let's look at the approval of the minutes of July 20th. If somebody wants to move those.
Moved, Councillor Mason.
Moved by Councillor Mason.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Any discussion on them? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are approved. The approval of the order of business, Mr. Clerk.
There is one added item from the clerk's office today, and then maybe a second after the committee of the whole meeting completes later on today. The added item that has been approved and has received consent from all of council is item 14.1, Special Event Advisory Committee, Marketing Levy Special Event Reserve.
Thank you. Everybody's okay with that? I don't. Councillor Lovelace on the order of business.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick change. It's an easy one. If we could please discuss 12.2 before 12.1, I'd appreciate that.
Councillor Lovelace wants to do 12.2 before 12.1. We will reverse those.
I'll second that if that's required.
And I think everybody okay with that? I never forget these things, but if I do, remind me. Okay, the order of business with the addition. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So that is the order of business. Consent agenda.
If we could remove If we could remove 11.1.3, please.
11.1.3. Does somebody want to move the consent agenda as amended?
Moved as amended, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Kent. So the only item removed is 11.1.3. We'll go to the vote on the consent agenda, Ian.
I have one note on the consent agenda item 11.6.1. Part 5 of the motion, the year should state 2022 instead of 2021.
Yeah, this comes out of Audit and Finance, and it's just a typo. The first typo in my experience that Councillor Russell has missed since he's been on council, and he's the chair of Audit and Finance. And
Like he just
never
got
misses
married or
that.
something. I don't know what's going on.
Yes, we blamed him for that at the gender review. We held him responsible, Mr. Mayor, as you recall.
We had a lot of fun over that. So it happens when you're almost perfect on these things, Paul. Okay, so that with that amendment,
I wouldn't know that.
I'll tell you this, if you were perfect before you were married, you're not perfect after you're married. That'll be reinforced on a number of occasions to you, I can assure you. Councillor Mason has moved the consent agenda as amended, seconded by Councillor Kent. Ian?
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Otit.
After that critical edit, yes, I will support.
17, Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor?
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. My camera won't turn on. I'm here. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Voting in favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Thank you.
So that's carried. I'd just like to read out those items that have approved on consent. There's a number of them. 11.1.2 is a request for quotation for transit bus parts. 11.3 we will discuss. 11.1.6 is the Margison Drive Master Plan. 11.2.1 is coming out of Audit and Finance, and that is the Dartmouth Common Splash Pad budget increase and tender. 11.2.2 is the funding options for the merchant validation program. 11.2.3 is budget changes, road safety improvement, traffic calming. 11.3.1 out of CPED, Community Planning and Economic Development, is resourcing a pedestrian wayfinding program. 11.5.1 out of Halifax and West is Dutch Village Road Mixed Use Zone. 11.5.2 also from Halifax and West is the Candidate Route to Active Transportation Priorities Plan, Oak Street to Westmount. 11.6.1 is the year-end financial statements and fourth quarter financial report with the minor edit, housekeeping of the clerk. 11.7.1 from grants is the volunteer search and rescue. 11.7.2 is regional special events community celebrations grants. 11.8.1 from Heritage Advisory is 1600 Summer Street, Halifax, to be included in the Registry of Heritage Property. 11.8.2 from Heritage, request to include 5500 English Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Property. Those items have passed on consent. Okay. Calls colleagues for declarations of conflict of interest. Motions of precision, none. We will come back to deferred business. We'll let that sit a bit longer. And at this point, if we have Kathy and her team here from Halifax Water, we will move to Kathy O'Toole and the folks at Halifax Water. We appreciate the opportunity to have Halifax Water do their accountability report. Kathy, are you there?
Yes, I am here. I am not sure if you can see my video.
Can't see it. There you go. I can see you now.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Presentation of the accountability report is an annual requirement. With me today is Heidi Shedler, who is our general counsel at Halifax Water. And I'm going to share my screen so I can quickly run through a presentation, which is a executive level summary of the information that's included in your package and is available on the website. And hopefully that is visible now.
It is not.
How about now?
Still
Nope,
see
we
you.
are not seeing.
Oh, here we go. Something's happening. There you go.
There we are. You're good.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've presented to council and had to run my own technology, so bear with me if I have any fumbles. I know the clerk's office will rush in to save me though. So Halifax Water is a municipal utility. We've existed for 76 years. And in 2018, Halifax Council made a few changes to establish an accountability framework, which requires us to come to council each year to present our business plans and our strategic objectives. And we come back after our year is completed to present what we call the accountability framework. What's shown on this slide are the components that the administrative order established by Halifax Council requires us to bring forward to council in the accountability report. So there's an accountability statement from myself as general manager and from the board chair. We have updates on our strategic objectives, our annual audited financial statements and report of the auditors for the Halifax Regional Water Commission and also the Halifax Regional Water Commission Employees Pension Plan. The details are within the report, but the executive level summary is that all obligations of the Halifax Regional Water Commission Act and the Public Utilities Act were fulfilled for the most recent fiscal year, which is 2020-21. We were in compliance with all of our permits to operate that are provided by Nova Scotia Environment. We completed $50 million in capital projects last year, and at the end of the year had another $30 million of capital projects that were in progress. We have been doing fairly well on capital project delivery the last few years. However, we aren't delivering to the level that is included within our budget or our performance target that's been set by the Halifax Water Board through our corporate balance scorecard. Our capital requirements is increasing, driven by our integrated resource plan. And over the next few years, one of the big areas we're focusing on is how we increase our ability to deliver capital. Our 2020 employee survey results were quite good. We had a B+ result, which is consistent with last year. When you dig into the numbers, you can see that we did have some improvement this year, just not enough to knock us up to the next category, which would be an A-. The 2020 customer survey also had some good results. 96% of customers were very or somewhat satisfied with our service. We were pleased to see that our stormwater customers showed some increase in improvement. That's an area we've been focusing on, mainly through communications related initiatives to get more information about what we're actually doing from a stormwater perspective. So stormwater customer satisfaction increased to 84% from 83%. Eventually, we'd like to get it up higher to the level of overall satisfaction for our service. Finally, we had a fairly good year with respect to our cost containment programs. There were savings of approximately $1.2 million in our cost containment initiatives. That report got approved by the Halifax Water Board in June, got filed with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board by June 30th, and the URB has accepted our report for this year. Moving on, this slide just shows a summary of some of the larger capital projects that were on the go last year, and many of them are multi-year projects, so you would see them featured in this year's capital budget as well. And as mentioned before, capital spending and increasing our ability to deliver capital within the year that it is budgeted is a priority for the utility right now. And Halifax Water brought the annual business plan for the 2021 fiscal year to council way back in February of 2020. And at that time, we presented some information on our strategic initiatives and explained that we had an operating budget of $155 million and a capital budget of $96 million last year. I'm going to run through our progress on the strategic initiatives that we indicated we were going to work on. And the information is organized by the department structure that was in place last year and was shown in the business plan. Water services is the first functional area, and good progress was made on the strategic initiatives for water services for last year. Water research continued moving forward, albeit with some slight delays as a result of COVID-19. We initiated a water supply enhancement program, which will see us spend $230 million over the next 10 years. And that is driven by the need to do capital upgrades at the Lake Major Water Treatment Plant and the Pockwalk Water Treatment Plant, otherwise known as the J.D. Klein Plant. And another significant part of that program is incorporating some costs to make the utility more resilient in terms of algal monitoring and our ability to treat new threats basically in the source waters, such as blue-green algae. We also implemented our enhanced lead service line replacement program last year, and we replaced 86 private lead service lines and 74 public lead service lines. And we work cooperatively with the municipality and are trying to do as much as possible within municipal street renewals. We did complete such a project with Berlin Street, and two others, Drummond Court and Lehman Street, were deferred to the current fiscal year. Also last year, we completed a dam safety review. That's something that we're required to do every 7 years. Halifax Water currently has 6 dams that we're responsible to operate and maintain in a safe fashion. And we completed the dam safety review, presented the results to the Halifax Water Board, and now have action plans that will see us take some necessary steps to make some improvements with respect to safety for some of those dams. On the wastewater and stormwater side, most of the strategic initiatives are on track. One was slightly delayed. The first is the wastewater research program. It was the first year of our wastewater research program in cooperation with Dalhousie University and funded through an NSERC grant. And we were pleased that that research program was expanded partway through the year to incorporate research on the presence of SARS-CoV-2 within wastewater. Our second initiative on this slide was confirming a plan for the Halifax Harbor Solution Plant's upgrades to meet 2040 environmental compliance. This is an anticipated expenditure that is shown in our long-range financial plans at around $425 million. The initiative was delayed last year as we worked through getting some direction on how we would conduct our wastewater treatment facility planning studies. how we would engage stakeholders with respect to wastewater treatment facility upgrades, and what good timelines would be. So we do have some clear direction from the URB on that. That was just recently received. So we'll be moving forward a little bit more quickly with that particular initiative. The other initiatives that are shown here for wastewater were all on track and completed for the year. One thing we're pleased with is in March 2021, the board approved an odor strategy, which has been implemented. And finally, we are looking at, continually how we integrate with the municipality, working on integrated stormwater management. There is a special technical committee that meets on those issues, and we have supported lot grading bylaw discussions and standards for development activities. Moving along to engineering and information services. Good progress on most of the things here. The URB did accept our integrated resource plan. We have started providing some improved information and analysis around capital projects and capital project delivery to our Halifax Water Board. We did secure approval to consolidate 4 operations depots and to purchase the land to consolidate the depots. The land we're purchasing, we purchased from the municipality and in Burnside. We have been supporting the Cogswell redevelopment as a very important strategic initiative of the municipality. And as I mentioned before, we've got our water supply enhancement program that is now underway. We delivered some key IT projects last year. One was a new payroll system. The second was the launch of our customer portal. And we are underway with an ERP replacement project. We had determined that it was more effective for us and operationally better for us not to replace our existing SAP system and to go out to RFP and secure a new ERP system. So that is underway. And we are underway with some asset management, improved condition assessment. We just recently received approval from the URB to proceed with that. On the regulatory services side, we made good progress on all initiatives except for 2, one which was partially delayed as a result of COVID-19. Some activities such as evaluating ISO 45001 safety certification and physical security audits were delayed as a result of our inability to get contractors and consultants from out of province as a result of the public health restrictions in place due to COVID-19. One thing on the regulatory services side that we were very pleased with was the ability to partner with the municipality on the implementation of a new permitting system. So Halifax Water is operating in posse just as the municipality is, and we think that's a significant process improvement, and we're very pleased to be able to participate in that. We had one initiative that was delayed from regulatory services that wasn't solely related to COVID-19. It's some discussion of point of sale disclosures with the Nova Scotia Real Estate Commission, and we are proceeding with that. We've started working through our Environment, Health and Safety Committee of the board, and we do have a workshop with the full board scheduled in September. Once we work through some of the aspects of what that kind of program might look like, then we will be proceeding with stakeholder engagement more broadly this year. Corporate services, as I mentioned before, we launched our customer portal. We are evaluating and planning to transfer our bill printing services to the HRM print shop. That is something we're looking to do in this current fiscal year, 21-22. And we've got a lot on the go with respect to what our funding strategies are and updating our financial modeling as a result of our new integrated resource plan and as a result of the fact that we deliberately chose to hold the water rates for 2 years. So we did not increase water rates in 2021 and no increase in 21-22. We do know that increases are going to be required, but we withdrew or modified rather a request to increase water rates last year as a result of COVID-19. Wastewater rates did increase, however, on April 1st, 2021. And of course, there was a new regional development charge that was approved and took effect May 31st, 2021. We've been working on a lot of changes to our governance processes and updating our governance manual and some of our board reporting. The areas we've been focusing on in terms of board reporting are improved reporting for capital, implementing new performance metrics on safety, and enterprise risk management. And finally, under administration, we did move forward with the Cogswell District Energy System. That project is still on track. Municipal Council approved a bylaw last August, and we did get direction from the URB that it could be a regulated utility. And most recently, early in June, we received an announcement of $10.1 million in infrastructure funding from the federal and provincial government under the ICIP Climate Change Mitigation Program. We did operationalize enterprise risk management. We're pleased with how that's going. As I mentioned before, we updated the governance manual. We've been working a lot on our employee engagement and our culture. Part of those initiatives included training all of our supervisors on skills for providing feedback, and we trained all of our employees on psychological health and safety. And an ongoing area of focus is customer communications. And some of the 2021 initiatives were communicating what was going on with our measures to provide customer relief for COVID-19, our rate and URB applications, capital projects, and of course, stormwater. So our performance is measured by a corporate balance scorecard. Halifax Water has been using a corporate balance scorecard to measure performance for 20 years now. There are 30 different critical success factors, and last year we achieved 20 of those factors that were set by our Halifax Water Board. So that's a fairly good result. Some of the critical success factors that we didn't meet last year were impacted by some significant water main breaks at the Cobequid Road last year, which I'm pleased to say have been addressed this year through an emergency capital project that occurred this summer. From a financial perspective, we did receive a clean audit report from our external auditors, Grant Thornton. We do have a net operating loss of $9.9 million on a URB basis, slightly smaller on an IFRS basis. I'm not going to go into the reconciliation between international financial reporting standards or URB accounting standards, but if anybody really wants it, I could do that. Halifax Water's assets continue to grow, and as a result of that, the dividend paid to the municipality by Halifax Water increased last year by $873,000. So in total, the dividend that Halifax Water paid to the municipality last year was $5.95 million, just shy of $6 million. And there was a 3-year agreement, dividend agreement approved between the municipality and Halifax Water that for the first time incorporates some dividend being paid back to the municipality on the wastewater and the stormwater rate base, in addition to the water rate base. The pension plan also had a positive audit, a clean audit with no issues. And I'm pleased to report the pension plan is in a surplus position, small surplus. And redesigning our pension plan in 2015 has made it financially sustainable. So we are not at risk right now in terms of how our pension plan is operating. And this slide just highlights some of the ways which we are actively working to ensure that we align with the municipality. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are some of the more significant things that are currently on the go where we are working cooperatively with the municipality. And with that, I am open for questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kathy. Appreciate this report, which you do on a regular basis. See if there's any questions. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kathy, thank you very much. Look, I should want to make a quick comment. The presentation, great. As you know, one of the major projects, Halifax Water, is Ellendale Run in the Woodlawn area. It's been ongoing for a long time, and it's a significant project. And I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge one of your employees, and that's Peter Maynard. This project is, how do you say, very intrusive on private property. We're literally going through people's backyards and front yards, and it's happening obviously in the summertime, and some people are losing the use of those parts of their property. So it can be very emotional at times, and it's tough. I was on site to one of my residents, your clients, yesterday with Peter. The resident had concerns, and again, he and I are working together with the contractors and making sure that it's well taken care of. So again, the end result is there. It's worth the challenges. There were some major problems with the Ellendale Run. When you look at the previous 4 phases, you see what an impressive project it is now, and fish is flowing again in those areas. And so I just wanted to thank you and acknowledge Peter's efforts on it, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. It wouldn't be Halifax Water at Council if Councillor Mancini didn't talk about the Ellendale Run.
That's right.
That's a regular. Thank you, Councillor, for that. Thank you, Captain. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Kathy, and I think Halifax Water has become a very important topic in the last few weeks in my particular district for East Preston, Lake Echo, Mineville, and parts of Lawrencetown because of the potential provincial road transfer to the municipality. And a lot of people are very upset and confused and in regards to this help called Dick's Tatch and stormwater management, stormwater maintenance fee and stuff. So there's going to be a period of time that you're going to need to do some public education. I know in my particular district in this matter, as well as with Council Lovelace and her particular area, this whole stormwater management plan and how it works and how Halifax Water is in charge of the maintenance of those ditches and stormways and stuff. It's going to be a new educational experience for Halifax Water to go through. So I hope you're prepared to meet those stormy waters when they hit.
Thank you. We do have a customer engagement plan in place. We're currently updating a stormwater video. We do plan to do some direct customer communication through mailouts and also community meetings. But we also have a few hurdles between now and us assuming service on June 1st, 2022. Not the least of which is the fact that we need to make an application to the URB and have that transfer of assets and service responsibilities approved.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
When it comes to the public meetings, I'll probably need at least 4 of them in my particular area. Thank you.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Kathy. Good to see you, and thank you so much for this update. I just had a quick question. It was probably about 2 years ago this time that we were deep into a project on Lucasville Road that largely came about because of some federal infrastructure funding. And I know that we accomplished part 1 of that job, and wondering if you're catching any whiffs of more federal funding for water projects that might be coming in the next little while.
Well, it's hard to say. I think that will depend on largely on election results, but I would anticipate that the infrastructure funding programs are being, well articulated by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and regardless of what happens with future elections, I think the need to continue to invest in the water and other critical infrastructure is going to be the same.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, and thanks very much for the update. Just to, if you could briefly maybe outline what Halifax Water is doing to ensure long-range planning. You mentioned concerns about quality.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch all of that question. You froze up, but.
Oh, okay. I'm asking about types of planning you're doing to ensure that the quantity of water is going to be adequate given our municipality is growing.
So Halifax Water does an integrated resource plan, which is a 30-year capital plan. And it takes into account 3 drivers, one being what we need to do to service growth, the second being what we need to keep our assets in a state of good repair, the asset renewal component, and the third is the environmental compliance or regulatory compliance piece. The integrated resource plan was thoroughly reviewed in 2021 because it was filed with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board in support of both a rate hearing and the regional development charge hearing. So there is stakeholder engagement as part of developing those plans. And they are also reviewed by interveners and expert witnesses as part of the URB hearing process. So the long range plans are updated every 5 years. So our current one is the best information we have right now. We will be doing a future update a few years from now, and that will also reflect the new information that'll come out of the regional plan update from the municipality.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much. Thanks for this presentation. I really appreciate it. You know, this is being on the water board, of course, is helpful. I get the inside scoop, the belly of the beast, but you know, being also a counselor, it's great to have this presentation. And I understand that this wasn't a usual presentation, that this is a new thing that Halifax Council is doing, having this annual report, you know, which I think is really beneficial for us to help us understand the magnitude of services that Halifax Water is providing across the municipality. And so while I recognize there are policy gaps that we need to address, and that's an ongoing process, I also have to, you know, sort of point to the bear, which is the calls that we receive as counselors, you know, and the biggest thing this time of year, of course, is the ditches and the state of the ditches, and recognizing that some of them are like forests or marshland with 8-foot rushes in them. And so, of course, that impacts sightline and safety on the roadway. I always tell people to call 311 to address that. 311 says call Halifax Water. Sometimes let's go back to Halifax Water, back to 311, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that this is an important policy gap that we do need to recognize. I'm just wondering, you know, what your thoughts are on that. Thank you, Kathy.
Calls to 311 are appropriate if the issue is, for instance, litter in ditches or snow blocking ditches. But for concerns with respect to whether a ditch is unobstructed or flowing correctly, that can come directly to Halifax Water's customer care center. And when we do get a ditch call, you know, there's a ticket created. Our staff will go out and investigate. And we don't address aesthetic issues, but we do address issues if a ditch is not graded correctly or it's obstructed and it's not flowing correctly. And one of the things that we've been doing is slowly but steadily increasing the kilometers of ditch maintenance that we're doing proactively each year. So we've got a reactive component, and we also have a proactive component where we're going out to inspect and clear ditches.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just wondering what kind of service response times we're looking at when someone is making that initial call.
So we do have service levels that are set. We're just in the process of updating our service levels for water, wastewater, and stormwater service. So our operational service levels are something that I would be happy to, our current ones are something I'd be happy to email to you Councillor Lovelace. I can't remember it off the top of my head, and I don't want to quote something in case it's incorrect.
No, of course. I assume that we're doing, what we can at this point, considering we're in a global pandemic, and it's in the middle of summer, so there's lots of activity of brush growing in the ditch. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a note, as far as I can recall, Halifax Water has always presented their annual report and presentation to council. I certainly remember Kathy's predecessor, Carl Yates, doing it a number of occasions, and Kathy as well.
Oh, thank you. That was a misunderstanding of mine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. My concern is related to the stormwater. I had a look at the stormwater management plan, and that relates to monitoring the stormwater as it relates to construction industry, but not afterwards. One of the comments that I've heard regularly is that Halifax Water does a good job of stormwater management, but when it comes to the end of the pipe, there is no mitigation there. One of the colloquial phrases is the quality of water at the end of the pipe. There isn't a whole lot of attention that is paid to that. I'm wondering if it's anywhere in your vision in the future of Halifax Water that you see at this point, paying attention to the quality of water at the end of the pipe when it goes into especially bodies of water like First Lake behind me.
So speaking from my perspective as general manager, and I'm active in the American Water Works Association and the Water Research Foundation, so I've got a pretty good handle about what's going on in North America. I would say that it's inevitable that at some point in time, the way that stormwater quality is regulated from an environmental perspective will change. When that happens, I don't know when it will be, but that's the direction that it has gone in other jurisdictions. And that would be a matter for Nova Scotia Environment. So right now, we're charged with really managing the conveyance of stormwater. It's about managing the quantity and where it goes. And development activity looks at pre and post balancing, essentially. You are correct that the quality aspect is not something that we are required to look at right now.
If that was to change, would it only be through provincial regulation or mandate, or is that something that we would be able to do as council through the stormwater management plan?
I believe it would have to be through the Nova Scotia Environment. And if it resulted, in order for the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board to approve us doing things differently and incorporate the necessary funding for that within our operating budgets and our capital budgets, I suspect that it would have to be driven by NSE, who is our environmental regulator.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hi, Kathy. Nice to see you. Actually, my question was exactly the same as Councillor Russell's around the difference between managing stormwater quantity versus quality, particularly as we're beginning to see continued issues in our lakes around different types of nutrients and water quality, beaches being closed, a lot of that coming from runoff. That I think there's an urgent need now to start to address the quality of water, not just the quantity, and how Halifax Water also works with community partners, whether that be local stewardship groups or with the province, to ensure that we're protecting our lakes. And so even within Halifax right now, we have a new water quality mandate and we have personnel there, and we're monitoring the quality of our water. But if all the pieces aren't working together, it's kind of a moot point. So, well, I heard you say you suspect it would have to come through the Department of Environment or through the province. I'm wondering if there's a way for us to kind of get more information in what actually needs to take place. So either we can start advocating for that as a municipality, advocating for those changes, or working with Halifax Water to change the way things are done. You know, we have so many lakes. It's part of our pride and joy. We're creating wilderness parks, but if the quality of the water in those lakes is not maintained or improved or mitigated, then I just feel that we're working at cross purposes. So I don't know if what's possible in terms of that request from council to Halifax Water, or if this is something as a water commissioner I need to take back to the Halifax Water Board. But it is something I'd like to see in future work.
I would suggest this is a matter that HRM Council would have to consider whether they want a staff report on, and it would be from HRM staff. There are significant implications to the municipality because some of the larger issues that would need to be considered are the salt from the road maintenance programs, snow and ice program, hydrocarbons coming off the street network, and also the matter of, you know, dog feces and other waste. So there would be, you know, quality management of stormwater has really broad cost implications to municipalities, to the utility that's delivering stormwater service, and also potentially to private property owners. So I would suggest, because of the breadth of the topic you're raising, that it's probably most appropriately addressed by the municipality.
All right, thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, every question makes me think a little bit more, and I'm in a different place with my thought processes. Thank you, Kathy, very much for the presentation. I really enjoyed that. And similar to Councillor Blackburn's comment just about future infrastructure funding for areas that would like to see the water boundary extended, the role that all three levels of government have. And I'm just wondering if the Water Commission also has a proactive role in where other governmental funding opportunities might reside. So that was one question. And the other one was just around the change that happened in May. I'm just trying to find where it was there, but the change that happened around the development charge going from like $182 all the way up to like over $1,000. It was like an 800% increase or something like that. And I guess what I was wondering, I was trying to read a little bit of that research about whether or not that was really meant for homeowners, or was it more meant, you know, for developments, that kind of stuff, and how individuals can find out about that change, or how that was communicated. If you could just share a little bit about that, I think that would be helpful. I do know that there's lots of conversations, and the staff of Halifax Water have been so helpful. Every time we've got an issue related to stormwater management, they've been really, really good. So yeah, sometimes there's those one-off things that get very complicated, and I must compliment the staff at the Water Commission, because they've always been very patient in helping us work through that. So thank you for that.
So the first question with respect to the infrastructure funding for service extensions, I really don't know what the shape of future infrastructure funding programs will look like right now, but service extensions are one that is led by the municipality. So typically in the past, when there's been infrastructure funding programs that the municipality could apply for, any service extensions being considered by the municipality would have gone through a process to get prioritized, incorporated with the municipality's infrastructure funding application list that would be submitted to the funding partners. The second question with respect to the regional development charge, the regional development charge that took effect May 31st did have a more significant increase for the water component of the regional development charge than the wastewater component. And that's because the regional water infrastructure upgrade requirements that I was talking about a little bit earlier under the Water Supply Enhancement Program, and which is driven out of the Integrated Resource Plan, the 30-year capital plan, brought in some costs to the regional development charge to make sure that new growth is paying for its fair share of what we're going to need to spend to recapitalize the Lake Major water treatment plant, the J.D. Klein water treatment plant, and some significant regional infrastructure like transmission mains that need some work. The other component that's there that's somewhat new is some of the costs associated with the impact of algal monitoring and source water recovery on our treatment plant capacity. How we communicated the regional development charge, it was a public hearing process. We did run advertisements in the Chronicle Herald. We did do some community newsletters. We did send updates to the council that was in place at the time. And I'm not sure to what extent those get fed through council newsletters, but I know that I have seen some examples of councillors distributing that information. And we also do some direct communication with Halifax water customers. Our biggest gap in terms of how we communicate the development charges is we don't know who the new customers are going to be and who's going to want to connect in future years. So if we don't have a direct communications through a customer relationship with that customer, then we're really reliant upon what's in the media, what's in the social media, and what's distributed by councillors within their communities.
Thank you. May I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
If it's your last go, sure.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I guess it was just specific to that. It might have been not new customers, but if there was a big expansion project, for example, that came along the Fall River Road and down Highway 2, so they would be potential new customers. So they're finding that sticker shock because they're new, and of course because it was a project. Halifax Water would have known. So I guess in that instance, maybe that's where my question may have resided from. But thank you for the answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Mancini, did you have something else to say or to ask?
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to comment on Councillor Lovelace's comments and questions when she was talking about when a resident calls, and they sometimes can call 311 and deal with a Halifax Water issue, and then sometimes they have to call Halifax Water directly, and Kathy explained that. But, you know, from a customer service perspective, our residents, Kathy, your clients, they don't see the difference between the two organizations. And from a true customer service perspective, they should be able to call 301. And if it's not a 301 issue, then 301 should have the ability to redirect them at that point in time to Halifax Water. And for Councillor Lovelace, I'm actually meeting with John McPherson in the near future. John McPherson is in charge of our 311 service for us to talk about that exact issue and see if we come up with a solution to improve that customer service. I just wanted to make that comment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace and Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Anything on that?
Only to say that I've been with the municipality for 20 years in Halifax Water, and we've tried it both ways, having all water-related calls go through the HRM call center and having all water-related calls going through the Halifax Water call center.
Yeah, but in fairness, Kathy, 20 years ago, they were calling their aldermen to get work done. Now we're trying to help our residents understand, don't call your alderman or your councillor, call 301 first. And so anyhow, we'll have the conversation. I'm not saying it's going to change, but
I think the solution that we last talked about and looked at is having the ability between the two organizations to do direct warm transfers from our customer relationship management systems. We need to be on the same platforms and be able to transfer calls directly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard, you wanted to make a point or ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of trailer parks in my district that say they're already paying ditch taxes and wastewater services. And they see these on their tax bill, but they say they don't receive these services. I'm just wondering if you could clarify that for me, please.
So I'm not sure what trailer parks or land lease communities you would be referring to, but the way land lease communities work is we are serving them with one basically water meter at the property line, which is called a master meter. And then internally within the land lease communities, the systems in there are private to distribute the water or to collect the wastewater and bring it back to our system. And there are a mixture of services. So when I look at the land lease communities, we have some of them receive all three services: water, wastewater, stormwater. Some receive just water and wastewater, and some might be stormwater only. So I'd be pleased to dig into that if you just want to email me the names of those two land lease communities.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I see no other questions. Kathy, thank you very much for the work that you're doing at Halifax Water. A lot of people don't realize how much incredible work Halifax Water is doing, not only in providing us with all the services we get as citizens, but leading in a lot of other ways as well, lead pipes, First Nations water, and a number of other things. Thank you. You know, that one means a lot to me, and I'm pleased to see some progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any final words? You all good?
No, thank you very much.
A woman of few words. Thank you very much, Kathy. All right, colleagues, Ian, we are going to go back into committee of the whole. What do I have to do physically, mentally, spiritually to make that happen?
We can recess the council meeting right now and return back to the committee of the whole meeting to continue that conversation. Once that is over, the committee of the whole can be adjourned. We'll need a slight break to be able to get things finished on our end, and then we can restart the council meeting.
Okay. So we are adjourning committee of the whole. We're adjourning council, going back, assessing council.
Motion to recess, council.
Motion to recess council. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are now back in committee of the whole. I have a list of second-time speakers of Councillor Cleary, Councillor Cuddle, Councillor Austin, Councillor Cleary and Cuddle are second time. I think Councillor Mason is a second time. You forego a second before, so you're back for a second time. And then I have Austin and Smith. But first of all, for the first time, Councillor, just to make sure we have, is Ben Sivak, are the folks here from P&D? There's Ben, still looking cool as a cucumber. And you got everything you need, Ben, to resume?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think I do. I see myself, and I think other HRM staffers here as well. So
okay.
All ready.
Awesome. We will go to Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. I actually just had a question of clarification on development projects that were approved prior to the current center plan package B proposal, and any changes that may be needed under the new plan that wasn't necessary under the old. And if this is already, I need help understanding. So what recourse do the developers or the have for that type of situation?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through Mr. Mayor, back to you and councillors. I think the question you're asking is like the challenges that we face at any time we replace an old plan with a new plan. So we faced that with package A because it was replacing the underlying the old peninsula plan, and now we're do it again, this time not just with the plans that are 23 years old, but also package A, which is actually not that old, and the downtown Halifax plan. So a few things that we look at to try to smooth that transition is, on one hand, existing development agreements are maintain their status, and any applications under old plans can continue along. So that's something that was very much considered for the package A process was quite important at that time. And in this case, because site plan approvals can't transfer, we're trying to be very careful and take a hard look at where the new plan is going to be more stringent and where we can be more flexible about that to reduce those impacts. Having said that, there are important updates that that some existing buildings or proposed buildings may not quite meet. And we've also further relaxed our non-conforming structure and non-conforming use provisions. So non-conforming structure would be, maybe a building is built closer to a property line than we would allow currently. In those cases, the building is allowed, they can continue to be used and even expanded and provided that you just don't make the non-conforming part of it worse. And on the non-conforming use side as well, it's geared toward the business or more, again, industrial uses, say existing auto repair in the residential area. Again, that would be grandfathered. They could expand, limited expansions permitted under the Halifax Charter. And then we also have a development agreement option. So there's always a bit of challenges and awkwardness when you go from one plan to another plan. I wouldn't say that it can always be 100% smooth, because we are looking to make updates and improve upon old plans. But through those various tools, approaches I mentioned, we're trying to manage the impact and make a smoother transition as possible.
Okay, I think I would appreciate a meeting to understand all of the different complexities, because just reading it on my own is. But thank you. That did answer my question, and I get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There is a lot of reading. There's a lot of paper on this. There's been a lot of time, a lot of effort as well. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder, as a side project, if our environment staff can work with our center plan team to calculate how many trees have been killed in the service of the center plan with all of the booklets and paper we've had in the last 10 years. I have an amendment to make here. I'm just going to post it in the chat. I'm not entirely sure if it's worded exactly the way it should be worded, but our clerk and solicitor can maybe have a look at that. But I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council amend the Regional Center secondary municipal planning strategy, the land use bylaw, and any relevant maps or schedules to zone property identification numbers 4026756 and 41345 to ER1 and not the cluster housing zone that is proposed to be applied to them. So these are down off Prince Arthur Street, just south of Quinpool. In fact, it's an oddly shaped lot. It used to be part of a registered heritage. Well, let me do this. I'll pause and see if someone seconds that for me.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Councillor Russell, go ahead, Councillor Clary.
So this piece of property is about a half-acre piece of property just down off Prince Arthur, which is just south of Quinpool, by the CN rail cut. In fact, it borders the CN rail cut on one side. And so the main part of the property, so I put the two PIDs in there because the way it's on the map in the center plan, there's a tiny little strip of land. I'm not even sure who owns it, but I just want to make sure both of them are covered because this entire area is all zoned ER1. And staff proposed for this lot, because it's an awkward lot, cluster housing. And I had talked to staff about this, and at our regional center community council had moved a motion, which we've gone through here, looking at in the supplementary report, I think it was number 8 and 9 in that table, for cluster homes to be separated into two different zones, maybe a CH1, a CH2. One would allow mobile homes, one would not. Anyway, the whole idea of this came out of Councillor Adams brought forward the motion for the Homes for Heroes. And we were looking for places for tiny homes for those folks. So there's a few pockets of this cluster housing that's around the urban core. And this was kind of one where staff were like, we're not sure, but maybe this would be a good spot for one because it's an awkward lot. In talking to the property owner and talking to the neighbors and talking to all of the folks, especially the heritage property right next door to this, that currently they provide access. There's an easement on their property back to this other property because it used to be one property at one time. It was subdivided And because it's a large property and it has access to both Quinpool and to Prince Arthur, the property owner can actually subdivide it right now as of right into 2 properties, perhaps 3 if he bought a little bit of extra land from the neighboring property for frontage. And so given the fact that ER1 now allows as of right secondary and backyard suites, that one piece of property in there, if you could get a sliver of property from his neighbor, could actually be 6 units. And the cluster housing, I think, would allow maybe up to 24 units. And I think given that this whole entire area is zoned ER1, as far as the eye can see, when you look at the map for the center plane interactive map, I've rolled this over and rolled it over, and thinking that maybe pulling the motorhome or the trailer component out would satisfy, but it really still doesn't. It's sort of an awkward, very round peg in a very square hole in this neighborhood. And so my intention here is to just make this property established residential zone 1, which is what the entire surrounding area is, rather than the cluster housing that's proposed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any discussion on that?
And thanks to the clerk who posted a revised motion in the chat there that makes it better for where we are in committee of the whole.
I see nobody rushing to express a view. Are we ready for the question, colleagues, on this proposed amendment?
Question.
All right, Ian, we'll go to the amendment of Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Russell.
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
And Deputy Mayor Otis.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to follow up on my previous questions. One was about the loading zones, and Ben, when you were describing them, you were kind of talking about moving vans and U-Hauls, and how the loading zones relate to the residential units. I'm just wondering, in terms of commercial, what consultation was done with the commercial community, and how would the loading zones relate to that ground level commercial? From my experience, commercial properties have very different loading requirements compared to moving, and that it's a continuous ongoing thing. I'm just wondering if you could comment on how the loading zones will support commercial development. And I just also wanted to say about the water access designation and the infill of the pre-Confederation water lots. I appreciate that you can go, that you're going to look at this in some more depth. But I also think that perhaps we do need a staff report, and I'll look at bringing that forward either at SEPED or through Regional Council in September. So thank you.
You, Ben.
Thanks for the question. Through Mr. Mayor, back to you, Councillor Cuttle. So regarding the loading, so I guess my previous response focused on the residential unit component as being a trigger, but there's also over a certain amount of floor area of commercial space as well, and I forget the number off the top of my head. I'd have to take a quick look at the land as well. So it's the loading space is the concern about loading and is about moving. An apartment or a condo building gets large enough, there's always somebody moving. It seems like in any given week, and then also of course deliveries of products to shops and services, and that we want a place for those vehicles without parking on the street and potentially blocking bike traffic or pedestrians, or even pulling up right on the curb. So in looking at these provisions again through package B, we kind of re-looked at the examples from other medium and large cities across Canada. That's quite common to find different requirements, and it depends on the different context. So we have exceptions for heritage properties and also for downtowns, and the dimensions and also the thresholds for when it was required are fairly consistent with the large cities across Canada. That was part of the research. I don't know how many specific commercial operators or businesses we spoke to about this, but it's certainly an important topic from our infrastructure planning team to implement the integrated mobility plan, because it is something that can be challenging from that end, and to have to go look back at our consultation and material, we'll see if we received more comments on that.
Yeah, because I just think it's really important. And, while we say one of the key goals of this is pedestrian friendly regional center, when you have delivery trucks parking on the sidewalk, it kind of works against that. So if we're not really addressing the loading zone needs, then I can see problems happening down the line. So I think it's really important we get that right, and we understand the commercial needs, as well as things like, all the service delivery that we have nowadays, which is very different than it was, even a year and a half ago. So I think that really needs to be thought out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mason.
Since I'm on my laptop, my screen's only this big. It's that much harder to get to the buttons today. Okay, I have two amendments. One that I had almost forgotten, which is a little bit embarrassing. I'll do that one first because it's good for some lulls. So I would like to make a motion to direct staff to revise the definition of adult entertainment to exclude the prohibition of retail sales of any kind. So moved.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Sounds funny, doesn't it? Thank you for seconding that, Councillor Cleary. I know you've been at the forefront of this pressing issue I'm just putting it into the text there. So what this practically means, folks, is that our broad definition that's kind of a holdover, in my opinion, from the 1950s definition of adult entertainment has swept up in it, in addition to live entertainment of whatever kind you can imagine, it has included sales of books and sales of retail sales of any kind, sex positive toys, any of that kind of stuff. So practically what happens is, depending on the development officer and depending on the day, if you're one of the existing stores like Pleasures and Treasures or Venus Envy and you're moving, sometimes you find it hard to get a new occupancy permit. And I don't think that's the intent. When you read the definition right now, the definition in the bylaw is adult entertainment use means premises providing services and entertainment intended to appeal to sexual appetites such as adult cabaret, adult theaters, and massage parlors. It's like, okay, well, that's clear enough. Why a bookstore? Why a place that sells sex positive sex toys? Why is this even something that's being considered? So I would like that to be clarified, so we stop getting these terrified calls and messages from well-meaning owners who've been in business for decades going, how come they won't give me an occupancy permit, when they've been in business not disrupting our community for a long time. So I would ask for your support in that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mason, for bringing this forward. If Steve was still around from planning and development, if he hadn't just retired, he could regale you in a story about how Pleasures and Treasures was literally moving 2 doors down on Quinpool, and they were not about to give them an occupancy permit to go in, even though they had been on the street for decades. And similarly, Councillor Mason's experienced this with Venus Envy moving just recently. And, if you go to I don't know how many of you have been in, especially a place like Venus Envy, it is very sex positive. I've gone in there with, my 15-year-old, my wife bought binders in there. I won't tell you what else my wife and I bought in there, but, it's a bookstore. It is a place where people can go if you are trans, if you are queer, if you are a member of a community that needs a safe space to go. and we're not going to give them an occupancy permit. And so updating our bylaws to adjust for the reality of 2021, I think, is incredibly important in today's world. These are places where you can go buy a trans flag, or you can buy a book about having sex as a disabled person. These are not places that are detrimental to our community. These are places that are actually incredibly important for our community. So I fully support this and look forward to updating this so we don't run into occupancy permit issues again if they have to move a third time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very supportive of this amendment. When when the regional center councilors we identified this as an issue, immediately I thought of indulgence on Portland Street in downtown Dartmouth, and the situation there. Like, really, we were going to make we would make her shop non-conforming. I mean, she's been a member of the owner there has been a member of the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission. I've never had any complaints whatsoever about her store. It would make no sense whatsoever to turn her business into a non-conforming use based on some, I would suggest, some very old school morality sort of lens that's sometimes applied to this stuff. So very much in support of the councillor's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Go back, Councillor Mason, to close this one.
So yeah, just in conclusion, when this came up over dinner at my house, my kids are now 22 and 27, just rolled their eyes and were like, "Oh, Halifax! So let's fix this so that this no longer continues to happen." And I would remind council that it is Pride Week right now, so happy Pride! Let's do the right thing and make this so people no longer have to worry about the man coming to take away their books and toys. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, as much as I find it hard to believe that anybody's kids would roll their eyes, I accept that. And ready for the question on the amendment.
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle-Gamble.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
I went through that whole debate without making a smiley comment. I'm very proud of myself. I'm in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
We'll all send a text to Sharon telling her what a good boy you've been.
Thank
Yes,
you very
to the
much.
motion.
Sorry, Councillor Mason, was that a yes?
Yes to the motion.
Thank you. 8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes, and I'm inspired by Councillor Mancini's ability to control himself.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otis.
In favor.
And Mayor Savage.
Favor?
Thank you.
That passes. Councillor Mason, I'll have to put you on the list for a third go.
Yes, perfect, Mr. Mayor.
And I will go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't certain we got to third goes already. I have a final motion for me. I move that we direct staff to amend the Micmac Mall future growth node in the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and the regional center land use bylaw to allow for an office addition to Micmac Mall.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cleary. And so, colleagues, you might recall a council meeting a couple months back. We had the initiation report for a future growth node study, secondary planning exercise for Micmac Mall, and that got hauled away at the last moment. And the reason it got hauled away is because the current owners of the mall, ended up having second thoughts, and they weren't interested in proceeding. Well, you skip forward a couple of months and the mall is imminently changing hands if it hasn't already, and the new owners have big plans for the location. So I expect the initiation report that we almost passed on our agenda will come back in short order. They are very keen to get going on some new additions to the site, including residential and an office component. And the of the bunch, I personally feel like there's merit in the office piece because what they're envisioning there is an addition to the mall. So it is basically, before it was designated a future growth node, it's the same sort of rights they would have had under the old Dartmouth plan. It's not a whole scale change to the site. It's an expansion of the current building. They would like to also do residential. I think they did. I'm not sure if they wrote council as a whole. I'm okay with that. That's the sort of thing envisioned in the future growth node. But I feel like the residential component should come with the secondary planning exercise so that we make sure that we're thinking about the site as a whole as we look at where these sorts of other additional uses on the property are going to be located. So a lot about to happen at Micmac Mall, but as a starting point, I feel like it would be prudent for us to allow them to proceed with an office addition so that they can get going on at least a portion of what they want to do while we then work on the secondary planning exercise for the bigger overall site. So that's what's afloat here.
Thank you. Anybody else? I've talked to Sam, Councillor Austin, about this, and having grown up in the shadow of Micmac Mall and having been the place that people used to come to Dartmouth for many years, I'm delighted that it's going to be invested in. My question for staff is on that residential side. How quickly can we move to promote that and allow people to be part of that discussion?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Mayor. I'll chime in to answer your question. Ultimately, it comes down to a question of resourcing and also just how long it takes to do the community consultations and amend the plan and to enable this and other future growth nodes to start redeveloping. So in this case, it sounds like there's an initiation report already drafted, so it's a matter of updating it in consultation with the current property owner, and then getting going on a compared to the secondary planning process of kind of more suburban growth. The future growth nodes are intended to be more of a streamlined neighborhood scale master planning process to make sure we're thinking about the bigger picture and getting to enabling that development sooner rather than later. So assuming things are initiated in the short term and the proper resources are in hand, you could potentially have a development agreement in place enabling the residential part of thing within about 2 years.
Okay, I see that as it is a growth area and it is a place that's suitable for height in my view as well. So I hope we're able to move on that fairly quickly. I agree with Councillor Austin on the commercial. Anybody else? Ready for the question on Councillor Austin's amendment as seconded by, I think, Councillor Cleary.
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Orted.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So folks, we're on the committee of the whole on the Senate Plan Package B. We're into third helpings now. And so if I've missed anybody who hasn't spoken or hasn't spoken a second time, let me know in the chat. I have Councillors Smith, Mason, and Cleary. Councillor Smith is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one, potentially two amendments. I'll put them on the floor and hopefully we can go from there. So the first one, that committee of the whole, actually, sorry, I'll just post it in the chat first. That committee of the whole direct Chief Administrative Officer to amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to amend zoning to change 5875 and 5879 Kane Street from ER2 to ER3.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So this change is one that I forgot to do at Halifax West because I did another change related to this. So number 10 on our report, other supplementary report, which will allow anything zoned ER3 to do internal conversions. And I know I keep mentioning that because this will allow us, if there are properties that are zoned ER3 and owners want to do internal conversions to offer more units, they can do that if they have the proper spacing, et cetera, and meet the bylaws. So the property that actually stemmed this conversation and is the one that I put forward, and I didn't change it at the time because I forgot to do it and doing that today. So I can answer any specific questions on this case here. We're really, again, just on the property. It's a large property that's zoned ER2, and the property owner wants to do some internal conversions to take these really, really, really large units and to make them not smaller units, but more market friendly units. And this change will allow them to do that internally without disputing or disrupting any of the neighborhood and the character within the area as well.
Thank you, Councillor. That's on the floor. Seconded. Is a discussion? If there's no discussion, we will go to the vote.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensley.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor?
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Otet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Councillor Smith, if you have another one, I'll have to get you to come back. Again, we're on 3-minute rounds. I will go to Councillor Way Mason next.
Are we back? I lost my connection there. I'm not sure if I was next.
You're next, yeah. You're now.
I'm now. Great. I'd like to thank IT for the, sorry about the hot spotting I'm doing right now. All right, so I'd like to move a motion that the committee of the whole direct staff to review the request that the LUB be amended such that it may read, quote, excluding driving aisles internal to a building, any required off-street loading space shall be located A, internal to a building, B, in a parking structure, or C, in an area of a lot where accessory parking lot is permitted under sections 452, 453, 454, and make a recommendation to council. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mason.
So this is a specific request from the planners and the owner of Southwest Properties who feel that there's more than one way to accommodate that parking, and that the changes staff have already approved get us most of the way there. I sent this wording to staff and they said that could work, but there's some things we need to analyze first, and we may need to put some caveats around it. So unfortunately, I can't put an amendment on the floor. We have to ask for a recommendation. Because this is a dialogue between people who know way more about planning than me, you should probably address your questions to Ben, not to me, because I can't really answer them. But it seems reasonable based on what I've read. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle is looking for some paste, glue or something. Or maybe put the, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for the motion in the chat line, right? Yes, indeed.
I pasted the definition of, I'm working with staff right now to redefine that as well, since they're wondering what the hell I was talking about. Oh, there, Ian put it in. There you go.
Yeah, no, that's good. No, I wasn't sure if Patty was looking for paste or pasta. It was a spelling mistake, but we got it. We got it. Okay. Was there discussion on that? Ben, did you wish to say anything to that?
Thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think Councilor Minister covered it. In principle, I think we understand what the request is to provide that flexibility for a multi-purpose use of driveway alleys, especially when they're two-way. Can they be temporarily, be narrower for short periods of time? Potentially, I think it's something we want to check and have more time to check in with our engineering staff. I think some of the concerns we just want to make sure would be addressed, that it doesn't make cars back up onto the street or block sidewalks, and that cars can still get safely in and out of the building. But with those caveats, and with a further chance to look into this, there might be an opportunity to provide a bit more flexibility, because the overall goal is to, on one hand, support off-street loading, but also not compromise a lot of our urban design goals that look for continuous street walls and a pedestrian-friendly street wall of a building as well.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you. So just kind of another question to help me understand. So this will affect, like, obviously small business, restaurants, cafes and stuff like that. Will they have input into this decision or this amendment? Will that be considered, like how this impacts?
Ben, do you want to speak?
Yeah, thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor, back to you, Councillor. I mean, first of all, is to clarify that the off-street loading requirements apply to only developments of a certain size. So a certain size located on the same lot, and a new development, not existing development. So it's a forward-looking regulation that only applies to new, larger scale developments, and an existing small business would still be able to park their loading vehicle somewhere on the street. But we also have other bylaws about protecting the street right away to prevent cars and trucks and parking right into busways and streets that park around the corner on the side street type thing. So there's multiple tools for the small scale businesses, and in this case, I'd suggest that the overall consultation phase of package B is generally long past, although we are getting correspondence from landowners still requesting these changes. And we have multiple permit applications on the go right now, so we can work with our permitting staff and those applicants to understand some of those challenges. I wouldn't suggest there's no conversations with private developers, but the broad-based consultation we don't have. It's not part of the process at this point to put out a call, hold a meeting to specifically discuss this topic.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you, Councillor, whoever that was, Mason, perhaps. Okay, colleagues. Councillor Cleary, I believe you're the last one on the list at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just pasted or pasted in the chat the motion. I'll read it. So I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that Regional Council direct the CAO to amend the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw to consider 1, removing roof edge setback requirements for stairwells and elevator shafts. 2, remove side yard setback and building separation requirements for high order residential properties abutting downtown Dartmouth, downtown Halifax, San 1, San 2 zones, and include HR properties abutting areas governed by the downtown Halifax plan outside of the regional center plan area. And 3, include reduced landscaped buffering requirements for off-street loading for high order residential 1 and high order residential 2 zone properties.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
So this, I've heard this from several developers, planners, architects in various forms, but it was very succinctly put together in the letter that was, and I think it's part of our correspondence that was sent to us by Zach Architecture and Planning from Chris Markides. And so in the conversations I had around number 1, the roof edge setback, this was, if you're thinking of stairwells and elevator shafts, if you have a stairwell, typically on a mid-sized or large building, they're on the edges because you have the units in the middle and the edges. Well, if you have a pitched roof or a flat roof and you can't have the stairwell continue to the roof to come out, then essentially what you do is you come up to the second top floor and then you have to have a stairwell going up now 10 feet or more inside, which means you've got to remove a unit or you've got to do something else. And it also frigs with the integrity of egress and access. So if you're running from a fire and you've got to go down a stairwell, but then you've got to come out on a hallway and go down 10 feet and then find the new stairwell to go down the stairwell, that could be an issue for the people on the top floor and second top floor. And so that one, to me, just makes sense that we would consider that and see what the impact is. Because I would imagine from staff's point of view, the roof setback is that you don't see it from the sidewalk, as an example. But I think for something like an elevator shaft or a stairwell, you know, we might look at some flexibility here. So that was one of the requirements. And similar to what Councillor Mason said in his last one, the other 2, I have to admit, are beyond my planning capacity. And so maybe Councillor Austin might have some thoughts or some other planners who are on our council. But in terms of staff, they may have some comments on those ones. As I understand it, these relate to items in the supplementary report in that table from items 8, 13, 9, where some changes had been made, but according to some of the folks who actually do these buildings, these were kind of either not considered or left out. So they wanted some consideration for these. So anyway, I thought best to put it all on the table now as the initiation report comes back to us, to have these things considered so that we're not doing this a second time in a few weeks from now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody on that one? Ready for the question?
Question.
Just one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Has there been any comment from our fire department on this kind in regards to fire egress and the standards? It's kind of curious of any fire code regulations.
they wouldn't have seen it, I don't think. I don't think they, Ben, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, are you speaking to this? I'm not too sure what they would have. The concern would be on this particular item, but assuming council passes it, then it's something we would take a harder look at and see if there's any concerns from that. I don't think so. I don't think it overlaps a little bit more. I was thinking about the off-street loading and the perhaps blocking of a temporary blocking of a driving aisle might be a concern that we want to check on. But in terms of location of the roof edge setback, that is more of an aesthetic consideration than a safety one.
I just heard the council talk about egress for fire escapes and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure our fire people have a look at this when it goes back to staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
And District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. We will go to Councillor Lindell Smith.
Thank you, and I promise this is my last time, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. So some clarification on number 11 in the supplementary report. Ben, we got correspondence from a property owner who owns a landmark building. In part of number 11, well, the reason for number 11, which was to review landmark building policy to exclude code compliance additions from the 10% as currently allowed. This property in particular that I put forward this in Regional Center it's an old convent in a new property owner who wants to use it as residential, but they have to do some code compliance fixes in order for them to be able to turn to residential. And they were concerned that with this 10% to be allowed to do additions, that at the beginning, the code compliance fit under that 10%. So they were looking to not have code compliance additions be included in 10%, and the staff made some changes, and they just sent this morning some concerns with that. And I haven't really had a chance to look at it or talk to staff about it. So I'm wondering then if you haven't received that correspondence related to that, and this is for all landmark buildings, not just for the specific site, this is for all landmark buildings that they wrote. I'm wondering, is this something that you might want us to just give further direction for you to investigate if there are some issues that could happen, or have you been able to review the document and you don't have any concerns?
Thanks for the opportunity to comment, Councillor Smith. Through Mr. Mayor, back to you. I think we just received this as well as received this correspondence recently. I'd say on the surface, we feel that the proposed changes do accommodate what they're looking for. It is more flexible than the previous version, and also allows for accessibility needs of the buildings while still responding to the intent of the landmark building policy, is that you want to preserve the look of the building. And once you stray too far from that, you're getting restrained from the objectives, with the understanding that even more flexibility could be provided if the building was registered as a registered historic property and could be developed by development agreement with more flexibility. Having said that, we also haven't had that much time to look at this specific site and specific their specific concerns. So if it is something you want staff to look at, then a motion to provide some general direction, to provide some further advice and comments on this could be appropriate as well.
Okay, well, I'll just, the correspondence was more related to the policy in general with a little bit of their site. So I think if again, I support your direction, and if you come back and say that you're confident, then I'll support that. So I'll just put forward, and I wrote something quickly, and maybe I'll just paste it. Maybe staff, someone from the clerk's office can help make it look pretty. But to direct staff to provide council with further options to consider additional flexibility, including provisions for exits in corner sites in the landmark building policy. I'll just paste it here.
Okay, direct staff to provide council with further options to consider additional flexibility, including provisions for exits and corner sites in the landmark buildings policy. Second for that?
Second.
Councillor Austin, I think, he's got a bright light around his name here, which means he buzzed in first. It's like Jeopardy. If I see a light around you, that means you buzzed in first. So Councillor Austin. Is there discussion on that, Linda? Councillor Smith, anything else?
Nothing further from me.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
Thank you.
So that passes. Seeing nobody else on the screen to speak,
Question on the main motion.
we are going to vote on the main motion as amended. Are we all ready for that? All right. Ian, momentous. Drum roll.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, yes, in favor of the motion, happily.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
Voting in favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
And 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
So that motion carries unanimously. I would like Ben Sivak to put his face back on the screen for a second, so we can all give you a thumbs up and thank you for the great work that you and staff have put into this. The work continues, but today's a big day, and we've all seen this at committees We know the work that's gone into it. And I know that staff have worked closely with council, and we saw that today. And so I would like to thank you and all of staff for the great work in putting this together. And so you should go and have a drink on the CAO and then get back to work. So thank you very much to all the staff who did great work. Jacques, I don't know if you want to say anything, Jacques, at this point. I see you looking bright and shiny.
I was just going to agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that Ben and the team should go have a drink on me to send me the bill.
Woohoo! That goes for all of council today and every council meeting as well.
And that's his personal.
And on election day.
Oh, yes.
Bottle of rum.
Nova Scotia tradition. Okay, folks. Thank you very much. So I think, Ian, we can adjourn from here and go back, and you need a few minutes, right? To get ready for go back into regular council.
Yes, due to the number of amendments, we do need a few minutes to be able to get them ready for regional council when we return from a break.
Well, maybe we should just take a couple of weeks and let you write those up, because I won't be at the next one. So, all right, let's take our oh yeah, let's come back, folks, at 4:15. It's 3:15. It's 2:54. We will come back at 3:15, and we will be picking up on deferred business from the last meeting. Okay.
Motion to adjourn committee of the whole.
Motion to adjourn committee of the whole and go back into regional council. Nominated, accepted.
It is the same Zoom meeting. Is that correct?
It is the same Zoom meeting, right, Ian?
That is correct. We will return back to this exact same link.
Okay, folks, good work. Thank you all very much. We'll see you at 3:15.
Ian, it's Tim. Can I get a yes? Is it too late to get yes put there? Ian, are you there?
I'm there, Deputy Mayor. I'll call you directly. Good afternoon. It is now 3:15. We'll be returning your microphones and your cameras to you, and the meeting can be started at the call of the chair.
Okay, we'll go as soon as we get our screen back here. Okay. All right, folks. We will resume. We are on item 7.1. This is deferred business, first reading of proposed bylaw V200, the mobilization of vehicles on private property. I want to, this motion is on the floor, so we will be resuming debate, and we will begin with Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if Clerk Ian wants to weigh in first procedurally as to where we're at with this, because I think there is something on the floor that needs to be clarified first. If I can just get some guidance from Ian on this.
So at the July 20th meeting, this item was deferred until this meeting date, August 17th, with this amending motion on the floor. So this amending motion is currently in front of council. It has been duly moved and seconded. It is on the floor for council consideration as an amending motion to the bylaw. And I have just posted that chat in the meeting chat.
Okay.
All right. I don't wish to speak to the amendment. So, and in fact, I have another amendment that I'm going to bring forward. So I guess I will step aside and let the folks who are speaking to the amendment go first.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. So we are on the amendment. Councillor Purdy on the amendment.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, everyone. So the amendment kind of stems from a concern, I guess I felt when I read the report, that it seemed a little unfair and, in my opinion, unnecessarily punitive to the companies that are in existence right now in Metro. So in talking with Councillor Mason and Victoria, Victoria answered all kinds of questions for me, and Councillor Mason helped, he came up with these amendments that I believe make it a little more fair for the companies already in existence, especially with regarding the fee, the booting fee. I couldn't support the recommended $60 when they've already been charging what they have been charging for the last 3 years. And it would mean effectively that, that their business would go out of, they would go out of business. So the amendments are also with the time restriction for responding to calls, just with traffic, with, just to give them a little more leeway, that 15 minutes to 45 minutes to respond, that still seems very reasonable. And just from the standpoint of, private parking lots, people do pay to be able to park in private parking lots. And so if people who are parking there taking up the paid spaces, there does need to be recourse for not only the customers of the paid parking lots, but also the owners of the parking lots too. So even though this is not a popular business, I think it's a necessary one for the service that it provides. And of course, big supporter of any of our businesses and entrepreneurs. I just think anything that we can do as a municipality to help and not hinder is really important. So the amendment speaks to the time response from 30 minutes up to 45, and also the maximum fee being $100 up from the proposed 60. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so just for those who may be coming in late, we are on the amendment on item 7.1, which is the immobilization of vehicles. We're on the amendment. On the chatter, but Councillor Blackburn, you're not on the amendment. You're going to wait for the main motion, right?
Well, actually, I did have a quick comment on the amendment. I just want to make folks aware that the $100 that is now being charged for the fee, that's exactly what they're charging now. It's $100 plus HST to bring it to $115. So just wanted to make that clear. So what is proposed right now is not reducing the fine in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Purdy, for bringing this forward and allowing us to have this discussion. If it's in order, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to change the maximum fee from $100 to $80. Can I do that? Can I do that to the amendment?
I think it's contrary to the amendment, but who put the motion on the floor of the amendment? I can't remember. It was back in July. Councillor Purdy put the amendment to $100. And so you wouldn't consider $80 friendly?
No. In fact, the original proposal for the amendment was 95, and I didn't understand. That seemed very punitive because this company has been charging $100 for 3 years. So in a proposed bylaw, why would we punish the company by lowering their maximum rate when they've already been doing this for 3 years at this price point? Like, it didn't make sense to me.
Okay, so the amendment is 100. Councillor Cuttle wants to make it 80. So Ian and or John, would she sub-amend it, or would she wait and vote on this and then come back if 100 is defeated? What's the way to go forward here?
So this motion was moved and seconded at the July 20th meeting by Councillor Purdy and Councillor Cleary. If there's an amendment to reduce that from the $100 as proposed, I would suggest defeating this and then considering that if that was the wish of council.
Right.
All right, Councillor Cuttle, so we'll vote on this and then you can have your say.
Yeah, am I able to speak then to this amendment now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, I appreciate what you're trying to do there, Councillor Purdy, but I'm reading the staff report and looking at the jurisdictional scan that was done across the country and seeing what other cities are charging. I really feel that something lower like $80 would be a really good compromise. Recognizing where there have been no bylaws or there's been no conversation about what is appropriate or not appropriate. So in having this first reading of the proposed bylaw come forward, I think we were able to do some research, able to consider what is fair and move forward with something that's going to hopefully work for everybody. And at $80, that is still at the upper range of what is being charged throughout the country. So I'm not going to support the $100 at this time, but I would consider coming back and suggesting 80.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm appreciative of the motion that's put forward by Councillor Purdy. I too took some time to research and understand this a little bit more. I've never experienced it myself and hadn't heard a lot about it until this came forward more recently from staff. I do want to put forward though, and I was late getting to my emails from one from yesterday from another operator. So we I think our report kind of unfortunately kind of bases it on the most active, which can no. I see Victoria shaking her head, so she can speak to this after. But let me finish my thought, and then what it's been suggested to me that there was much of the consideration on stakeholder engagement was with one particular industry player, and there is another that had made the decision that not to facilitate that work during COVID. So for 2 years, they have not been active. However, it was always their intention to ride that out. There was a new owner, ride that out and start up again. And my understanding from them was that their fees are $130. So when you look at that picture, that for me, it still makes sense that we reduce that. We have to be careful not to be seen as supporting. I know some of the emails that I've got we're very adamant that these are really high costs. And when we look at the information, as Councillor Cuttle just referred to it, that staff has done their research, done the homework that we needed them to do, and across the country jurisdictionally, that we're well above that here in Nova Scotia. Having said that, I'm sure many of the councillors have heard other people say in the past that, you know what, the cost of doing business here in Nova Scotia is very, very high. And the cost and I can attest to that as a small business owner myself. So I'm torn here what we should do on it. I'm a little concerned that meeting the threshold of $100 would somehow be perceived as meeting a standard that one industry player has in place now and not the other. We don't want to be seen in that. I'm also concerned, of course, about the impact on people who have and the end result of the booting. However, having said that, we got to remember that this is still people who are illegally parking on private property that they don't own, that they know they don't own it. They are choosing to say, I'm going to park here at such and such a place, and I know I don't own it, but I'm going to take my chances. Well, sometimes those chances don't pan out. And I'm still a little on the fence here. But I do and have always weighed heavily on the jurisdictional scans that staff bring forward in reports. I would be more inclined to certainly not 60. I think that is absolutely unfair. And I would be inclined to be looking more at the 95 range, as Councillor Cuttle had suggested at some point. Sorry, no, I think you said 80. That I think it was 95 originally. So I'm struggling with this one, I have to say, and I think that maybe Victoria, you can respond. I don't really have a specific question, but respond to some of the remarks, because that's what was conveyed to myself, and certainly I think Councillor Purdy as well in some of the meetings that we had jointly, and Councillor Stoddard. Thank you.
Ms. Victoria Horn, did you wish to speak to any of that? Welcome to Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So thank you, councillor, for those statements. So I also met with RFM, the other company that operates here in Halifax. So just a point of clarification, RFM was not operating, as you indicated, during COVID. So they were not included in the report, because the report was written and provided the existing market when they were not operating. They are operating now. I've spoken to them. They have expressed their views and concerns about what is included in the report. And I think, as staff indicated in the last council session, where staff got stuck was on the definition of reasonable, because the motion asked for a reasonable maximum fine. So we did conduct a jurisdictional scan. A point of clarification that I do want to point out is that Sudbury is included in the jurisdictional scan. They had debated a bylaw, but it wasn't actually passed. But we do have other jurisdictions that were not included in the jurisdictional scan that have other fines that align with what was included in Sudbury. So City of Moncton, they have 45 via bylaw. City of Surrey, BC charges $30. Trail BC, $75. City of Victoria charges $90. North Battleford charges as well. So there are a number of jurisdictions where council is having similar discussions. And so again, staff, after reviewing those other jurisdictions, provided a rate, and we've heard from industry that they're not satisfied with that rate. So we're happy to address any questions that councillors have about what we've heard from industry or what we're hearing from residents on the bylaw, but that's where we were at the time that the report was written.
Mr. Mayor, just a very short comment in the end. I do want to acknowledge that I do believe the 45 minutes is a reasonable amendment consideration. And I'm thinking as well that it might be in order to satisfy everyone's deliberation on this to separate this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I have absolutely no problem supporting the 45 minutes and the $100 for the fine. The 45 minutes does seem like a bit of an extension from the 30 minutes that was originally proposed, and I have absolutely no problem with that. The $100 is more interesting. The jurisdictional scan that was done of those municipalities that have a bylaw, and a number of them that have a bylaw. Look at the next piece. Are those companies still operating? And it turns out a number of them are not. So the amount that was proposed in those other bylaws has been proven by the market to be too small. We don't want to be too punitive, so I can certainly understand staying away from the $130, but we don't want the number to be too low, so that the companies determine that they simply can't afford it. Now, in the case of someone like One Shot, they are paying their employees 25 to 35 an hour, which is a reasonable amount. It seems like it was higher than I expected. But I'm looking at the $100 as something that that would last for a number of years, and so they wouldn't be increasing their rates above that. They did go up to $100 an hour back in 2018. The alternative to booting would be that the car is towed. You then have to go and find the impound lot. They would be open. You would pay the towing fee and the per day that it sits in the impound lot fee. So $100 and a 45-minute wait for that for you to be able to get your car back, I don't think is anywhere near as punitive. I agree with the point about these are people who have chosen to park on a lot, and for whatever reason they are in violation of what the rules of that lot are, and so they would have been rightly booted. There are a couple of other comments that I've got on other things, but at this point, again, I absolutely support the $100. It seems to be the right number to ensure that this company will continue, and it does. It's not too punitive, and ditto with the 45 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm of similar mind of Councillor Russell on this. So question for Victoria, right in the absence of a booting service, if someone's parked their vehicle on a private lot, what is their recourse? Like, they call 311, parking officer responds. If you want to get towed, do you need a police officer to attend?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So there are a number of options for private property owners. So we have a very large number of private property owners across the municipality that do not hire private companies to monitor lots for them, and some do. They offer a number of services. One of them could be that they receive their special constable status through the province, and so they issue tickets, municipal official tickets, which can be punitive to residents. So it goes against their record, and they would have to attend court if they wanted to contest that ticket. However, as Councillor Russell indicated, that the vehicle stays, right? So it doesn't actually help the private lot owner if an offender continues to come and park there and ignores the tickets. Option 2 is they can call police to make a trespassing complaint, and police would maybe respond. And then option 3 would be that they can call bylaw and ask that we respond due to private property violation, parking violation. And we do respond to those. It's a 24-hour response time under our current service offering. So often private lot owners are not happy or satisfied with that response time because it's not always immediate unless we're right around the corner. And we have a number of options when we respond. We can issue a ticket, so it's up to the will of the private property owner. And then we would return 24 hours after. If the ticket had been issued and the vehicle is still there, we will tow.
So if you want to tow a car that's parked on your private property, can you just pick up the phone and call a tow truck and have them come remove it, or do steps you have to go through before you can do that?
Correct. A ticket would have to be issued first.
Okay. So, I mean, thank you, Victoria. I appreciate that. I mean, the reason I wanted to draw that out is just to remind everybody that, you know, in the absence of, you know, everyone, it's easy to hate booting, right? You know, it's not a popular thing, but in the absence of it, I mean, we'd be basically, we'll be taking more calls as our bylaw, we'll be taking more calls as police to chase parking issues. So there is, it's an unpopular thing, but there is a bit of a public good to that in terms of taking that off the plate of police and bylaw. My understanding from talking to the one industry rep there was that most, and this is the one thing in the staff report I wish that could have been a bit tighter, is that jurisdictional scan. Is my understanding from industry is that the places that have those fines, those low fines, don't have operating companies as a result of that. So, I mean, I think there's the challenge of having to put a dollar on there that allows them to function, but isn't overly punitive. And so where I'm at is I feel like $100 in 45 minutes is a reasonable penalty, especially compared to the alternative of having your vehicle towed. Victoria, just am I out of whack in that assessment there of that jurisdictional scan? Like we didn't have that lens on it, did we?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. So we did specifically look at areas that had a booting bylaw to recommend a rate for the bylaw. We did, following the feedback from industry, follow back up with those cities that we included in the jurisdictional scan to determine whether they were aware that if booting companies were still operating. We received comment back from 3 that they couldn't confirm or deny if booting companies were operating. So I've heard the same feedback from industry, but I can't actually confirm that from anyone other than industry. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think I'm satisfied with where we are. And you know, hindsight's always 20/20, right? On these things, if we had it, if we wanted to do that part over, I mean, I would appreciate a jurisdictional scan that included, like, you know, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, even in the absence of a bylaw, like some sort of semblance as well. What do you get charged if you park on a private lot there and get booted? Like, what are the companies they're charging? I think it might have been helpful, but as it stands, having heard from industry, I mean, I just instinctively, and maybe it's a gut thing, I feel like $100 is a reasonable place to land. So thank you, Victoria, for all the work that you and your team have done on this.
Thank you, Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Purdy, for bringing this forward. So what's important to recognize too, in addition to the jurisdictional scan that Ms. Horn was talking about, where the fees were there, there's many more jurisdictions that don't regulate vehicle immobilization or booting. And in those jurisdictions, they actually charge hundreds of dollars. in their fees. I know in the UK and in Europe, for example, it can be several £100s or euros. Not that I've been booted in those places. And we can't forget where this kind of came from. So I moved this motion at Transportation Standing Committee, but if you recall, Councillor Blackburn talked about this at council when she had been booted, and one of the big concerns that she had was some guy showed up in an unmarked vehicle, you know, with a debit machine saying, you owe me money. And this bylaw is not just about the fees. It's about the uniforms. It's about the signage. It's about the logos on the cars. It's about making sure that people feel comfortable and confident that when they've broken the law, because let's remember that in the Motor Vehicle Act, you are not allowed to park on someone else's private property. It's actually worded in a way of your conveyance can't be on there, blah, blah, blah. But you're not allowed to park on someone else's property without their permission, whether that's a commercial property or a private residential property. And if you do so, you are breaking the law. And so having some parameters around the response to your law breaking is the most important part. Whether it's $80 or $100 or $60 or 120, I think is immaterial. The point is it's way cheaper than having your vehicle towed. And it's important to remember, now the new Traffic Safety Act is not in, it's not in law yet. It hasn't been proclaimed. We're still waiting for the regulations to be finalized. And I haven't seen the regulations on booting, but I find this interesting. Our police may be able to actually boot a car under the new Traffic Safety Act because it no longer just says you can remove the vehicle. The new Traffic Safety Act says that you can, the police officer, if they're confident it's been there for over an hour, can seize the vehicle or other conveyance and impound or immobilize it in accordance with the regulations. So we don't know what the regulations are, but our cops may be able to carry boots with them. I don't know, we'll find out. So what's important to me is having some process around this. I've got a number of businesses, especially just down Quinpool Road here, that do use booting services because there are people that would park in their parking lots and then go patronize someone else's business or go visit a friend up the street, but park in their parking lot. And that's not good for small business. Those small businesses pay an enormous amount of taxes for their parking lots, and they should be able to control those. So I'm okay with the $100, you know, 80, 90, 100. It's way cheaper than paying for towing and a ticket, plus all the other impound fees that come along with that. So, you know, I'm cool with this. I'll support the amendment. I'm happy we're putting some process and some regulations in place around this practice. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Dale Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just from a process point of view, we're voting on the amendment, but then we're still going to go back and vote on the main motion, right?
Yeah, correct.
And when we go back to have the conversation on the main motion, then we can talk a little bit more about process and procedures.
You can talk about whatever you want to do with it. Yep.
Okay,
if we
thank
get
you.
back on the main motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're on the amendment. Are we ready for the, so does everybody understand the amendment?
Has the amendment been split?
We can split. So where's the amendment? We can split the amendment, Ian?
The request has come into split. We can split bullet 1 and bullet 2 into 2 separate votes.
Okay.
And I'll post them in the chat individually.
I see them here though. So we're going to vote on number 1, which is replacing section 7 with within 45 minutes of having been requested by telephone to do so. Attend a parking lot for the purpose of removing a vehicle or mobilizing device. And that's up from 30 minutes, I believe, right? All right. Ready for the question on the vote on number 1.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
Yes.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet. Deputy Mayor. Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, that part passes. Number 1 passes. Part number 2 is to move from $60 to $100. Maximum immobilization fee, $100. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith. Four. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Outhet. Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the amendment.
And 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so both 1 and 2 have passed. We're back on the main motion. I got a note, I think other councillors have as well, that Councillor Hensby is frozen out. Our tech support, our usual tech support, Corey, is on vacation, probably on a boat on the Myra, watching this closely from his mobile laptop. Okay, so we're on the main motion, which has been amended now, and Councillor Blackburn, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And starting off by thanking Victoria Horn so much for your patience and your guidance on this one, and appreciate the opportunity to hit the reset button and defer this from the last meeting. So in general, I like what is here. It addresses the many concerns that I had about the service and how it was provided. And as Councillor Cleary points out, this is about more than how long you have to wait for the boot to be removed and how much it's going to cost you. And he is absolutely right that my concerns when this happened to me a couple of years ago wasn't so much about that, but it had more to do about the process and the fact that, the lack of identification, the lack of uniforms, marked vehicles, and all of that is covered here. But there is something that's not quite what I was hoping to see. And so to that end, I do have an amendment that Victoria helped craft for me. And I've sent it to Ian earlier. So if you want to plop that into the chat, my amendment is as follows. Direct staff to amend section 7E prior to immobilizing a vehicle. 1, place a written notice on the windshield of the vehicle setting out the reasons, the time the notice was placed, and the authority for the immobilization as prescribed in Schedule B. And 2, wait 60 minutes after placing the notice before installing the immobilizing device. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, Councillor Russell. So, yeah, I mean, so basically, what my concern is with this was, to me, the boot has to be the last ditch effort. This should not be the first line of defense if your server is running late and you're 5 minutes over your time and you come back to your car, you're 5 minutes over and you've got a boot. To me, and we already do this on municipal property, as you know, we've been sort of dancing around this issue for the last 15, 20 minutes. If a vehicle is illegally parked on HRM property, you get a ticket first and then you're towed. And so to me, the boot should be the last measure that is taken and not the first. And, you know, to the companies that are doing this or providing this service, I mean, you have to ask yourself, why are you in business? Are you there to help lot owners manage their space, encourage vehicle turnover, or is it just to prey on vehicles and lock up as many as possible during the run of a day so you can make as much money as possible? That's the question. So to me, I think this makes sense that in discussions with Victoria, we can definitely, make the employees of these companies special constables, or we can get them, help facilitate them getting special constable status. We can't direct them specifically to write tickets. But, presumably that would be what they would do. Special constable status has been pointed out, gives those tickets more teeth. They count on your license. And when you go to renew your registration, they'll have it listed there, like Santa's naughty list. All your infractions have been listed. Whereas, right now in these private lots, without the special constable status, those tickets really aren't worth the paper they're printed on. So, by allowing or getting these special constable status for these employees, it also opens them up to perhaps other revenue streams, other services that they may be able to provide because they now have that extra power. So I put that motion there forward, or that amendment forward, and look forward to the debate. I think it is, I think this is something that it allows the companies to do their business, but it also doesn't allow for companies to prey on people when they illegally park. And like I said, if you're 5 minutes late, I don't think a boot is the appropriate response. You don't get locked away for stealing a candy bar at a grocery store. Now you do it 6 times in a row and perhaps escalate your thievery, then yeah, but it shouldn't be the first thing that is done. I think it needs to be a more measured approach. And I think we do it with ticket and tow. We should do it with ticket and boot as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm so sorry. Could I just make a point of clarification for Councillor Blackburn before we move to Councillor Austin on her motion?
Please
Ian,
do.
is that in order? Sorry.
Yes,
I just wish to clarify that the bylaw as is written presently
Oh, she froze me. Anyone else?
We need better internet service in our urban ridings.
Victoria, we've lost you if you can hear us.
Get in line for another day.
Okay.
Mayor Savage, we will reconnect with Victoria and get her online here in a second.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead with Councillor Austin and then pick her up as she comes back. Councillor Austin?
Well, sadly, Mr. Mayor, can you skip to the next one because I had questions for Victoria.
Okay. Councillor Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I kind of do too, but I'll take a kick at this just to kill some time here, I guess. So this amendment is something that I actually spoke about with the vendor that contacted me. And I said the idea of the hour grace, and he said that if they had to give that hour grace, and then they have to come chalk, then come back in an hour, then come back to release the vote if there was booted, that suddenly really cuts into their business model, and it really becomes quite prohibitive for them to basically 3 times to have to appear. So I think the opportunity there would be to have the ability to ticket. But the last time I spoke with the vendor, the company that I spoke with, they said they'd be willing to have that discussion with HRM about special constable status, being able to write tickets, to do exactly what Lisa, the constable expert, is saying, write your ticket the first time, come back and it's still there in an hour or whatever. But my question for Victoria is, before we go and pass this amendment, which I like the spirit of, but are we, is this going to happen? Because having them back and forth 3 times without at least having the revenue of a ticket, I don't think is going to be financially viable. So I'd appreciate Victoria's comment on that.
Okay, she may have been.
She said she's back, I thought she said. But
Victoria, are you back?
no, I guess not. I thought I saw a chat.
Deputy Mayor Oathead, I believe Victoria is with us. You may need to restate your question.
Okay, I'll do it quickly. So I did have some back and forth discussion, Victoria, with the industry, with Lisa's suggestion about giving an hour leeway. The feedback I got was that you come, chalk a tire, come back in an hour, then vote if it's still there, and then come back in an hour or whenever to let them go, to let it release it. Wouldn't necessarily make financial sense to them, but they would be willing to discuss with you the idea of special constable status to perhaps allow them to write the ticket the first time when they're there. Have you had those discussions, and what would be involved in doing this? My worry is passing this amendment till we know if the industry is willing and able to do this, and if it's financially viable, kind of puts us right back into what we're trying to avoid here, which is perhaps hurting the industry.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the Deputy Mayor, thank you for that question, and I heard half of it. So I'm going to answer to the best of my ability, and forgive me if there are areas that I need you to repeat. So I think in summary, what your question is you're hearing from industry that their preference is to not write tickets first and then return back to issue the boot. Is that the essence of the question?
No, what they're saying is that it's not financially viable just to come, chalk the tire, and then come back in an hour and boot if it's still there, and then come back to release the boot. So the ticketing might make it more financially viable, but they're not in a position to do that yet. And I don't think they've really had that discussion with you yet about what the ticket prices would be, how quickly they could get special constable. So in other words, I just want to make sure we're not passing a policy that there's nobody there ready to jump into.
Okay, sorry, Deputy. So we have had conversations with industry. As I mentioned at the last debate, the bylaw does require that any persons issuing a boot does register with us as a special constable. That really is so that we have an active registry of who is working with the company, and it's renewed annually. It does afford them the benefit, if they wish, either at any lot where they boot or any other lot that they manage, that those deputized special constables could issue tickets if they wanted to. If you recall, the original motion actually asked us to look at the Ottawa model, which the report does dive a little bit deeper into, which I think is the essence of what you're suggesting, which is a cost shared model. So Halifax Regional Municipality doesn't do this now. We do have one agreement with Waterfront Development, or Develop Nova Scotia, where when they had more expansive lots on the waterfront, they would monitor them, issue tickets, and they would get the funds back, because council at the time felt like that money would go back into the redevelopment and revitalization of the waterfront. That is the only agreement that we have where money is cost shared. Based on the research,
So without the revenue share, the ability to revenue share, I'm wondering if what's being proposed is viable, because there's no revenue when they come the first time. They'd have, basically, in order to boot, you would have to come 3 times. Once to talk, once to boot, and then once to release the boot. And my understanding from the industry was that was not financially viable unless they did have some sort of revenue share on the initial ticket. Have you had that discussion with them at all?
So that's my understanding as well. We didn't have that specific discussion with industry because it wasn't included in the original motion. Now that it's contemplated here as an amendment, I do anticipate that that would create challenges for business, as they would either have to sit and wait at the lot and then not attend other calls, or would have to return. So I would imagine that industry would not be supportive of a 60-minute wait time to issue the boot. The whole purpose is that they can come, clamp the vehicle that's in violation, leave, and then come back when they're called by the person to remove the clamp.
All right, well, thank you very much, Victoria. So, Mayor, that's my concern. While I like the spirit of what Councillor Blackburn is suggesting, I just don't know if it's financially viable unless there's some kind of a revenue share on the initial ticket. So that's what I wanted to, or an initial ticket. That's what I wanted to bring forward, and perhaps Councillor Blackburn can respond to that when she comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, was that your question as well?
It was my question as well. And so if I may, Mr. Mayor, my feeling is I'm not sure if I can support this amendment or not. What I think would be the prudent thing to do, I dare to suggest, is if council wanted to go down this route, I think we should defer this for a supplemental report. I see this as, well, the two options here. We pass what we have with the amendments that were made, and have that in place, and then get a report and potentially amend the bylaw later, or we just kick this whole thing aside and go get a supplemental report on this particular piece of it. Because I have the same concern as Councillor Outhit regarding, like, well, does this really work if there's not that revenue sharing with ticketing? Thank you.
Yeah, we could make this a regular occurrence at council. This could be like a soap opera, the continuing saga. Councillor, we'll see where this goes and then decide what we're going to do. Councillor Daigle-Gammon?
Give it the boot.
I think it's about trying to strike a good balance, because the persons that are going to illegally park are going to do that sort of, and their time frame isn't going to matter. The persons that are just, they were at the restaurant and it took them a few more minutes to get back, so I'm just wondering if there's a friendly amendment to look at that 1 hour, because if it's about the companies, having to come back 3 times, what if it was within 30 minutes and they could just stay there? And if a person comes within 30 minutes, fine. And if they don't, then they immobilize, and it doesn't mean that it's that third trip. Because I do think that maybe an hour may be too much, but to catch and to support those persons who just innocently get caught in being beyond the time frame by a few minutes, then they don't get booted. So I'm just wondering, Councillor Blackburn, if you might think that the time frame from an hour to 30 minutes might be considered a friendly amendment.
Okay, we'll let Councillor Blackburn think on that one. We'll come back to her. Councillor, is that it? Councillor Daigle-Gammon for you? Okay. I did see Councillor Blackburn reaching for her microphone, but we'll wait in joyful anticipation. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I understand the intent of Councillor Blackburn, but I'm not sure why we would have in the bylaw, a requirement for the parking lot to put a sign up saying the same information. So it's either the sign or it's the notice. And like, if you already have the sign, as people are going into someone else's private property and parking illegally on someone else's private property, and there's a sign that says, hey, if you park illegally on this property, you're going to get booted. I'm not sure why the written notice is necessary. I think it's redundant, frankly. Also, the booting company is not the one making the determination of the person who has been there illegally. It is the business owner. So if I own a grocery store, if I own a cafe, if I own a Subway, and someone parks on my property, the booting company has no idea if that person, unless they're surveilling the parking lot, the booting company is not the one who knows if the person is a customer of that business or not. It's the business owner who knows. And the business owner is typically the one who's calling the booting company and saying, hey, this red Chevette with license. Do they even make Chevettes anymore? I should update my analogy. This red Hyundai Elantra is sitting out there, license plate, blah, 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 blah. They're not a customer of mine. They parked here. They went across the street. That's how the booting company knows who to boot. They're not clairvoyant. They're not omnipotent. They have no concept of who's there except for when the property owner, the business owner, the person whose real estate is, they're paying taxes to us, and then someone is illegally parking on their property. And so I can't support the amendment because I think it's redundant with the sign that we're requiring in the new bylaw that says, hey, if you park here, you're going to get booted. And frankly, it's caveat emptor. If you want to take your chances and, I'm going to park here, but I'm going to go down the street, you frankly deserve a ticket or a boot. Giving people a warning and saying, hey, you better move or you're going to get a boot, they'll just move. But that doesn't help the small business who's just lost an hour of parking and maybe 2 or 3 covers at their restaurant because someone was using that parking lot and then parking somewhere else. So I sorry, Councillor Blackburn, I can't support the amendment. I think it's redundant for having the sign that we're requiring in the bylaw.
Okay, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm obviously supporting the amendment. I seconded it, and I would have been happy with 30 or 60 minutes. When we spoke with the company that issues the boots, one of the questions that I asked them was, at this point, what happens? They show up at the parking lot, and on visit 1, can they apply a boot? And they said yes, they do. So it's not as if they chalk and then apply the ticket or the piece of paper, and then on a 3rd visit apply the boot. This would extend 1 visit to 2 visits to apply the boot, and they weren't terribly comfortable with that, and I'm okay with that. The customer is well, there are lots of customers. The people who we are trying to strike a balance between are the person who's driving the business, and both of those come ahead of the booting company, although I would like to see the booting companies around so that they can provide that service. So I'm perfectly happy supporting, again, 30 or 60 minutes. This is only the 2nd visit. It's not the 3rd visit to the lot. I get that it's redundant, having a sign and saying this is what will happen. The nice thing is when the sign says this is what will happen, hopefully that will happen. So again, I'll support the bylaw, or sorry, the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone. This is good conversation. I just wanted to weigh in with Councillor Cleary. You kind of said what I was thinking, and I just think it's so important for our bylaws not to unduly hinder the ability of business to do their business. And whereas the companies in question, have been doing this for years, it feels unfair to impose something that isn't really, in my opinion, necessary when the policies that the new bylaw are suggesting is going to be, transparency, posted signage on the lot so that people know what they're getting into when they choose to park illegally. And of course, clear identification. So these are all good policy that don't hinder business. But I just feel like this is just in the danger zone for me. So I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr.
Victoria, you're looking very thoughtful. I'm wondering if there's anything you want to add on this before we decide what's next. And I might go back to Councillor Blackburn as well. Victoria Horn, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just again, a point of clarification that the notice is already included in the bylaw. So if it's the will of council to remove that, then we would need, as I heard that there were some comments that it's redundant, we would need to have a separate motion amending to remove that. Staff felt when we included that it's helpful when a resident receives a boot that they know right in front of them why they received the boot, who to contact, and how to contact them. And council is correct. It is a level of redundancy. There will be a sign on the lot somewhere that indicates who they can call, but it could be dark, or they might not know where the sign is, or they may have forgotten. So it's just another added layer that provides residents with immediate information about why their vehicle is booted. Happy to remove it if that's the will of council. And then I would appreciate a subsequent staff report on the amendment as suggested by Councillor Austin, I believe. I think that it would require some additional consultation with industry. I'm receiving emails right now from industry indicating their displeasure with the amendment. So I think that it would definitely warrant some further discussion with industry. That it was not contemplated in the original motion, so it might require some additional information to truly indicate to council the impacts.
Okay, that was helpful. And let's go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I just wanted to clarify, dangers of having read something in June. As far as I can see in the bylaw, I mean, there's a 15-minute grace period already built into it, isn't there? For like, if you are parked on a lot that is a private paid lot and you bought parking and your parking is expired, isn't there a 15-minute already built into the bylaw before a boot can be applied? So based on that, I mean, I think 15 minutes is reasonable. That covers the situation that Councillor Blackburn was speaking to of a restaurant owner, of being out at a restaurant. You know, you've asked for your check, you're waiting, and so you're running a few minutes late there getting back. I mean, that would be covered if you've paid for this properly in the first instance. In the other instance, it is the scenario that Councillor Cleary described, where it's the private lot with the business owner right there who watches someone hop out of the car and mosey on down the street. So I think either one of these is actually already basically covered. So I think listening to the debate here, I've firmed my mind up. I don't see supporting the amendment as, I get what Councillor Blackburn's trying to do, but I think it's already basically done in the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question for Ms. Horn. So in the staff report, section 7, sub E, it simply says prior to immobilizing a vehicle, they're going to place the written notice on the vehicle. It doesn't say that they're waiting any period of time that I can read. So it's like you slap it on, you put the boot on, there's no waiting time like the 60 minutes. So when you say it's already in there, what you mean is, and if you look at the schedule, there is an example of a notice, but there's no waiting time. As I've read this, notice goes on, boot goes on, so that when they get the notice, they know who to call to remove the boot. It's not a 60-minute wait, correct?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillors, section 9F actually covers that they cannot immobilize a vehicle in a parking lot where purchased parking time has expired unless at least 15 minutes have elapsed since the time of expiry.
Right, in a time limited parking lot.
No, so it would be where an individual, so in the scenario described originally, if an individual had purchased time on the lot, so for example, there are some lots where a permit is not issued, you can actually purchase time, like at the Basilica, for example. So if you had purchased time and your time expired and you were coming back from your restaurant, the immobilization company has to give you a grace period of 15 minutes. However, if you've just parked and left your vehicle and you did not have a registered payment with that lot, the previous section 7 would apply, so they can administer the boot right away.
Okay, so I'm looking at Councillor Blackburn's amendment. So section 7E is what she's referring to, and I'm looking at the staff report, which is where I see 7E, but that's not the actual section of the bylaw that we're referring to.
Sorry for the confusion, trying to have dual monitors here and it's not working. So section 7E, the amendment that Councillor Blackburn is looking at, as I understood it from the councillor when she asked for support in creating the amendment, and Councillor Blackburn, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my interpretation was that the councillor was looking for language for anyone violating the parking on private property, which would be addressed in 7E. If council is looking for more specific language covering those who had already previously registered payments, and the concern is that a well-intending resident that had actually tried to follow the rules and paid and then received a boot because they overstayed their welcome, they're covered under 9 A, B, C, D, E, F, 9F.
Okay, and I think that's an important distinction to make. So if you are just a person who's, you know, you got out late, you had to go to the bathroom when you were at the restaurant, and you've got a 15-minute grace period to get back to your car even after your time has expired. But if you're just a general scofflaw and you've parked there without patronizing the restaurant, without paying for your time, we're going to give them a 60-minute grace period to get away. That makes no sense to me when the person who's actually paid gets 15 minutes and the person who hasn't paid and is a scofflaw gets 60. And so I think, you know, based on both of that clarification and the fact that there's already a sign, the written notice has to go on the windshield before the boot goes on anyway, that there's no reason if you're a general scofflaw to give you a 60-minute head start on the authorities. That just doesn't make any sense to me. That's like, you know, the police show up to a bank robbery. Oh, you know what? We're going to hang out here. We're going to go to Tim Hortons and get a donut. You rob the bank. 60 minutes later, we're going to come back. Then we'll see if you're still here. I mean, we wouldn't do that in any other context. This is an illegal behavior. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I haven't heard scofflaw used 3 times in the same day in many, many years. So I feel very blessed. Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
At least since the 1920s.
Sounds like something they would say with Al Capone. Okay, so I'm just looking. I got some speakers here. I think Councillor Daigle-Gammon is next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the expanded conversation and the clarity that they actually have 15 minutes. When I spoke with one of the company owners, the language was, we get there, we boot. So I missed that if you bought time, you actually have 15 minutes of a grace period. So that's on the companies to make sure that they actually allow that 15 minutes, which is really important. That makes better sense to me now. Thank you. So I probably, you know, I would agree with Councilor Clary now that if you pay and you're just, it's innocent, you have 15 minutes, but if you don't pay and you're kind of guilty from the start, then it's 60. So I get that now. And thank you for the clarification on it. The concern I might still have, I think I still have a little bit of a concern around the notice time, and how does a company find out that they actually bought time or that they're there illegally? So how is that distinction made? How would a company know that you bought time and it expired?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So there are any wide range of lots and lot management. So some of these lots and these companies have the similar pay stations to the one that we have on street. Some have digital meters. So there are, not all lots have it that you can purchase time. Some of them are just permits or allocated for employees. So they register pre-approved license plates with this company or the whichever company, and then the company has some form of way to validate that, whether it's a spreadsheet or a handheld like we have on staff. So there are any number of technologies and options that the private companies employ. We don't regulate that, so it is up to them to figure out how they manage who is permitted to park there and who is not. I think what you might be getting at is how would we verify that after the fact if an appeal was brought forward. So we would launch an investigation, and so if the resident who initiated a payment had proof that they had a credit card statement with the company's name listed, or they had a receipt, the majority of these machines issue a receipt. Some of them are even pay and display, so they would have had to take it back to their car to display payment. Those are the types of evidence that we would gather in order to determine whether or not the boot was issued within the 15 minutes or beyond, or if the person had even registered a session. And I should note as well that most of these companies have their own appeal process as well. So if you felt like you were wronged, or that you had registered a session, or that you had tried to pay and the machine didn't work, or any number of those scenarios, not dissimilar to what we experience on street, One Shot for certain has an appeal process, and I believe RFM does as well.
Thank you very much for that answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, in listening to all the comments of my colleagues, I think one of the big pieces here that, and the reason why this is so controversial, is the whole idea of booting in the first place. That, you know, that people don't like to get booted if you're immobilized for an hour. You know, that has consequences. I get the point that people are parking on private property, it's illegal, but just like, you know, when your meter expires on one of our streets, that's illegal as well. And we don't go around booting people. We issue tickets for, you know, $35. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at, you know, what is the punishment that fits the crime here? And booting to me does seem extreme, and it does seem punitive, and you know, as a practice in general, it's not something that I particularly in favor of. I would be more in favor of issuing a ticket. That if somebody, you know, was on private property, if they extended the amount of time they had paid for in a private lot, that they would be given a ticket, and you could get your ticket, and most people don't like tickets, and you can go. And if it's on private property as opposed to HRM streets, maybe it is a little more than the $35 of HRM tickets. But it's the boot that I really think is what the main issue here, the practice of booting as a business. And it has been in the past, I feel, predatory as well. And you know, so I get that we don't have a general practice, from what I understand in this conversation, of cost sharing around tickets. And I don't know if anyone has looked into the ability of you know, how we can make the ticketing actually work on private property. You know, I think that, let's say you're parked in front of a fire exit, you know, well, then you're going to be towed. You don't want people booted. You don't want cars stuck there. You want cars gone, right? Just like the same thing as if you're in a bus lane. But for the most part, if your car is in a parking spot, it's not, you know, it's not fair to the property owner, but it's not necessarily causing a hazard of any kind. And I don't think that booting a car, oh God, my dogs are gonna go off here. 1 second.
You okay? Should we call the police or something, Councillor?
No, it's just my children coming in. There we go. So, you know, anyway, that's what I'm hearing. This is all boils down to is it's about the boot. So, I mean, I'd be willing to let go and say, let's go back to the drawing board and see what other options there are besides booting to create a penalty for illegal parking on private property. I mean, is the boot our only option here, or are there other options? Victoria?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So we have investigated that. That was actually the original report that staff wrote to regional council that stemmed to this bylaw and where we are today. So council actually asked the question, is vehicle immobilization legal? And so staff investigated that. We determined that it is, and it is a private practice. So it's not something that we do in the right of way. So really, and Mr. Traves, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if memory serves, the legal determination was that council cannot really dictate to a private company how they manage their private lot. We can create a bylaw that stipulates rather, or implements rules around what they can do with that. So there are a number of options already available to private lot owners about how they can manage their lot. And that includes the issuance of tickets if they want to register as a special constable. So we do that now. And there are many private lot owners that issue tickets. The private lot parking violation is $25. It's set by the province, so it's not terribly prohibitive. So some companies do employ other measures. Some companies prefer to just call us right away and request a tow, which we will do. But as a previous councillor indicated, it does take time and maybe is not the fastest, so not necessarily to the liking of the private property owner. So many private property owners employ other companies like booting companies to supplement or augment the service. So it's one service offering. It's not the only service offering, but it's one that some companies choose.
Okay.
So if
Quickly-
your car is, I'll move on. So if your car is booted, you could be there for another 2 hours. It doesn't matter. You're booted like until you come back and call, and then it's another half hour to an hour that you're there. Okay.
Which is precisely why the municipality has never investigated it, because a booted vehicle is still a vehicle that is parked where we don't want it to be, right? So it's the prerogative of the private lot owners. It certainly disincentivizes people. I certainly know from accounts that we've heard and complaints that we've received, a person that gets booted knows to not go to that lot again. So it does facilitate behavior change, I believe. I certainly would not return to a lot that I got booted at if I did. So, and then with respect to the cost sharing piece, staff did investigate that as part of the Ottawa model. We just determined that it would be, there'd be not enough tickets generated for it to be beneficial for the municipality. It would add more administrative burden to the municipality than it would generate positive revenue in us administering a program like that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Purdy.
Thanks. Thank you. Sorry, I know this has been a very long conversation, but I just wanted to clarify one thing that I think you said at the beginning, Victoria, that under the new Transportation Act, police maybe are going to be given this ability to boot as well. So maybe we will be seeing more booting on streets for illegal parking. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I believe it was Councillor Cleary that cited language that is in the current public consultation iteration of the Traffic Safety Act. It's not necessarily that police will be able to do it. It just, the language is written as such that it no longer just talks about seizing a vehicle, which under the Motor Vehicle Act is towing. And it does actually now add the language that immobilization is a tool. So we've asked for feedback from the province, and we are active collaborators and participants in that process. But we've not heard anything further on the intended definition of that. My interpretation of the way the language is written is that it would enable police to do it if they wanted to. I've not had any conversations with regional police and our colleagues over there about as to whether they are interested in. My guess would be no.
Right, it's not pleasant. Okay, thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on the amendment of Councillor Blackburn. We're going to vote on it unless somebody
Mr.
wants
Mayor,
to.
can I have the last word on that before we vote?
You certainly can.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, everyone, for the conversation on this. Really, really appreciate it. To address a couple of the quick things that were brought up, yes, definitely. To Councillor Cleary's point, we have to make the distinction between folks that overstay their welcome and the folks that just completely thumb their nose at the law. So, you know, that's why the 60 minutes was put in place. To give those people who overstay their welcome a grace period. 15 minutes, if that is adhered to, you know, I think that is good. It's certainly not happening now. And the wording of the amendment where we say place a written notice on the windshield, it does sound redundant. The only reason it's worded that way, and Victoria, you can clarify for me, it's because we cannot direct them to say you must write a ticket. Now, presumably that written notice will be in the form of a $35 or $45 ticket. So they're not getting away scot-free. They've got that ticket that counts against their, you know, their license when they go to renew. So that's why it's written that way. I do think that the private lot owners should follow the same, you know, line of punishment that HRM is following. If we ticket first and then tow, I think we should be ticketing first and then booting. And, you know, not a case of slapping on the boot 2 minutes after the expiry date. The technology is there that the teams that work for these companies can communicate and have, one team that writes tickets and puts notes on windshields, another team that goes around and boots. When we make decisions on development, we often say that the financial viability of a project shouldn't factor into the decision. And, why is this any different? This is about protecting people and, and building a framework around something that right now is the Wild West. So that's why I put forward this motion, and I just ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, my apologies, if I could just again, a point of clarification, Councillor Blackburn, thank you so much for your comments. The way that the amendment is worded and the way that the bylaw is currently worded, there is just a notice posted on the windshield. So the notice is included in the report as Schedule B. It's a vehicle immobilization notice. It is not a ticket. While the agents will be deputized and certainly have the ability to write a ticket if they wish, I just wish to temper expectations that the booting company will not be required to have issued a ticket in order to administer a boot.
Okay. Okay. So we are voting on this amendment, Ian.
Can we read the amendment, please?
It's in the chat.
Can you see the chat from where you are, Councillor Hensby? Are you calling in or?
My chat doesn't go that far back enough to read the whole thing.
Okay, it's just been put up again. Do you want it read out, Councillor Hensby?
I can read it now, thank you.
All right, Ian, let's go to the vote.
Speaking to the amendment, beginning with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
That's a big no.
10, Councillor Morse.
Against.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
Against.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Against the motion.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting against.
Mayor Savage.
Opposed.
1, Councillor Dale Gammon.
Voting against only because of the 60 minutes.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Ditto on that, negatory.
3, Councillor Kent.
Against.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting against.
5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting against the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Tempted for a sympathy yay, but no against the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that amendment is defeated. So we're back on the main motion, which was amended in 2 parts initially, and then an amendment that was defeated. So it's an amended motion. Are we ready for a question on the main motion? No, we're not. Councillor Russell on the main motion.
Thank you very much. I have 2 questions, and they both relate to section 11 of the motion. Of the bylaw. If I look at section 10, it says no person carrying on, engaged in, or operating a vehicle immobilization business. Section 11 starts with every person carrying on or operating. So it excludes those who are engaged in, which I would think are the people who are traveling from one lot to another doing things. And then it talks about uniforms and professional appearing and all of that good stuff. So is that a simple omission? Is an amendment needed, or can you explain that? The second thing is when you're looking at the uniforms, you are specifically excluding the words parking enforcement, which is specifically what these people are doing. And so I'm wondering why you have these two questions to Victoria, why you have specifically included the words parking enforcement. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor, I'll address your last question first. So our parking enforcement officers are very clearly displayed parking enforcement officer on their back. So we just wanted to make it distinguishable that any company being represented through parking enforcement is not to be confused with our staff. So we wanted to distinguish that, which is the rationale for leaving that in the motion, or sorry, in the bylaw. And then with respect to the choice of using the language engaged in versus in section 10 versus not in 11, that's likely a legal question. I can certainly follow up with our legal team. I'm not sure if that's an easy amendment or if we'd need a motion to amend that as well. John, do you have an opinion on that?
I'd rather not change it without checking, but it would not be a significant change, and I think could be dealt with at second reading if that's council's wish, once we have a chance to speak to the lawyers that were involved in drafting it.
Okay. Councillor Russell?
Hey, thank you very much. I would like certainly the engaged in text considered for the second reading, and so long as it doesn't turn it into a significant amendment at that point, that's fine. As far as parking enforcement, that is specifically what these folks are doing. And there might be companies that John Smith's Parking Enforcement is the name of the company, and they would only be able to display John Smith's on their uniform. I can certainly understand that you would want to eliminate confusion with the Halifax branding. And so that's why you have Halifax Regional Municipality or Regional Police. But I would like to make an amendment to simply remove the words parking enforcement from section 11B. No, I've not thought out the text for that, and I apologize. But remove those words because parking enforcement is what these folks are doing, and for them to have a uniform that says, we do something similar, but we can't actually say we do parking enforcement. I don't think that would convey the same message.
Okay, so let's make sure we know what the motion is, and that there's a seconder. Go ahead, Councillor Russell, take us through that again.
The motion is simply to amend this to remove the words parking enforcement as prohibited language that would be able to be used on an employee's uniform. This is in section 11B of the bylaw.
Is there a second for that?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Councillor Russell?
There is not.
Councillor Trish Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one more thing, in reading the report, another concern that I had was to max out the fee cap at a certain amount without taking into consideration, inflation, economic changes that can happen so quickly, rises in gas prices, all kinds of things. What is the recourse for these companies? So in working with Victoria, who's been super, super helpful, and Ian, I have a suggestion here to add, I just put it in the chat there, to request a staff report assessing the impact of economic conditions on the fee cap to enable the companies to raise and adjust their fees in conjunction with inflation and other relevant economic circumstances no later than once every 5 years. And I was, oh, sorry, so that's it. Does someone need to second that before I continue?
Is second for that?
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to second that. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. I was concerned even with the length of time for 5 years, because economic conditions can change very quickly, as we saw with COVID. And so, but in speaking with Victoria, just in terms of staffing and the amount of time that is required, and she did assure me that as counselors, we can bring to council at any time if there is a need to do this quicker, if something happens, for council support in that. So this is just a time frame to have a time frame so it doesn't go too long. But if there is, you know, God forbid, something horrible that happens in the next 5 years, one of us can bring it back to be reassessed by staff. So I hope that you consider this. Thank you.
Counselor, is it no later than once every 5 years or no more than once every 5 years? Just my own information.
You know what? I may have posted the wrong thing in the chat. Request staff to provide a report assessing the impact of economic conditions on the fee cap every 5 years to enable the companies to raise or adjust their fees in conjunction with inflation and other relevant economic circumstances.
Okay. Okay. That was seconded by Councillor Cleary, still seconded by Councillor Cleary. Okay, so that's an amendment. Councillor Kent, you're okay now? No other questions on the amendment? Councillor Cleary on the amendment.
Just very quickly, happy to support this. I mean, as Councillor Purdy pointed out, any councillor can bring any motion forward to change any bylaw administrative order that we have. But I think putting a time limit on of 5 years just forces staff to know that they have to revisit this at some point in time. You know, very typical with many of our bylaws. 5 years could change a lot. But yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ready for the question on the amendments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question now, actually.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I'm going back to, is it or is it not? Because the second time, Councilor Purdy, you read the motion, you did not include the reference to 5 years. Councilor Clary has noted that it is in there, I think, but I'm not convinced that it's saying, I'm supportive of it, but I'm not convinced it's saying, based on what we're seeing here in the chat. Is that the language we want? Is that perhaps another relevant economic circumstances no later than once every 5 years? Is that a reference to the report? Yeah, I can't quite grasp what you're trying to get there. So we get a staff report assessing the impact of economic conditions, got that, and why, but then the no later than once every 5 years, I'm not sure what that exactly is saying. Any suggestions, Victoria, to what that might be?
I think Ian has adjusted it to
Okay.
capture Councillor Purdy's comment.
On the fee cap.
Mayor Savage, through to
Okay.
council, I believe the intent was that this would come at least once every 5 years and not be something that that came at the beginning of 5 years. So I've tried to adjust the motion. Councillor, if that fits, please let me know and I can adjust as required.
Based on what Ian has put up, I certainly am happy to support that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Ian.
Okay. Anybody else?
Simply,
Okay, so
simply wondering if that can be read into the record.
Sure. Would you like me to do that? The new motion. Okay, that Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report assessing the impact of economic conditions on the fee cap at least once every 5 years to enable the companies to raise or adjust their fees in conjunction with inflation and other relevant economic circumstances.
Okay. Councillor Russell?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, ready for the question?
Question.
Question.
Beginning with District 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yeah.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
Favor.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. And 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion has, amendment has passed. We're back on the main motion. We're back on the main motion. Are we ready for the question on the main motion? We can't possibly be ready for the question on the main motion.
We are more than ready for the question on the main motion.
Ready for the question on the main motion, Ian, as amended.
Beginning with District 11, Councillor Cuttle.
You're muted, Patty.
So then for clarification, are we voting on part 2 of the main motion?
This is the main motion as amended with 2 parts earlier, and this motion of Councillor Purdy's. Was there a third? Can't remember.
Did we vote on part 1?
I don't know what you mean by part. Early on, we had a motion that was split into 1 and 2, which passed.
Right.
This is the motion of Councillor Purdy on the every 5 years to adjust the fee potentially.
We are on the main motion.
Oh, on the main motion. On the main motion, yes.
We are on the main motion. I will be posting that in the chat right now.
Okay. In favor.
So just very quickly, so that is for first reading of for bylaw V200, the vehicle immobilization bylaw. I said on attachment A of this report as amended. Sorry, I just have some councillors who are not seeing the chat. I want to make sure that everybody's aware of what we're on. Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting absolutely in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And 10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so that passed in record time. That motion is now passed. Victoria Horn, can you just come back on screen? I want to let you know that if I ever know 1/10 as much about parking as you do, I hope somebody puts me out of my misery. But I'm awful glad that you know as much as you do. And thank you very much for your guidance on this and all other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so council, I'm just going to take a second here. It's 10 to 5. We have a number of items here. It is voting day. I know that everybody on the screen has voted, but I think we all want to be home and watch democracy unfold in plenty of time. So I had asked Jacques to look at what was critical. He sent a note to everybody. Councillor Mason's indicated he might be prepared to consider discussing some deferrals. Councillor Mason, can I go to you on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we defer 7.2 street art, 7.3 Hemmings Plains LUB, 11.1.5 egg laying fowl, 13.1 in camera, 13.2 in camera to the next meeting of regional council. I so move.
Second, Mancini.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I also would ask that the councillors look into their soul who have their ones under 11.9 and perhaps add them to the deferral list. And I would ask the CAO and staff if 11.4.1 executive standing committee, I don't think that's actually pressing unless there's some kind of provincial deadline that's pending. I think we'd probably defer that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think some of those are fairly easy ones. They wouldn't take a long time, but so can we just look at what Councillor Mason has proposed, maybe put it in the chat, Ian, if you picked it up. And then we can discuss it.
Councillor Mason has put those in the chat. There's item 7.2, 7.3, 11.1.5, 13.1, and 13.2 have been moved for deferral.
So my only question is, those that have already been deferred, if the councillors feel strongly about that, as Councillor Lovelace does on 7.3, maybe that's worth taking off and dealing with. I don't think it's all that complicated. I'm just looking for a nodding of heads on this one, and then we can look at other items. Is everybody okay if we remove 7.3 and deal with that today? I think I'm seeing that that's okay. That's okay with Councillor Mason?
That's fine, as long as we all promise to,
Don't ask tough questions.
No amendments, no questions.
So, Councillor Jacques, CAO.
You're on mute.
Jacques, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So, Mr. Mayor, 13.5 in camera can be deferred, and 11. I just want to make sure I have the right number here. So 11.4.1 can also be deferred. You want to add that as an amendment to the motion?
Okay, so let's add 11.4.1 coming from executive and 13.5 coming out of in camera to the list, but take off 7.3. That's what we're looking at right now.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor, yeah, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
The egg laying fowl has been really important for a lot of people, 11.1.5. And so just to give some airtime to say that, a couple of councillors have said that some of their constituents would like more time with the report. So concede that could stay on the deferral with the really extreme hope that it is on the agenda and doesn't get deferred on August 31st. Thank you.
No, I agree. I think we're all looking forward to that meeting on August 31st for sure.
Oh, yeah, like a hole in the head.
No, it's good. It's important. So the motion of Councillor Mason is seconded by Councillor Mancini is that we defer 7.2, and Councillor Austin has indicated he's okay with that. 7.3 will be dealt with today. 11.1.5, 13.1, 13.2, 13.5, and 11.4.1, that those items will be deferred in the interest of provincial democracy.
That's what time we're trying to target completion by?
Midnight.
I'd like to be finished by 7 o'clock so people have a chance to get home. The polls close at 8. People get home, get their chips and dip and zucchini ready.
Okay, all right.
Bean sprouts. I like bean sprouts.
Goes well with zucchini.
Okay.
I'm just curious, if we get to the agenda at 6:30, can we add a couple items? We're going to say 7 o'clock for a hard cutoff. Let's say 7 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, Jacques here. everything that's left on the agenda is time sensitive. It has to be done tonight. We cannot defer anything that has not been added to the list of deferrals. We can't defer anything else at all time sensitive and has to be addressed tonight.
Bilingual stop signs is time sensitive?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay, so colleagues, that's the motion on the floor that we defer those items. Can I look for consensus since it's got to do with agenda? Ian and John?
Agreed.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Negatory.
Me.
Okay, let's have a vote on it, Ian. Let's just make sure that we don't ignore democracy in our attempt to watch it.
You have your majority, sir.
Yeah,
Ian, am I okay with that?
I'm okay with it.
I have Deputy Mayor Oathit and I have Councillor Hensby as nays for the deferral motion.
Okay, the motion is passed. So let's just take a second and $7.2. Oh my gosh, that's still on page 1. It's deferred. 7.3 we're going to do. $11.15. 13, 11.5, 11. We said 11.4.12, right? 13.1, 13.2, and 13.5. 13.1, 13.2, and 13.5. Okay, if everybody's got their dance card up to date, why don't we go till 5:30, then just take half an hour perhaps? Are people okay? Is that enough time? Good. Okay, so we're going to go to 5:30, then we'll take half an hour and we'll come back and get this stuff done. Next item then on the agenda is, I think Councillor Lovelace deferred from the last meeting, 7.3 Upper Hammonds Plains Land Use Designated Review.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I really appreciate this opportunity to push this through. It's not complicated. I'm going to just start with the motion. I move that Regional Council 1 initiate a process to review and amend the land use policies and regulations for the Upper Hammonds Plains land use designation within the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw for Beaverbank, Hammonds Plains, and Upper Sackville, and any other planning documents as necessary to mitigate conflict between allowable uses in the area. And 2, follow the public participation program for municipal planning strategy amendments as approved by Regional Council on February 27th, 1997. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Seconded by Councillor Cleary. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much to staff. This was the first motion that I made as a new councillor, so I'm really happy to see this move ahead, in particular for the community of Upper Hammonds Plains, who has, as you saw in the report, been dealing with quite a few issues within the community. The history is really important to understand within Upper Hammonds Plains and how we actually got here with this general use zoning throughout the entire community. Knowing that they wanted to have small businesses in the residential homes, they wanted to be able to have their sawmill operating, they wanted to have as many uses as possible within that area. But then you fast forward 20, 30 years and you end up with land uses that are not compatible. They're not compatible with the community. And so developers are purchasing and soliciting the purchasing of land within a very tight-knit African Nova Scotian community that's been there for 8-9 generations, and building whatever they can as of right, which is large, apartment buildings, large multi-unit buildings. We have salvage and auto shops kind of stuck in between houses, and it's just really in a sense destroyed that overall kind of tight-knit community that used to be there, and sort of we've seen the demise of the milieu of that community. And so I'm asking you to support to initiate this process so that we can review and amend the land use bylaw for Upper Hammonds Plains with the community. That's really what we need to do at this point. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Anybody else on this? Ready for the question?
Question.
Yes, Joe.
Beginning with District 12, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Stoddard,
Oh, I'm sorry. Voting yes on the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead. Deputy Mayor. Mayor Savage.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor has
One.
typed into the chat.
We can only accept voting through a vote call. District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor, and Councillor Oathead's trying to get in to the meeting.
We're working on his audio and getting him in as we speak. 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes, and I see him popping on the screen there.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor of the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor.
Voting yes. Sorry, I got dropped.
Thank you. And that is everyone, Mayor Savage.
Thank you. So that passes. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. We have no public hearing, correspondence. Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for items 11.15, 11.31, and for the committee of the whole meeting this morning. This correspondence has been distributed to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, colleagues, are there petitions? All right.
You flew past the fly pass.
Yeah.
Mancini has a petition there, Mr. Mayor.
I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that. Yeah, I didn't do it. I'll go do the petition and then I'll go back to the fly pass.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. I would like to put forward a petition, and I'll read it for everyone. Let's see. This is coming from the Montebello community. They're saying, please reconsider the revised bus route for bus 54 Montebello. The revised route has the bus driving on streets Colombo Drive, Kelowna Place, Appian Way. These streets currently have many families with small children, and we have seniors that use the street for exercise in a very active community. There are no sidewalks either side of the street. We are very concerned for the safety of our children and all that use the street to have large buses on a road that is not wide with those sidewalks. This is a dangerous situation that is only asking for someone to get hurt. We are not in agreement with this change, nor do we feel as a neighborhood there was much consultation. Please see the signatures of those directly live on the street that are not supportive of the revised route, and that has 60 names on it, Mr. Mayor. So I submit that petition. I also have a motion to accompany that, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
In chatting with staff and action from the petition being presented, I'd like to move the following motion. That council direct the CAO to prepare an information circular to go out to the immediate community with information about the benefits of the new route change, while also providing reassurance regarding any safety concerns with respect to the service changes. So submit it.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Respectfully, should this not be a notice of motion? This is not on the agenda, not been pre-circulated. It should be a notice of motion for us to really consider. I think it's inappropriate to have it brought on the floor this way. That's my point of order.
I checked with legal and the clerk's office, and then that's what they told me it was appropriate, so maybe they could speak to it.
Point of order.
I think the CAO has already indicated he's going to do this without a notice of motion. I think, John or Jacques?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
No, that's fine. Yeah, you know, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, if this action is going to take place, it doesn't need a notice of motion. I'm happy with that, as long as they communicate with the community.
My recollection is when we adopted Administrative Order 1 and around petitions is that we actually made an exception to allow motions after a petition is presented if it addresses the petition without notice. So I believe it's allowed.
That's my understanding as well.
That is, the petition is not up for debate, but council can direct staff with respect to actions to be taken in response to the petition. As the CEO says, though, that's not needed. There will be a response.
Okay, Councilor Mancini?
That's fine. Mr. Dubé, the only thing that I ask is that Halifax Transit communicate with me before they actually send that the piece out to the community. That's my only request then.
All right.
Thank you, Messi.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mason, 9.1.1, revised fly past.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council grant permission for the Canadian Armed Forces to fly RCAF assets, including CH-148 Cyclones, a CP-140 Aurora, as well as Alpha Jets over the Halifax Harbor at 1300 on September 7, 2021, at an altitude of 500 feet, as per the enclosed diagram, marking the commencement of the 2021 Cutlass Fury biannual multinational maritime tactical exercise. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Ready for the question on that? Councillor Mason, anything on it? No. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Oathead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith. 4. 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Tuttle.
In favor.
And 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Councillor Mason. That passes. We had our presentation at 1 o'clock from Halifax Water. No information items brought forward. We'll go to 11.1.1, second reading. Proposed bylaw amending bylaw U100, user charges, recreation user charges and amendments respecting the delegation of certain authorities, parks and rec. Council, what
Mr.
is
Mayor,
your
it's
wish?
Councillor Cleary, I can put this on the floor if you'd like.
That would be delightful, Councillor Clary. Thank you.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt bylaw U106, amending bylaw U100, the user charge bylaw, as set out in revised Appendix B of the staff report dated May 21st, 2021, to be effective April 1st, 2022. 2, adopt Administrative Order 2019-010-ADM, respecting recreation user charges as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated May 21st, 2021. And 3, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 58, respecting the delegation of certain authorities as set out in Appendix E of the staff report dated May 21st, 2021.
Second.
Second, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Clary.
This is our second reading. I think we had a good full discussion about this at our last or second last meeting. You know, unless someone has amendments to it, which we didn't do last time, I think it'll pass. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ready for the question?
Question. Beginning with District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. We'll move 11.1.2 is passed on consent. That was a request. Transit bus parts. 11.1.3 is a contract extension, winter sidewalk maintenance. Councillor Russell, you wanted to speak to that. Can you put the motion on the floor and then perhaps ask questions?
I certainly can. Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, approve the contract extension to 17-015 SWZ1, winter maintenance of sidewalks, Cole Harbour, Eastern Passage, Waverley areas contained within scheduling agreement number 2100001160, increase of $1,527,449.93 net HST included. And 2, approve a contract extension to 17051 SWZ4, winter maintenance of sidewalks, Herring Cove, Timberlake, Cowie Hill areas contained within the scheduling agreement number 2100001162, increase of $754,840.84 net HST included. I so move.
A second.
Second by Councillor Kent. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I am curious about this one. It is looking for a contract extension. And I'm wondering, is there any worse risk of other work not getting done if these funds are not approved? And we basically had an increase to support $1 million for traffic calming, and here we're talking about $1.7 million that is available and wasn't allocated. And I'm wondering if the traffic calming amount could have been done using these funds and not require a tax increase. So a couple of different things about this, and that is effectively it for now.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have?
Mr. Mayor, through you.
Stephen York. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, through you. I missed part of the councillor's question there. If you could repeat it, that'd be appreciated.
The first part was, is there any risk of other work not getting completed if these funds are not approved? And the second part is, and the second part is, we have asked for $1 extra million in traffic calming, and here we're looking for $1.7 million that was available and wasn't allocated. So I'm not sure if this is a question for you or for someone else, but I'm just wondering, could we not have used that $1.7 million for the traffic calming instead of raising the taxes by some amount? Thank you.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The majority of this funding actually was approved in our budget for 2021. This is just simply a contract extension for 1 year. The contracts from 2017 only allowed 2 years to 2 optional years. And this is just basically an extension of 1 year to bridge the gap until the 2021 or 2022 season, where these areas would be retendered similar to your area as a combined street and sidewalk area. So it's not a whole, there's only a small amount of funding that wasn't accounted for in the budget.
So this is not an increase. This is not an extra ask of funding. This is.
So yeah, it's an ask for funding because it wasn't included in the original tender, which was 4 years. So it's kind of it's an ask for approval, I guess, to complete the work, if that makes sense.
I'm still uncertain about it, but okay.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, it's Brad Anguish, Executive Director of Transportation Public Works. Simply stated, it is an increase to the contract, not an increase to the budget. We had to provide snow clearing in any event. Had it not been for the road transfer work, we would have been tendering combined contracts this year as we're converting all of our winter works contracts to combined snow and street street and sidewalk contracts. We've had to defer a year in order to accommodate the road transfer and get this done right. And so in essence, the money's in our budget for these contracts. It's just the fact that they had to be extended. So it's increased the contract, not necessarily an increase to budget.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think part of the question just got answered, that it was this was bundled in with the road transfers, not that there were any transfers going on in Cowie Hill and Herring Cove. It was just part of an overall package. The second question I had was, we requested a staff report looking at winter maintenance and reprioritizing streets. And I'm just wondering if there's any, I have a feeling the answer is going to be no, but I'm really looking at how we can prioritize school zone areas in our snow clearing, and if there's any opportunity to do that with the renewal of these contracts in the Herring Cove, Cowie Hill area.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we currently provide P1 sidewalk service to all school frontages, and we made that adjustment last September when we reviewed the service standards. We look at it on a case-by-case basis if there's other routes in particular that should be adjusted to a higher or lower priority. So if there's any specific areas that you feel should be adjusted, just send them our way and we can definitely take a look at it.
Yeah, I think the staff report was asking you to look not just at the school frontage, but to look at the area in which students are required to walk to schools and the main thoroughfares there. So the schools, not just the school zone, but the school area, walkable area.
Yeah, and we actually did look at that, and I believe that was added to Councillor Cleary's motion at that time, and the result was a large portion of the sidewalk inventory, like 95%, ultimately falls within the school walking distance radiuses as defined by HRCE and the French school district.
Sorry, 95%. Sorry, what I missed that.
So all the sidewalks basically in the entire service boundary area that we service, almost all of them fall within walking radiuses of each school.
Yeah, but they're not prioritized. I think that was the making them priority one was the.
Yeah, and Councillor, if we did that, we ultimately would be making almost every single sidewalk in the city a priority one.
Okay, well, I think I was looking, okay, so I mean, there needs to be a strategy around that, and it's probably not looking at every single sidewalk, but looking at the main collector roads to the schools and thinking of them as collector roads to the schools so that students coming off the side streets have a clear path to the school and mothers with strollers can walk on the sidewalks and small children are safe as opposed to needing to walk in the roadway as it is right now. Right now, prioritizing just the area in front of the schools does not provide us with, this vision of a walkable winter city. And so I was just wondering if there's any opportunity to relook at how we prioritize streets around schools.
Yeah, we can absolutely go back and look at that. And if, like I said before, if there's any specific areas that you have in mind, please let us know and we'll definitely take a look.
All right, I'll get you a list. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kent, did you wish to speak to this? Okay. All right, colleagues, ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 15, Councillor Russell.
Favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Voting yes?
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
In favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes?
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. We're going to go 11.1.4, the 2022 World Sailing Championship. This would have to be Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will put the motion on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules and procedure under Schedule 2 Audit and Finance Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order. 2, authorize and approve the withdrawal of a maximum of $400,000 for a grant to the Hubbard's Community Waterfront Association to be used towards upgrades to the public wharf and boat ramp as outlined in staff report dated July 27, 2021, with funding from General Contingency Fund Q421 and conditional on similar funding from other levels of government. And 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to negotiate and execute a contribution agreement with the Hubbard's Community Waterfront Association that includes terms and conditions substantially similar to those outlined in Table 4 of the staff report dated July 27, 2021. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much. This was an excellent partnership to create this this staff report. I think it's quite conclusive. Sail Nova Scotia, Hubbard Sailing Club, the St. Margaret's Bay Sailing Club. We're inviting the world to Halifax. We're inviting the world to Hubbard's. They're going to be here August 27th to September 5th, and also quite a few weeks before that world-class event, doing training. The economic benefit from this event is going to be phenomenal. So I'm really pleased. Thank you so much to staff for this staff report, and looking forward to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't have a question now.
All right.
I have a question.
All right. Ready for the Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you. Yeah, just have a quick question. The wharf is, when you say public wharf, I'm just wondering who actually owns that wharf and boat ramp?
All right, we'll ask staff first. I'm sure that Councillor Lovelace knows, but do we have somebody from staff on the line here? Margaret McDonald, how are you, Maggie?
Good afternoon, Mayor. I'm well, thank you. My name is Maggie McDonald. I'm the Director for Regional Recreation Services, Parks and Recreation. My understanding is that the lot is owned by the Hubbard Sailing Club. I'm just confirming that, but that the access is available to them.
I'm sorry, Maggie. You got kind of scratchy there at the end.
We're confirming the ownership. My understanding is that it's so carrying control is with the Hubbard's. The Waterfront Association. My apologies, but we're just confirming ownership on that.
Did you hear that, Councillor Cuttle?
No, it's owned by the Hubbard's Waterfront, like the not-for-profit.
Yes, the Hubbard's Community Waterfront Association is a nonprofit association providing recreational activities and programs in the community.
And they own the wharf. They own the wharf and the boat ramp.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Great. Nice to know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you. This probably follows in the same line of questioning as Councillor Cuddle. In the report, it says HRM's funding is contingent on Hubbard's Community Waterfront Association being a registered nonprofit organization. So that language seems to me that they're not a registered nonprofit yet, but they're in process. Maybe you could clarify that for me?
No, I can confirm they are indeed registered as a nonprofit organization.
They are. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Beginning with District 16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Absolutely.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Hoist the sails, affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Absolutely in favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
And 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion carries. I want to join Councillor Lovelace in acknowledging the great work that the volunteer committee have been doing on this. They've done some tremendous work and very much looking forward to this. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Lovelace, as you would know. I was told that Trish Higbee, who works with Maggie and the folks, has been tremendously helpful on this. So thank you to our staff for their work. 11.1.5 has been deferred. The keeping of egg laying fowl. 11.16, the Margison Drive Master Plan passed on consent. 11.17, increase to contract Bayers Road Transit Priority Corridor. Councillor, who's that? Cleary, who wants to take that? Councillor Smith, is it?
I think Smith is the glutton for punishment, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor
Right.
Smith, sir.
So for time's sake, I'm wondering if we could potentially say as advertised, as posted, as on the agenda, if possible.
I'm not sure about that. Ian, I'm looking for direction from you. Or Johnny, our lawyer, I mean, legal counsel.
If Councillor Smith is amenable, he can read the odd numbered clauses and I can read the even numbered clauses.
I'll make it shorter.
The
I'll
AO only allows it to not be read if it was in the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, why don't I just read it?
I can read it. I was just trying to make it quick for us.
I think Councillor Cleary was just being a scofflaw, but Councillor Smith, why don't you go ahead?
Yep, not a problem. That Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2 of the Audit and Finance Standing Committee, terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order requiring the Standing Committee to review and make recommendations on proposals coming to Council outside of the annual budget or tender process, and 2, in according with COVID-19 Administrative Order, approved withdrawal from Q526 Capital Reserve in the amount of $692,875.11 net HST included, without the Audit and Finance Standing Committee reviewing and making recommendation on the impact to the reserve. 3, waive the requirements of the Audit and Finance Committee to approve the budget increase of $692,875.11 net HST included to project count number CT 200002 Major Strategic Multi-Model Corridor, Bears Road, with funding from RUM Q526 Capital Reserve as outlined in the financial implications section of this report. 4, approved an increase to the contract of Dexter Construction Company Limited for tender 20217 PO number 207084385 in the amount of $520,705.02 net HST, included with the funding from project number CT 200002 Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor as outlined in the financial implications section of this report. 5, approve the increase of construction service component of RFP number 18302 consulting services to WSP Canada, PO number 2070796 457, the amount of $20,127.20 that is included with funding from project account number C200002 Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor as outlined in the financial implications section of this report. Number 6, approve the increase of design services component of RFP number 18302 consulting services to WSP Canada. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. Gosh. PO number 207079647 in the amount of 52042.89 HST with the funding from project number CT 200002 Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor as outlined in the financial implications section of this report. And 7, approve the construction budget for Bears Road interim transit priority measures between Windsor Street and Connaught Avenue in the amount of $100,000 based on engineering estimate with funding from project number CT 20002 Major Strategic Multimodal Corridor as outlined in the financial implications of this report. So moved.
Second.
Sorry, Councillor Smith, did you say something? Seconded by Councillor Clary. Seconded by Councillor Clary. Let's, I'm not sure how many people are going to want to speak to this. Maybe we'll come back after the list. Shall we? No, let's try to do this. Now we got a couple of speakers. Colleagues, let's take a break and come back at 5 minutes past 6 o'clock, okay? And try to zoom through the rest of these things. So 5 minutes past 6 o'clock Atlantic Daylight Time. Thank you.
Please make sure you return to this same Zoom meeting link. Good evening. It is now 6:06. We will be returning your microphones and your cameras to you momentarily. The slide will be coming down as well, and the meeting can resume as soon as the mayor calls it to order.
Okay. It being 6:05 plus 2 now, I will call the meeting back to order. We were, let me just see where we are. So we were on 11.1.7, which is the increase to contract to Bayers Road. Perhaps we should read that again, Councillor Smith, in case somebody missed it before supper. Maybe we're good. Are we okay, guys? All right. So we had Councillor Smith. I'm not sure if you were going to speak. We did have Councillor Russell and Councillor Cleary on this. Councillor Smith, did you get a chance to speak on it or just to read the motion?
No, I'll speak very, very quickly on this. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues for indulging this long motion. This is probably the most I've spoken all year, just reading this motion off. Really, I think two things. I have a question, but it might be good because we have 2 and 3, which are 2, which is almost $700,000, and then 4, which is $500,000. I think it might be good for those who might not have read the report for staff just to give a quick, I guess, understanding of what those increases are for those who are paying attention and watching and who haven't read the report. So that's my first, I guess, request if staff could give a quick snapshot of the increases for the larger amounts. And then also understanding, looking at the report for phase 2 costs, there will be some more potential money needed, estimated that we're going to need more money, and that's going to be addressed in the capital budget. So I'm just wondering if staff can just speak on what they expect the estimated projection for our capital budget process when that comes, what that should look like, why we might see that increase, and the number is here, so we have an idea of what we should expect. But things change, and we never know what will happen once we get to that actual budgeting. So I'm just wondering if those two things can be talked about, and then I'm good.
Okay, I had seen Ann Sherwood before the break. I see her again. Hello, and welcome to council. Is that something you can take for us?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. From you to the councillor. Thanks for the question, and thank you for your patience in reading the long motion. To speak to your first question, the larger amount, the first piece of it, I guess, other than the request to get some funding from the reserve, is an increase to the Dexter's construction contract, and that's for the $520,000. And that is, if you recall, a tender that had an original value of $7.4 million. So an increase to contract of this magnitude is fairly common in these kind of contracts. And the reason we're here at council is because contingency PO wasn't originally set up for that tender. So that's for sort of standard extra work that comes up. We had some catch basins that had to move. We had some retaining walls that had to change a little bit. And over the course of a large contract like that, that's how we come up to that larger number, sort of in bits and pieces. The other pieces of the puzzle, if you will, are an increase to the construction services component for WSP's contract. And that's in part to take into account some additional schedule that we've had to accommodate. And so with an increase in schedule, we need to have those people there to supervise the contract, which is fundamentally why that's there. And then for the design services component for WSP, again, that's part 6 of the motion. It's essentially broken into 2 pieces. One is for some additional work that's needed to be done that's related to the land acquisition. And a second piece of it is to address part of what Councillor Smith was saying,
around the deferment of phase 2 into probably 2023, and that's based on some land acquisition scheduling that we've got happening right now. So what we're looking at is doing some an interim transit priority measure within the curb lines. So some mostly paint and things like that to get us through to 2023, because transit is looking for that service. So hopefully that answers your first question, Councillor Smith. And then with respect to phase 2, those initial budgets were developed, way back in sort of 2018, and we've been refining them as we go along. So as we get better unit rates and as we understand the more detailed scope and design of the phase 2, that's where the refinement of that budget for the phase 2 construction comes in. We've been seeing some increases in some unit rates as well this year, so we want to make sure we're capturing that when we go into the budget process for this fall. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Yes, it did. And really quickly, thank you and all the team that's doing this very complex project, and the contractors and the residents who are putting up with the construction. So far, looking at what's completed now and what's being completed, it looks great. And I know once it's done, folks will be, the headache will definitely outweigh the benefits. So again, I appreciate all the work, and I know it's hard when we see extra costs needed, but it is an important project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the cost summary on page 6 of the report. And if I'm reading this correctly, the approved budget was $5 and a bit million, and budget forecast to completion is now 8.5 plus. So this is approaching twice what the approved budget was last year. And when we're talking about a large project like this, this is incredibly concerning. And most of the increases, I find it curious that most of them are to the penny, but there's also the one for $100,000 for the transit priority measures that is exactly $100,000.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I can answer that part first if that's helpful.
Sure, that would be great. Let's start with
so with respect to the $100,000 estimate for the interim transit priority measure, that is not as accurate because part of that work needs to still be designed, and that speaks to part of the increase that we're asking for WSP in that $52,000. Approximately 20,000 ish is for that design work, and so once that design work is complete, we'll have a more accurate cost estimate. So we wanted to do that this fall. So we wanted to get that request in now so that we didn't have to come back to council, so that we can get that interim measure in for transit. But that reflects the fact that the final detailed design for that secondary interim measure that gets us to 23 is not completely finalized yet, which is why that portion of it is less accurate than the others.
Sure. Okay, so that's $20,000 for the design work. The other $80,000 is to do the actual work, or is that a buffer, or what is?
Sorry, Councillor, my apologies, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Councillor. The $100,000 is what we anticipate the design or the construction costs to be. The 20, I want to say 26. Just looking for that exact number.
Oh, you're talking item 5, 20,127.
Yeah. 20? So if we go back to the main motion, I think it's clearly shown there.
Item 5 is right around $20,000.
Yeah. So item 5 is for item 5 is for the additional construction administration costs, and that's for phase 1. So that's because the contract is taking us longer. We need someone there to monitor. Recommendation number 6, the 52,042.89. That one is in 2 pieces, which is detailed in the discussion section. There we go. And so $26,000 of that is for work that we need in phase 2 to address some of the work needed for land acquisition, so things like legal surveys and things like that. And then separately from that, on page something. Separately to that, there's the balance of that 52,000 is sorry is for that interim transit priority measure for the design of that, because that wasn't something that we thought we needed to do. And then the $100,000 is for the construction component of that transit priority measure. So yes, lots of numbers in this report.
Yeah, and that's not a problem. One of the numbers, it's just that some of the numbers are concerning. That this is $5.5 million. Okay, that it's almost twice that amount is the concern. That there are 17 change orders in this, and I'm wondering, of those change orders, which of them could have been foreseen if some other investigation was done in advance of this being awarded, so that we potentially could have been closer to what the actual budget would have been, instead of being near twice that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor. I think one of the ways that we can best mitigate these changes in costs further down in the project is to do the preliminary design work first, and then the functional design first, the preliminary design second, and move into detailed design. When this project was originally sent out for RFP, we tried to combine it in hopes that we could accelerate the project to get it to transit faster. Sometimes when we do that, because we're asking people to estimate design work and construction work before the design is complete, we end up identifying things as the project progresses. For example, one of the things that's great about this project is in phase one, we're integrating with Halifax Water, excuse me, and we're separating the sewer. So once that integration opportunity was identified, that's a great thing to do. It's necessary. It helps us out with center plan, but there's additional costs that come with that. And so those kind of things need to be added as we go along. So getting that better information so that we have the best estimates to get to council for capital budget is what we all strive for. And that's part of that 5-year capital budget process that we're working through right now to make sure that we're getting everybody the best information that we have at the time.
Okay, and I've done the same thing. I mean, doing software development for a whole pile of years, you put out and you figure out an internal estimate, and then when you present it to the customer, you double it and add 30, just to make it what the budget might actually be. It just caught me quite a bit by surprise. One of the other things that we did with a lot of projects that I worked on is had a postmortem. Got together afterwards, reviewed everything. I'm wondering if that type of thing is happening for this project or for other projects of this magnitude.
Yeah, certainly. So we do a lessons learned exercise even on our smaller magnitude projects. And in this one, we haven't actually waited until the end. So we've, as we're going through it, as we identify things that we could do better, we're taking steps, in the meantime, to adjust some internal processes to make sure that those projects that are in the middle right now in flow, we're able to adjust to make sure that any lessons learned we have, we're not waiting until the very end of Bayers Road. We're applying them to the other projects that are in the middle of the process right now. So folks like my team, there's a bit more rigor and paperwork that's going on into the projects that are sort of a half step behind Bayers Road and those kinds of things as we move through.
Okay, thank you. And one final question: the results of that review, are they kept internal, or is that something that you could share with council in an in-camera or a public report?
So far, they haven't been public to my knowledge to date. They're mostly internal process updates. Okay. Depending on the nature of them, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay.
How to approach that, but yeah.
Councillor Russell, you're at 7.5 minutes. I'm going to have to, unless you got 10 seconds, which will prevent you from coming back, I would ask you to come back.
10 seconds. For a project that is $5.5 million and almost double that now, it would be helpful to set some bar for having those recommendations come forward to council, again, in a public or in-camera report. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would direct Councillor Russell to the staff report, the motion that I moved a few years ago on looking at our estimates and how we can do better at those estimates. And I think on this one, I think Ms. Sherwood mentioned, looking at where we are with the contract, it was 7.4 million roughly. 520K is a 7% increase. I wish the St. Andrews Community Center came in only 7% above what it was originally estimated at. This project is important for us in terms of the integrated mobility plan, the Halifax plan, the rapid transit plans. We're looking at massive change to how we get around. And it shouldn't be underestimated, the mode shift targets, the number of people we need to get out of vehicles, private vehicles, and into buses and into bikes and into walking. This project has, Nova Scotia Power moving poles, Halifax Water moving pipes and separating services, transit, TPW. There's a lot of moving parts to this, and I was just walking and riding my bike up there the last few days, and it's really coming along well. It's a little bit behind, might be further behind depending on our land acquisitions as we move into phase 2, when we get from Connaught down to Windsor, and as we start, moving more asphalt and sidewalk and getting a bigger bus lane as people move through there and finally connect that. Don't forget, we've already got the bus lane striped and operable on Yonge, on Roby. And once we connect Bears down that whole way, this one is going to make a huge difference to the speed of buses getting around the urban core. This is an absolutely important component of this. And I thank Ms. Sherwood and all of our staff, who are everyone from the Traffic Authority to TPW, our engineering teams, WSP, all of the folks working on all different aspects of this, making it happen. It's an amazing thing to see. If you go back 10, 15 years, remember when everyone was talking about widening Bears Road for more cars? Now Bears Road is widened just for buses, and we're moving more people around in a more sustainable way. So I'm really looking forward to how we're doing this, and the fact that we're doing sort of an interim transit measure, I think is going to help us. This project was originally supposed to be 2 years. Phase 1 last year, phase 2 this year. Obviously that's going to drag out another couple, at least a year, maybe 2. And so doing that is going to be really important for transit. So do I like spending more money? No. But do I think it's valuable? Just go 2 streets south of this. So Cork Street, the tender just went out this summer, and Cork Street was like $1.2 or $1.4 million just to recapitalize a section of local 2-lane road 2 streets south of Bears, between Connaught and Windsor. And so, it's costing us more and more and more to do the kind of work that we would normally do for less and less and less. So I appreciate what staff is doing. And I know it's not easy to come to council and say we need hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars more potentially, but it's worth it for us to make this kind of investment in our municipality. So I appreciate that. And thank you, Anne. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Beginning with Deputy Mayor Oshie.
And I'm voting yes. Thank you.
Mayor Savage.
Favor?
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. So 11.2.1 is next, and that has passed on consent. That is the splash pad for Dartmouth Common. 11.2.2, funding options for merchant validation. That has passed on consent. Budget changes around traffic calming has passed on consent. 11.3, wayfinding has passed on consent. 11.4.1 has been, I believe, deferred to the next meeting. Coming out of Halifax and West, 11.5.1 is a review of the C2C zone Dutch Village on consent. 11.5.2, which is active transportation priorities plan Oak Street to Westmount, has passed. Audit Committee, 11.6.1 year-end financials passed on consent. Grants Committee, 11.7.1 volunteer search and rescue on consent. 11.7.2 regional special events celebrations grant has passed on consent. 2 items from Heritage Advisory have passed on consent. 1600 Summer Street and 5500 Inglis Street being included in the Registry of Heritage Property. That takes us to members of council. 11.9.1, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just put this on the table. And I did circulate a photo of the building to my colleagues a day or two ago, and I thought that would help expedite this. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report examining the potential for including 1262 Bedford Highway in the Registry of Heritage Properties for Halifax Regional Municipality. The report should be referred to the Heritage Advisory Committee for evaluation. So moved.
Second, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Russell Blackburn. Councillor Outfit.
No, I said everything in my note that I'd like to get this evaluated, and won't take up any more time. Thank you.
All right, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
That's the shortest motion I've ever seen. In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Outfit.
I think I'll vote yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Okay, 11.9.2, Councillor Mancini, bilingual stop signs, HRM owned streets.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report to outline the implementation options along with cost implications, operational constraints, and timelines to replace unilingual signs and bilingual stop signs on all HRM owned streets. So moved.
Seconded, Lovelace.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Mancini.
I'll see Councillor Lovelace. I appreciate that support. So the province is in the process right now of Department of Transportation, Active Transit are process of making changes to the traffic signs regulation to allow bilingual French-English stop signs in all the roads in Nova Scotia. We've had conversation with the province and looking to see if we have the same interests on our roads. And my desire here, colleagues, is to see if not to overnight change all the stop signs. First of all, if this gets approved by council, once the report comes back, is that we look at, first of all, our the areas at HRM that have Francophone schools. And around those schools, any stop signs, we make them bilingual. And maybe also to reach out to a community like Chesuncook, that's obviously a French and historic French community, to change the signs there. Then it's just a matter of, as we need to replace a sign, that we replace it with a bilingual sign. So I hope to have your support so the staff report can come back and give us all the details. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini. I know it's not implicit or explicit in your motion, but obviously the bilingualism is French-English. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a little shout out to the students in Clare who actually pushed this forward down on the French shore, and also to Lena Diab, who was the minister who really pushed this forward with the provincial government to make sure it did happen, and that we're now benefiting from the work that those students did down there with their teacher. I heard a great interview with them a few weeks ago on CBC, and I think one of the benefits, because they were CSAP students, one of the benefits of having the great French education that we do have in this province is that ideas like this come from young people. And so I know Mr. Mancini is quite a young person at heart, and shares in their effervescence for bilingual stop signs.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hensby suggesting we look for federal funding. I'm sure that that'll be part of the report. That's a good suggestion. If nothing else, then let's go to the vote. Allons voter.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Dave O'Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion, oui.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolument, oui.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes, oui.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Oui.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Oui.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Bien sûr, oui.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. 11.9.3, in the name of Councillor Morse, HRM budgeting for climate mitigation and adaptation. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to write a report which will recommend the optimum percentage of HRM's annual budget to be dedicated to climate mitigation and adaptation measures for a minimum of the next 3 years. The report will provide recommendations to prioritize the most cost-effective municipal investments in net zero infrastructure, including but not limited to transportation, forest and land conservation, and other nature-based solutions, conversion of public buildings to low carbon heating and cooling, and related HRM staff positions. The report will also include a range of financing options, tax implications, and timelines for achieving HRM's climate goals. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Mason. Councillor Morse.
Thank you. This comes out of the IPCC report last week, which was very frightening, and talking about how climate is accelerating, the impacts are accelerating. And so since we have already, the previous council has already taken tremendous steps and we have a fantastic plan, I'm just keen to make sure that we act and to find ways to make it explicit through the budget process to make sure we're getting the resources to our plan. So I ask for your support on this motion for the staff report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and big thank you to Councillor Morris for bringing this forward. This is something that I have a great deal of unease about. I mean, climate change, COVID is the crisis of the day. Climate change is the crisis of our times, right? We will get through COVID. It remains an open question whether human civilization will survive climate change, at least in its present form. This is absolutely urgent issue of the first standing. So, and we have an obligation to do our part. We passed a great plan, Halifax, during the last council in the midst of COVID, actually in the summer, as Councillor Morris points out. But the piece that I remain concerned about is whether or not we as a municipality will actually commit the resources needed to get this done. And the big worry I have, like if you recall, Mr. Mayor, I did move a motion at that time asking for a resourcing plan. We have still not seen that. It was promised during the budget and then moved to the summer. And I understand from the last time I chatted with the CEO that it'll be in the fall. So I'm very much awaiting that, because unless we are going to commit the dollars and the staff and actually have a plan for the items on the chart, we will not be successful. It is too big an item to leave to just kind of, well, we'll do a little bit here, we'll dabble a little bit there. We need that overall implementation. And what I sense in Councillor Morris's motion, I don't know that I would want to set a set percentage dollar figure to the plan, but the guts of what her motion is asking for is exactly what we need. We need a clear idea of how we're going to implement this absolutely monumental change that has to happen. So kudos, Councillor Morris. If we don't get that resourcing plan, absolutely, this motion is essential, because that's really what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you to Councillor Morris for bringing this forward, and I echo what Councillor Austin just said, particularly my concern around the, in quotes, the optimum percentage of our budget. I think that's actually detrimental to the motion and a limiting factor. If we say 3 or 5 or 10%, there are going to be years when we have to spend way more than that. Think about literally hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially billions of dollars we're going to have to spend as a city over the next number of years on electric buses, EVs for our fleet, dedicated bus lanes, bike lanes, sidewalks, building retrofits, new buildings, parkland acquisition. There are going to be years when we're going to break the budget if we say this percentage of our budget. So I'm in favor of everything except for the percentage, because I think we need to be flexible and nimble. And some years we're going to spend 10 or 20% of our, literally probably 10 or 20% of our budget on things that are related to climate change and climate change mitigation. And so to echo what Councillor Austin said, a budget, putting together a plan, and more importantly, putting together in one place an inventory of all the things that we're doing and will be doing that will help the climate is really important, not only for us and our own financial budgeting, but to communicate to our residents what it is that we are doing as a city to be responsible stewards, not for the earth. People always talk about we got to fix the planet. The planet doesn't give a crap about us. It'll continue to go on for billions more years, but we'll be gone. And so climate change mitigation is about saving humanity. And frankly, I'd like to see Haligonians and Dartmouthians and Bedfordians, is that a word, Bedfordians, here for as long as possible. And Sackvillians, Upper Hammonds Planians, we all need to be here for as long as we can be, and we need to protect what we have. So I'm happy to support this. When the staff report comes back, I think they'll agree that a percentage probably isn't appropriate, but building a budget is essential to what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Has everybody noticed how great the sunsets have been the last little while? Or as my wife remarked the other day, the light when we're driving around rural Nova Scotia, pretty much any time of day, it looks like some kind of Renaissance painting. And the reason for that, of course, is that the world is literally on fire right now because of climate change. It's not for any great reason. It's one of the very few benefits, I suppose, of where we're at. And for me, I have to thank Councillor Morris. I just had another councillor say, "Did you have a hand in writing this?" And I was delighted to say no, but I was thinking about exactly the same thing, Councillor Morris, when I was reading the summaries of IPCC, that I was going to make a motion that was even more blunt than this. After emailing the CAO, I will not vote for the budget unless Halifax is fully funded. And that's demonstrated in both staff and capital. And that will probably require significant increases in debt and probably a tax increase. But I will not vote for the budget next year if it doesn't have that, because we are already 3 to 4 years behind funding Halifax. And we know that. We know that the actions that we are going to take were not taken because of COVID. And there's real reasons for that. But in the meantime, we need to dig deep and make sure that we staff up and get the money in place to be able to do all the things that we committed to, because the timeline doesn't change. We still have to be hitting our 2030 and 2050 carbon goals. And it just means we have to spend more money and do it faster to hit those goals. So, I want to see those things happen. I think the majority of the public wants to see those things happen. There are going to be implications that are frankly going to be a little bit horrifying. The number I recall from 18 months ago is that we need 16 million in capital next year and 30 million the next couple of years. Each of those years, we are not ready for that. It's not in the strategic plan yet. So we have a lot of work to do, and I am prepared to vote straight down the line to spend the money and do the work and get it back on the timeline that we all agreed to when we passed Halifax. So I thank Councillor Morris, and I'm pleased with what I'm hearing with Council so far, and I look forward to getting this report back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Morris, for bringing this really important topic forward through a motion. As I listen to my fellow councillors speak, I know that this is something that many of us are very passionate about. We know we need to act as a city. And, some of the things that are on my mind these days is not just what we do with our own infrastructure and our own buildings, but how we can look to supporting a net zero city as a whole. And, a lot of what that comes down to is looking at how our homes are heated, how we can support other forms, renewable forms of energy in our city, and work with the province around getting more renewable green energy. We can buy all the electric buses we want, but if we're running them off of coal, we're not really going to meet the targets that we need to meet. So I just want to really emphasize the importance of renewable energy, looking at that at a provincial scale, looking at that at a municipal scale, and saying not just how can we, spend money retrofitting our buildings, but how do we actually convert the type of energy that we're using to heat it to something that is green and has net zero emissions. So I think we have to think out of the box. I think that we need to get particular and serious, and that's why I think the part around cost-effective investments, we have to take that really seriously and see how we can move this forward as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
Absolutely, yes.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor? Okay, that passes. Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Thank you very much.
The next two items, I believe we are inverting in order, if I recall correctly.
Mhm.
Councillor Lovelace, 12.2 first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council propose that the Chief Administrative Officer conduct a review of the financial, administrative, and governance policies and practices of the Community Monitoring Committee of Otter Lake to ensure best practices are being followed with regards to fiscal accountability, governance, transparency, and public engagement.
Second.
Second.
Councillor.
By
Thank you.
Councillor Blackburn. Go ahead, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I'll be very brief. I know that we're racing to get to the election line here. As a new member of the CMC, I've been quite surprised by the lack of public engagement that's taking place with this committee and the lack of communications overall to the community. For example, their last newsletter was in October 2020. They haven't updated their website with minutes. When I asked for an in-camera meeting, it was quite difficult to get an in-camera meeting without staff. And overall, I'm just very surprised by the lack of governance overall and transparency of the organization. And certainly it was only the third meeting that I was at when, I was looking for information around a copy of the invoices, for example. There was a presentation of legal advice that the counselors were not permitted to see, which to me just completely slaps the face of transparency and the whole point of, being an accountable organization to the community. This is a really, really important community group. Regional Council relies on this group to be our watchdog at the landfill in Otter Lake. So I am concerned overall, and I would like to see the Chief Administrative Officer have a review. In addition, the agreement itself says that the CMC cannot incur expenses. So if they're not allowed to incur expenses, but they have contracts with a lawyer and engineers and so on, I just want to make sure we're using the best practices and certainly do a performance review. We know that over $1 million has gone into this organization since its inception. And I would just like the community to know that they're getting best value for their dollar. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you. Just a quick, so the motion reads that Halifax Regional Council proposed that the Chief Administrative Officer conduct a review. That's interesting language. Normally, council, if we pass a motion, we direct the CAO to do something. So I just wonder, propose is very soft language where, not that Jacques wouldn't, but the CAO wouldn't have to actually do the review if we just propose it. So I would amend that or propose an amendment by saying, instead of propose, we say direct the CAO to. If that's friendly with the.
I don't have a problem with that proposition, direction. It's all good. That's fine. Thank you.
That's a friendly amendment that'll be deemed adopted.
Thank you.
Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question? Question, Mr. Mayor.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
Councillor Daigle Gannon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. We'll go back to you now for 12.1.
Thank you so much. So I move that Halifax Regional Council it says propose, but Councillor Cleary, I think, is right. Direct is much more appropriate. That the Chief Administrative Officer negotiate a modernized agreement with Halifax Waste Resource Society that includes the Community Monitoring Committee's ability to incur liabilities and make expenses, the addition of industrial, commercial, and institutional sector ICI waste as unacceptable waste, and consideration of the lifespan of Otter Lake and longevity of the CMC into the next 50 years.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Lovelace.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So upon consideration of this motion, I had originally thought this was really important for us to do. 1999 was a long time ago when this agreement was first written and agreed upon. But since then, I've had a number of concerns with the confusion between the Halifax Waste Resource Society and the CMC as far as who's really driving the bus with this committee. And when I saw the chair of the Halifax Waste Resource Society and the CMC post a privileged document that was sent from the Premier of Nova Scotia to the mayor, I was really surprised to see that post on Facebook. Have no idea how or why that took place. The CMC was not privy to that letter or had any knowledge of it. And so, I'm wondering whether or not this is really appropriate. So I would like to amend this motion, if I may, to state that Halifax Regional Council proposed that the Chief Administrative Officer write a report on modernizing the CMC.
Everybody, I think that's a friendly amendment since you're proposing it and you wrote the amendment.
Yeah, I think so. I just posted it in the chat.
I think that's fine. Everybody okay with that? All right.
Yes.
Anything else on that, Councillor Lovelace?
No, I think I'm good. I think this is a great opportunity for us to really look at the governance of the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a member of the CMC, I also have similar concerns around how this committee is operating, and looking at the importance of it in overseeing the activities in the landfill. When the landfill was originally proposed for this area, the CMC was set up as a community monitoring committee with the responsibility of having, community oversight around the operations. I think that's incredibly important. It's an incredibly important role that the CMC plays, and it needs to be functioning in a way that instills confidence in the committee and the work that is being done. So, that being said, I think that it is important to review it, make sure it's operating as intended, and that that community oversight and opportunity for engagement is there so that people are informed of what's happening. Some of the parts of looking at modernizing the CMC, and I don't know if this will get covered in the first motion that Pam made or whether we look at it here, but I think it's important to review the performance and effectiveness of the CMC as it relates to its mandate to monitor all operations of the Otter Lake landfill, report on important information about the landfill operation to the local community, hear concerns from the local community and report those to council and HRM, report its own views to council on any other aspect of HRM's waste management facilities that could have an impact on landfill facilities, such as the ICI that was mentioned, and report concerns to any other relevant body, like the Nova Scotia Department of Environment, regarding any concerns it may have regarding issues inside its mandate. That's the role of the CMC, and I think it's really important that we strengthen that and make sure it is really representing the community as it should be. One of the questions I have, and maybe this is an amendment to your your amendment, Pam. But I think it's important. I would like to look at how what alternative frameworks there are for this committee in terms of serving the public interest and providing effective oversight. So I don't know if it's an option to look at this as, this committee being a committee of council, whether it's an advisory board, but in the modernizing the CMC, I want to make sure those different types of frameworks are considered, and also review options for providing a community benefit for the surrounding communities impacted by the extension of the life of this landfill.
Okay, so why don't we ask the CAO if he's here? Because it's a report that he's going to be writing. If he has all that, or if he needs further direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, the councillor. No, I don't need further direction on this. I think, the report that comes back will be comprehensive in its nature, and we have recommendations associated with the, the how and the what and by who and all that. So points well taken, and that'll be done.
Councillor Cuddle, you're okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with most of it, but the one piece that I don't know is going to be in there around the modernizing of the CMC is the options for providing additional community benefit to the surrounding communities impacted by the extension of the landfill. That piece might be, I think, separate from the modernizing of the committee. But given that we've just extended almost double the lifespan of the landfill, there's an ongoing impact in the area. And I would also like some information on providing additional community benefit.
Yeah, that would, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, that'll be a separate motion, I think, because that's a distinct issue, separate and apart from the operation of the CMC, in my opinion. So I would need a separate motion on that.
I agree. I think maybe that's a notice of motion, Councillor Cuddle, that could be brought forward for the next meeting or one after that.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
You can work with staff on that, I'm sure. Thank you. Councillor Stoddard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lovelace. I do have a problem with Councillor Lovelace talking about this letter that was supposedly, or we're not sure exactly how this came to be. And to bring it up at this particular time, I don't think serves any purpose, whether you disagree or not. I also would echo Councillor Cuddle's motion or possible motion. Looking at compensation for the community, it will be the final word of the Department of Environment, whether this the processes stay as they are, or if this landfill will be extended to 40 years. I don't think it's for us to say that at this particular time, where it's not our final word or anyone's final word other than the province and in their Department of Environment. So I do have an issue with that being said at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ready for the question on 12.1, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Henry.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Looking forward to the report. In favor.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Otis.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
And 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Colleagues, before we look at the in-camera, we have a couple of items that we wanted to add, one of which I don't think we've actually voted to add because we hadn't finished committee of the whole when we did our agenda review. But first of all, we have 14.1, which is the Special Events Advisory Committee Marketing Levy for the 2022 World Sailing Championships.
I can move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lovelace.
I move that Halifax Regional Council approve an event grant in the amount of $100,000 from the 2022-2023 Community and Events Reserve Q621 to fund the 2022 49er FX NACRA 17 World Sailing Championships.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell.
Thank you so much, Councillor Russell. Thank you, colleagues. I'm not going to hold us up. It's already 7 o'clock. The staff report is quite clear. You know, there was an ask of 150. We're able to give them 100. You know, I'm really thankful to staff for the details on the economic, you know, investment that this actually will bring to the broader Halifax area. And I again commend the you know, the partnerships of the organizations and the organizing committee that's been working night and day to make this event a reality. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Third time in a row, affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
16, Deputy Mayor Outhead.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
The motion carries. Colleagues, just turn your mind to next summer when HRM hosts the great aquatic events of the world on ocean and on lake, when we have the canoe championships on Lake Banook and we have ocean. The Hubbards will be the place to be for sailing. It's going to be an amazing summer. And again, congratulations to the organizers, a number of whom are good Montreal Canadian fans, so shouldn't be surprised. Now, the committee of the whole, help me out here, Ian. Do we have to vote to add it to the agenda before we actually vote on it?
We do in this instance because the ratification happened after the adoption of the agenda and the adding of items.
So I can just do that with a voice vote, though, I think, right?
Yes.
Is everybody okay if we add the outcome of the cow for a vote at council?
Agreed.
Yes.
Agreed.
Affirmative.
If anybody's not okay with it, turn around 3 times. I don't see anybody turning. 14.2, ratification of committee of the whole. Councillor Mason, you gonna do that?
Sure, I love reading.
Do we need to read the whole thing again, do we?
I believe we do, if the lawyers or the clerk tells me otherwise, but I think it actually needs to be read.
Fortunately.
Councillor Mason.
Great. I move that committee of the whole. I move that committee of the whole recommend that Regional Council 1 direct the Chief Administrative Officer to amend the draft Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy Plan and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw (LUB) and amendments to existing planning documents as set out in the staff report dated May 7th, 2021, by implementing the changes recommended by staff in attachment A of the staff report dated July 28th, 2021, staff responses to committee and community council recommendations, and B, attachment B of the staff report dated July 28th, 2021, changes to the draft plan and LUB identified and recommended by staff, and return to regional council with a revised plan and LUB for first reading and to schedule a public hearing. 2, direct the chief administrative officer to A, amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to amend zoning on 12, 14, 18A and 18B Jackson Road, Dartmouth from ER2 to HR1 for a maximum height of 11 meters. B, amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw for amending zone to amending zone on 3224 Kemp Road, Halifax, PID 40808-156 from future growth node to commercial light industrial CLI. C, amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw and related documents to amend zoning of PIDs 402-67536 and 413-454-89 from cluster housing CH to ER1. D, amend the proposed regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw to revise the definition of adult entertainment to exclude the prohibition of retail sales of any kind. E, amend the Micmac future growth node in the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw to allow for an office addition at Micmac Mall. F, amend the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and the regional center land use bylaw to amend zoning for 587579 Kane Street, Halifax from ER2 to ER3. G, amend the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw to consider 1, removing roof edge setback requirements from stairwells and elevator shafts. 2, remove side yard setback and building separation requirements for HR properties abutting the DD/DH SEN 1, SEN 2 zones, and include HR properties abutting areas governed by the downtown Halifax plan outside of the regional center plan area. And 3, include reduced landscape buffering requirements for off-street loading for HR1 and HR2 zones. 3, direct the chief administrative officer to draft amendments to Administrative Order 48, the Community Council Administrative Order, to I, grant the Regional Center Community Council the power to hear site plan and variance appeals and to amend the Regional Center land use bylaw within the Regional Center plan boundary, except for Lakeshore Park Terrace and Wallace Heights, which fall outside the center plan area as defined in the HRM Charter. And 2, that these areas of the Regional Center Community Council be excluded from jurisdictions of Halifax West Community Council and the Harbor East Marine Drive Community Council with respect to these powers. And B, return to council for consideration of these amendments after provincial approval of the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy and Land Use Bylaw. 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, draft amendments to the Administrative Order 2019-011 Gov, the Design Advisory Committee Administrative Order, to update the applicable area and references to the land use bylaw concerning the types of site plan approval applications reviewed by the committee, and B, return to council for consideration of these amendments after provincial approval of the Regional Center Plan, Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, and Land Use Bylaw. 5, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, draft amendments to the Administrative Order 2020-007 ADM, the Incentive or Bonus Zoning Public Benefit Administrative Order, and Administrative Order 2020-008 ADM, Grants for Affordable Housing Administrative Order, to update the permitted use of money in lieu funds as outlined in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 28th, 2021, and B, return to council for consideration of these amendments upon provincial approval of the Regional Center Plan, Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy, and the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw. 6, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, prepare a report to initiate the process to amend the Regional Center Secondary Planning Strategy to develop a site-specific comprehensive development district CCD policies and associated development agreement to ensure a neighborhood scale affordable housing development and on the Southdale Future Growth Node site, and B, return to council for consideration of the initiation report after the notice is published in a newspaper informing the public that the municipal planning strategy and its implementation land use bylaws are in effect. 7, direct the chief administrative officer to provide council with options for incorporating design review via a committee for as-of-right projects in the center plan. Design review should occur early in the process, potentially at the pre-application stage, and be open to the public. 8, direct the chief administrative officer to prepare a staff report on relaxing the shadow provisions of the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw related to the Green Road Park and Mount Herman Cemetery in Dartmouth. 9, direct the chief administrative officer to review the request for the draft regional center secondary municipal planning strategy and regional center land use bylaw be amended to read, excluding driving aisles internal to a building, any required off-street loading space shall be located A, internal to the building, B, in a parking structure, or C, in any area of a lot where an accessory parking is permitted in sections 452, 453, and 454, and provide a recommendation report to regional council. And 10, direct that the chief administrative officer provide council with further options to consider additional flexibility, including provision of exits and corner sites in the landmark buildings policy. I so move.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Sorry, I just got here. I didn't hear it. Could you repeat that, please?
Now
I'll
in
paste
French.
it in the chat for you, Tony. No, that's good.
In French
Okay.
now.
Ready
like
for
we
the
talked-
question?
Yeah, we talked about this for hours, so I got nothing.
Yes, we're
Thank
good. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting in favor.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4,
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Favor the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
And 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
So that carries. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Let's take a look at in camera. There's 5 items. 3 have been deferred to the next meeting. That leaves 13.3 and 13.4.
I'll try 13.3. Will the council?
Councillor Hensby.
To Halifax Regional Council 1, adopt the recommendations outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated August 17th, 2021. And 2, to direct the private and confidential staff report dated August 17th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential.
Second, Councillor Cleary.
Second by Councillor Cleary. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4,
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outfit.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Counselor, 13.4, is anybody interested in that one? Or else we move in camera?
I'll try, Mr. Mayor, unless there's an objection.
Counselor Mason?
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential staff report dated July 30th, 2021, and 2, direct the private and confidential staff report dated July 30th, 2021 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded.
Seconded by Counselor Hensby. Ready for the question on 13.4, colleagues?
Question.
Beginning with District 5, Counselor Austin.
In favor.
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
4,
9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor.
11, Counselor Cuddle.
In favor.
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Deputy Mayor Outhet.
Yes.
17, Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Counselor Daigle-Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Counselor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor.
And 4, Counselor Purdy.
In favor.
Thank you.
I love District 17. That passes, colleagues. There is, I guess, 13.6 that is on the agenda, Ian.
13.6, there was an error in our file uploading. 13.6 is not on the agenda today.
Okay. Okay, so that's the end of the items that we have for council today that I can see. Ian, there's nothing I'm missing. I will go to notices of motion. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments for approval to Administrative Order 17 respecting remuneration for members of council, the purpose of which is to forego a remuneration adjustment for members of council for 1 additional year.
Notices of motion, Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance, the purpose of which is to 1, allow the St. Margaret's Village Association to petition property owners within the catchment area and currently not subject to the association rate to be able to vote on whether they want to join the association and be subject to the uniform charge, and 2, address housekeeping amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments for approval to Administrative Order 2017-011 Gov respecting the Youth Advisory Committee in Halifax Regional Municipality, the purpose of which is to update the names of the communities, amend the membership and quorum requirements, and put definitions in alphabetical order.
Anybody else? I just want to go to the clerk to make sure we haven't missed anything today. Ian, are we good?
That's what I have on my list as well.
Okay, colleagues, so a number of items will be taken up at the next meeting, which is on August the 31st. I know we'll all be at the opening of the Shuby Park pump track tomorrow. Big event in Dartmouth East. Councillor Mancini.
Bring your bike.
All right.
That's if the ballots are finished counting.
Well, by the way. All right, folks, have a good election day and evening in Nova Scotia. Thank you for your debate today. Again, thanks to staff and in particular to the folks who worked on the Senate plan. It's a lot of work, and thank you all for your active engagement, participation, and the work that's gone into it. All right. We will see you all down the road, folks. Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion to adjourn from Councillor Purdy.
I move that we adjourn.
All right. I knew that was coming.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a good night,
Have a
all.
good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks,
Thanks,
staff.
everyone.